Lake Titicaca. Hakuna Matatas.
Gina Aherd just resubbed for 21 months. It's been a while since I've been able to watch your stream, crying face emoji.
Hello, girl. Hello. Jen, thank you for 21. What the hell? I appreciate it. Pizza. Lots, I can't. That's honestly, it has to be a top 3 meme for me. I find it so funny. Still. Terrell, thank you for your watch streak as well and all the lurks, guys. Oh my lord. I'm excited for today. I don't have to skedaddle at any point tonight. So if I only will go when I'm hungry, really, and I have some pasta in the fridge ready to eat later. I've got my Red Bull. I had a slice of toast. We're playing games with Chris later. I'm really excited because I think it's going to get goofy, and we need that. We need a bit of goofy. Every time I watch, I think of you. I don't know why. Like, it's just a filter, but it's so funny. I'm sat, Lexi. I realized that yesterday, the day before today, and tomorrow, they're all like 7 to 9 hour streams, which is good because obviously, like, Japan's coming up soon and my birthday's coming up soon and I can't stream as much in Feb and I'm terrified about that. But yeah, I'm trying to just do as much as I can for all the time off I'm having. And honestly, I've been having fun. The long ones are really good. I love it. Alori, hello. How are you? Carl's up here. I still love that gift so much. That's so silly. Didn't Seth make that for me? My god. Yeah, 11 looks good, right? 11 actually looks good. So here was my idea today. I didn't know what I really wanted to play because I am playing Ark for most of today. And I was like, oh, I just want to yap a little bit. So I may as well just play more Vecna and more Stranger Things because I really did enjoy playing that. And then we won't be playing that for long. But I thought that would probably be the best thing because all I can think about is Vecna. Yippee! 35 stream streak. Caught in 4K. Okay, baby. Thank you. My god. I appreciate though that. Guys, I did come last in trivia yesterday. But you know what? We did pretty well. It's just there was one team that didn't get anything wrong. And we were like, are you smart? Or is something fishy going on here? No, they were just smart. I forgot a team name. That was really funny. I wanted to tell you. It'll come back to me. Miranda, thank you for the watch streak streaking to you. I can't believe our watch streaks are at 65 now. I think a 70 is coming soon. Also, I was thinking today that it's Feb in a couple of days, which is fucked because Christmas was just here. What do you mean? What do you mean, bitch? What do you mean? But you know how it is. What the hell? Crazy. Crazy, stupid. Let me get... Do I like... We'll do that. Yeah, it's gonna... You know what? You know what's fucked? We're like, ooh, the year went so quick last year. It's already happening. It's already happening. It's gonna go even faster. I might play some... Oh, wait. Who's this? Get them tomorrow's. Sorry, Graham messaged me. Snail, stop. How are you? Hello. Hi, Nelly. I know I'm early. Guys, if I can do this more often, I love doing this because it guarantees you a long stream. I honestly like, because that's the thing, my sleep schedule was kind of fucky. Not on purpose. Like, I would go to bed at a good time, but for some reason I would oversleep. But I'm getting up at decent times, which is good because I want to start at this time. Like, this is when I want to start, you know? Hi, Axel. How are you, baby? Yeah, no. Oh my God, 3? What the hell, Puff? I always lose my streak around 27. Oh, you poor thing. I swear it was like girthy the other day. I'm sorry. I feel for people when they come in, they're like, girl, I lost my streak. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Do I have strength on her yet? No. Oh, do I? I do. Okay. I'm going to play some Vecna, but I'll just see if we can verse Vecna a little bit. I got to get better at looping him. Because sometimes I'd be sleeping. Yeah, I don't know. But I really like, especially for, next week is good too. You get a full, like, it's going to be girthy. It's going to be very girthy. And then I'll be doing my long weekend for my birthday, which is crazy. And then I'll literally have a couple of streams before, oh my God, because I think my birthday stream will be on the 12th if you're Aussie, 11th if you're in the States. And then, yeah, that might be, Friday might be the last stream. Which is crazy. Obviously, if I can fit in any extra, I will. But next week is our last full week. For a while. Ah! Hi, Onion. How are you, doll? Hello. I'm enjoying a day off doing some laundry at parents' home and visiting. Oh, beautiful. That sounds lovely. Hi, Ray. Hello. Hi, Pickle. How are you, doll? Yeah, I thought we could do a bit of yapping and planning and all that jazz before Chris joins us. We're aiming for 8 p.m. Eastern. Not too sure. We're planning on doing duck bingo and arc raiders because there's different ducks you can find, but it depends on when I don't know when the maps open, so we'll figure it out. I'm night owl, but also need at least 9 hours sleep to feel well rested. No, Nelly, I know. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm a morning person in the sense that I could have had 3 hours and I'll still be chirpy. Like I'm ready to go as soon as I open my eyes. But I also can be such a night owl too. Like I love staying up late as well. Oh my God, Onion, stop. I'm good. I'm a little bit, I say this every stream and I only mean it in a positive way. I'm a little bit like, I'm really excited, but I'm also a little bit nervy with like Japan and like organizing Mimi, making sure I have everything I need. Like, there's just so much you need before a trip. And I'm like, oh my God. Time's going so quick that I feel like I can't plan, but I know I'll be okay. I just got to like write everything out. I'm a planner. I need to just write things out to get it out of my brain. But I'm so excited for stream today. I'm so excited for stream tomorrow. There might be a bonus US Friday, but like I just said, I'm like, I got to do things. So it's like, if I can pop on for stream, it will be like probably 3 hours. It wouldn't be a long one. But I'm trying to stream as much as I can before I vanish into the abyss. It's not that long I'm gone, right?
Not right.
When I leave for Japan, what is it? A week? Oh, yeah, it's 2 weeks. Okay. I guess because I have, hello, I have, it'll be like 10 or 11 days and then a couple of extra days I have a birthday as soon as I get back. Oh my goodness. Big streaking. Hi, Max. How are you, doll? Hi, Sarah. Hello. We're doing a little bit of, we don't have Vecna. Oh, okay. We're doing a little more Stranger Things chapter, because obsessed. And then we're doing Arc all day. No, I'm flying there alone, yes, but I'm meeting friends there, which is really cool. I probably see this group of friends, if I'm lucky, once a year, which fills my cup immensely. I just wish I could see them more, but Japan will be really good because instead of 2 planes, it's only going to be 1 plane. And that's a treat for me. I'm very excited. Hi, Del. Hello, doll. How are you? You're right, Onion. You're right. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind to say it's going to be great. And you know what? I'll be able to just... Oh, I'm just so excited to make content for you guys. but it's such an easy way to make content because my friends are so funny that, like, for example, my New Jersey vlog, I didn't try. It was just us being us, and I think people love that format. I don't think people prefer when it's just us having fun and I upload it, you know? So I'm just excited to do that and just see a new part of the world with my besties. What the hell? That's crazy. How cool. Whee! More vlogs, baby. I'm just gonna try. Oh, my bad. I'm gonna try and just film as much as I can. Even on my phone, like if my camera dies, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna still film on my phone to maximize, you know? I'm so excited. Yeah. Hi, Evans. Hi, Amanda. The Earth says hello. Wake up 30 seconds ago. Oh my God. Good morning. Good morning to you. I woke up at 7 this morning. No, 7:30? Can you hear me? You can definitely hear me. That's bullshit! Nah, I knew that was gonna happen. His finger got me. Yeah, like when I'm in a good... Sorry, Hydra, you just woke up and I'm screaming. When I'm in a good rhythm, I actually really like waking up between 7:30 and 8. Girl, you're early. I thought I had more time. Hi, babe. You got plenty of time. I know people are like, girl, you start in an hour. Why are you here? If I can start early, I love jumping on early because it guarantees you 7 hours. Like, what's the time now, right? 10. Yeah, so at least I'll do 7 hours today. I mean, if things change, 6 hours, but I want to stream as long as I can. I'm pumped. Scream away, it helps. All right, in that case. No, I'm joking. How are you, Lutz, by the way? I'd pick my sleep schedule. Thank you. Thank you for guiding me. Yeah, no, because... Sorry. It is, I don't know why it's delayed. We're gonna be Girth. Yeah, Girthy streams this week. Because I only have 2 more streams for... Jan. So, oh wait. They give you cells for the... I love how I give Grant all the DBD news. To be fair, they've, which is a good thing. They've introduced more creators to the program, and I'm talking like 600 more creators, which is nuts. We went from having like 90 to 600, which is great. I'm not complaining about that. But because of that, the Discord is so flooded that I never see the info I need anymore. So I dig for it, and then Grand's like, do you know the answer to this question? And I'm like, yes, here it is. Because I can't find it either. So I'll be the carrier pigeon for Gran to find it. But I'm so glad there's more creators now. Like, it's a long time coming. They really just didn't have many at all. Mimi. Mimi's been... Guys, Mimi has developed... Oh, she's just gone. She's developed this new meow. And I know that's nothing to be concerned about. But you know when your cat has a different meow and you're like, are you good? Want to talk about it? It's such a new meow. My babe, I wish you could tell me. Hi, Lukey. How are you? I will always help my elders out. Always. Yeah, her little meows. I'm like, are you okay, sweetie? What's wrong? I'm worried about her in Japan, but I know she'll be looked after. It'll be okay. But I could have got that if I was near the pallet. He's learning another language. Guys, can I tell you, I was so excited that I remembered there was a team that won best team name, and the team name was Fuck Ice Ice Baby, and I'm like, yeah, like the whole pub was like, yeah, great name, great name. So that was great. I love that. And then another one. So if people don't know, there's a huge tennis thing called the Australian Open, and another team name was Australian Open Me Wide. So we had a really good array of names last night. Real, Jen, real. And fuck Nicki Minaj while we're at it. But gorge names. Gorge names. Oh! If you didn't see it, guys, she was like up his ass, being like, I'm his biggest fan. Right. Okay. Sure. Anywho. Meow knees. Exactly, Jen. Exactly. Exactly. So bad. Yeah, real. You know what? I never liked her. I'm sorry. Like, I've shaked ass to her songs, but I always saw through her. She was always just so rude. I don't know. I've always just not liked her, even before I found out about her pardoning her family. I'm just like, I don't know. Yeah, she always gave me the ick. Oh my God, I love that, Nelly. I love that. Yeah, no, I was always like, okay, this is crazy to say, and I know it's gonna like Carla, like what, but I'm gonna say it. I always found her overrated, and I've always found that, like, again, I've shook some ass. I'm not gonna deny some good songs, but I always found her overrated. I was just like, I don't get it. Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion though. Like, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. So now this is all happening. It's like, I knew it. Anyway, thank you for all the streaks, guys. My God. Yeah, I don't know. I love Megan Thee Stallion. I honestly think, like, she gets so much hate for nothing. Like, I'll see the comments on a new song and being like, oh, she sounds like this. I'm like, she sounds great. Like, her sound is good. Her vibe's good. She dances. She's funny. Like, she's just cool. Like, yeah. Yeah, Nelly, real. Yeah. But you know what? What we've learned in this day and age is it doesn't matter sometimes. You may as well do what you want, especially if you're a good person. This is for good people. You may as well do what you want as a good person, because no matter what, you are going to get someone who doesn't like you for no reason. You may as well just fucking shake some ass, babe. Like, who cares? Yeah. Yeah, Puffin, I love that. Women does too well. It's kind of like when Doechii, love her by the way, when Doechii was nominated for a Grammy, everyone's like, oh my God, Doechii, love Doechii. As soon as she won the Grammy, people were like, overrated. Crazy switch up people do. Yeah. Yes, Sarah. Yeah. Yeah, she's had her impact. Maybe she's paved the way for some people. I'm saying maybe because I don't like her. But, you know, I'm sure she did. But, like, full stop, you know? Yeah, no, it's interesting when people, like, people support the come up, but as soon as they get awarded or something, people are like, nah, fuck you. Like, what? What do you mean? Why are you switching up? Do you ever care to be real about those? Yes, real. Hey, no, let me see if I do actually. Oh, shoot. I use, if it's still here, I'm not too, oh, not this. How do I do the NVIDIA? I'll check in game. I used to use NVIDIA, but nothing crazy. It was just like to make it more vibrant, but nothing like, I didn't do lots of like saturation or anything. Oh, here we go. Game filters. Let's see what I do. Oh, okay. It's been off. relaunch the game. Oh, okay. Well, it's been off for a while. There you go. But when I did use them, it would just honestly make everything slightly brighter. Nothing's like crazy. You wouldn't even notice, really. No, it looks great at the moment. So yeah. Hi, Chilla. I feel like I haven't seen you in years. I know that's not true. I'm just clingy. How are you? No, yeah, Evans. Yeah. Real. Nelly, thank you. Thank you. My goat. Thank you for all the streaks, guys. 5 nights at the arena. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, guys. I love seeing all the streaks. Yes. What's my point? I don't know what my point is, but yeah, I don't know. I'll streak any day for you, really. Oh my, but you know what I'm trying to say. I think Gwen and I will play DBD together tomorrow. I know she wanted to play that new game, but we want to verse Vecna together. In a bit of a pain today. Oh, I'm sorry, doll. Hope you feel better. It's like it's been forever since I've been here, but I appreciate, you know, I appreciate all the lurks, guys. Truly. Also, hi, Jabs. I miss you. Kiss me. What? Sorry. Also, Nate, if you're listening, hello. The logs. No, when I feel bad because when people come in and I'm like, oh my God, I haven't seen you in ages. I really just mean that in the most clingy, cute way possible. Because I just love, like, Ping. I feel like I haven't spoken to Ping all week. And that's not, like, it's fine. Like, people are busy. People don't want to talk. I might have missed a message as well. Like, I always be like, oh, I haven't spoken to them in a while. Oh, I gotta message them. Oh, are they okay? Oh my God, I miss them, you know? Like, I get really, like, attached to having conversations with everyone. I mean, when I see that Carla is live notification. Guys, thank you. Ping's been busy. I did see them type something yesterday. I think they're playing some games, but I just love saying hi to everyone. Me waiting for Ping. Axel, right. Yeah. I think for black female rappers, for sure. Nate at the Gime. How was your day, doll? Well, how's your week been, I should say? I just so you know, I am so excited. That's a big ass toilet. What the hell? A ghoul? Oh my God. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. They know I'm here for sure. That jump scared me. I'm running this way. Hi Punk. How are you? I did in fact jump. Blaine.
Put your ass away, child.
Chip a little bitch. No, Jabs, you have the flu.
Big just subscribed.
Blaine, thank you for 9.
Hey Carla.
Hi.
Carl's Hella.
Hello. I really appreciate that. How are you, doll? Thank you. Hi, Mickey. Not that I need to say this again, but I want to say it for my own brain. I am so excited. I know we're not even in Feb yet, but I promise you, from March onwards this year, streams will be so normal and fine. Feb's gonna be very weird, and I'm gonna miss you terribly. But I promise you, everything will be normal March onwards. When I'm back from Japan, we're so back. I'm good, doll. Just bloody obsessed with Ark. Are you playing Ark still? Oh my God. Oh my God. Nice. Happy birthday, Punk. Yippee. What are you doing? You gonna play some games? Axel. Oh no. I'm glad you tested negative though. Oh God, poor thing. Do you have all the drugs?
Brett Claudio
I'm
just
Blaine. It's not slowing down either.
WTF, you mean 2 years of Carla? I lurk a lot, but let me tell you, this stream is my happy place.
Thank you for saying
Thank you for the good vibes smile.
That's really nice. Thank you. Thank you, Brett. Happy 2 years. How are you? Guys, thanks. That's very sweet. That, oh, my cheeks hurt. I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Normal sounds boring. No, I appreciate it. You know how I get before any holiday? You're rolling your eyes right now like, girl, shh. Shh. But I'm really attached to streaming. And, I'm scared to leave you, but I know everything's gonna be okay. Thank you so much for 2 years. I appreciate that. I still can't believe You know what? I'm gonna say that. I still can't believe all people sub to me. Truly. I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Restart my old Animal Crossing island? Okay, babe. Damn, what a flex. Okay. Crispy just sent the funniest message. We're gonna come back. Yeah, true. We'll have so much to yap about. I should do like because I'm gonna bring a film camera, guys. The ones you have to wind up. So I'll be able to get that developed and have a little. I should make a little PowerPoint. How long has Throne had? Oh, so long, Pixel. I put it up as a laugh. Like, ages ago. Because people say, put something on Throne. I'm like, oh, fuck, fine. I'll put this up. You know, I just as a hee hee ha ha. I used to put My Will to Live on there all the time. I had this weird Throne email that was like, people have been visiting your Throne. Today. I'm like, why has 20 people clicked my Throne today? I haven't, like, it was before I streamed too. 20 people visited my Throne page. I'm like, what? Why? Why are you there? You looking at Dead Chris? A classic that, yeah. It was just silly. But you know what? It's good that it's there because it sparks conversation. People are like, why is Dead Chris? Why is Dead Chris on your page? Hi, Sush. You look too good to be innocent. You look too good for that necklace, babe. Can I say that? I just did. Go, 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 go. Run, 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 run. This guy can honestly... The ghoul truly makes me sad. What is he? Desk tech. That's one way to speed run your gym workout. That was crazy. I can't believe we met someone brand new and they're like, hey, by the way, look at this song. And it was good. What the hell? What the hell? My favorite line is, even though like I couldn't be far from this line, it was like, who's that peeking in my window? And then what did she say? No one, because I live in a penthouse or something like that. Basically, no one can see in her house because she's so high up in the penthouse. I was like, girl, yes, speak on it. It made me giggle. What's wrong with iPhones and autocorrect? Did it update? Because I've been seeing it all the time. Has something happened? I just love how much she loves herself. I want to get to that level of self-love while still being humble, you know? Yippee! Mickey, okay streak. So good. Bloody so good. Anyway. Yeah, so what happened? I mean, to be fair, I've always been bad with my autocorrect, but sometimes I just leave it to see what Google will say, and they always get what I'm trying to say, but what's happened? Damn, I look good. Look good. Hi Gray, how are you? Yippee! The new iPhone updates are actually horrendous. Oh, really? Oh, great. Great. I also have... You know what? You know what my toxic trait is? Living alone, or just living in general. Is I always misplace things. So, I have this pixel, this pink pixel, that that I wanted to sell, and I didn't go through with it because I'm scared of meeting up with people, and they always lowball you, and it's just exhausting. But I'm like, oh, I want to sell it so bad. Do you think I could find where this phone is? Where did I put it? Like, I will put stuff somewhere and go, this is a good spot, I'll remember this, and I never do. And then whatever I've put away is gone forever into the abyss, and it really pisses me off. Because you know what, anyone else's house, someone could go, where is this? And I'll go, on the top shelf on the right. But when it's my house, I never remember where I put things. Has quirks? Oh no. The penthouse. I think the AI just assumes the word I typed is wrong. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Right. Ooh. Ouchies. Is this Pentamentor? It's a void. Yeah, I have no idea where a few things are in my house. Truly. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Don't know. Also, another thing that I want to do is I want to get on a plan, like a mobile plan, because I'm on prepaid right now, and I just always, I gotta do an auto recharge. A plan will be easier because you get more like data, but I always forget to recharge, and I'm always in Wi-Fi, so I will leave the house and not have data, and I'm like, fuck, why do I keep doing this? I'm just gonna do more things for future Carla. I'm lacking in that regard. Oh yeah, where's my hard drive? That's a good point, Mickey. Where the hell is that? I've been running around aimlessly. What the hell? Oh, yum, Nona. Yippee! I have my lunch ready in the fridge. I have some pasta for when I'm playing Ark. I'm like, guys, I'm hungry. Where the fuck's my where is my birth certificate? I think Mum has it. What does Chris say? I'm coming. What the hell, Tammy? What plan do you have? How are you, doll? Miss you. Should we get a new hard drive for back? Yeah, I gotta do a lot of things. Honestly, when I'm back from Japan, I gotta do a lot of things. And maybe beforehand. That's okay. We can do all the other stuff in between. Data drains battery much faster than Wi-Fi. Really? That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. To be fair, like, I really don't need data unless I'm traveling, because I'm always in Wi-Fi. My mum was going to stay at her friend's house. She was thinking about going to New Zealand. Her friend, right, doesn't have Wi-Fi. And I know this sounds very like... No, it doesn't sound weird at all. What do you mean you don't have Wi-Fi? Like, how do you do things? Do you just have a DVD player? I guess... Like, I don't... Like, no Wi-Fi as of right now today, I feel like is kind of wild, because everything needs Wi-Fi. Like, when I lost my internet for like 10 minutes the other week, and I was like, how am I going to do anything? What? Yeah, Sush, exactly. Yeah, I need to ask more questions. And she was like, am I wrong that I don't want to stay with them? And they don't have AC either. And Mum Like, she runs hot. She's like, there's no AC or Wi-Fi. Like, how does she do I don't she's like, should I just get my own, like, a hotel? I'm like, babe, be comfy. They want home security cameras. They can check. Rach, yeah. Yeah. Like, you know what's crazy too? Mum's Wi-Fi. So this is a big reason why I had to move back out. Is there something wrong with Mum's house in terms of the internet? The Wi-Fi is weird, and me personally, not we, I've tried everything to fix this, and I don't know how to fix it. Even a tech guy came and was like, I don't know how to fix this at all. Her Wi-Fi works perfectly on laptops and phones, right? But TVs always disconnect from the Wi-Fi, and home security cameras can't connect to it. There's something wrong with the Wi-Fi that just doesn't work for those two things. So she can't have a I want to set up a ring cam for her. Yeah, like, everyone was confused. Like, we don't know why this is happening at all. It's the weird, because I'm very tech savvy when it comes to that, and I guess the tech guy would be tech savvy too, and still we're all like, why isn't this working? Yeah, it's very odd. And to the point where my brother-in-law came over, have you tried turning it off and on again? Have you tried doing... Yes, of course I fucking have. I'm not my 90-year-old grandma. I've done everything you can think of. It's not working. It's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. I don't understand. I don't know what it is, because, like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's actually so confusing. That's why I had to move out. For a few reasons, but one of the big reasons was the internet was so jank that I was like, I'm nervous to stream. Like, I have to just get my own place again. It was great because I could save money, but yeah. Oh, we went through about 4 modems. We bought new modems and everything. Yeah, Jabs. So we made, like, a different channel for the 2.4. Like, trust me, everything people are thinking of, it's so weird. It is so weird because I haven't had any issues with my Wi-Fi in any house with all my different devices. Like, it was only if there's something wrong with the house. Oh my god, I'm alive? What the fuck? But yeah, like, we did the 2.4 thing. We got like 3 new modems. We got it all. It feels like it was kind of like a joke. I'm leaving. But yes, I get you. I get you. Also, Damo, hello. I'll just go over here. Hi, doll. How are you? Hi, baby. Okay, let me mend myself. How much can I do without mending? No. I'm good, doll. We're just having some yaps before Chris and I have some fun. I'm very excited. I don't deserve to escape. Let's be real. Nona. Real. I'm very excited though. How are you? What's up, Goss? Dawashi, thank you for lurking as well. No, but my apartment I'm very grateful for. Right now, even though the rent's going up, but not that much, so that's good. But the AC works like a dream, and they recently did a maintenance without me even asking, which is good. And the internet is a dream here. So, yeah. Hi, Pizza. Spit on that thing. How are you? Liza and I are very fortunate to go deal with Aussie Broadband. We get 100 upload. Whoa. Amazing. That's amazing. Axel, hell yeah. No, sorry, Pizza. Ooh, sorry. Ooh, my bad. Jokes. How are you? If you were known as a number like Millie Bobby Brown, what it would be? If you were known as a number. As a number? Millie Bobby Brown? I don't know. My name's very weird. My name's just long and clunky. All good, Mickey. Do some work. I appreciate the lurks as well. You're the best. Nah, I'm joking. Nah, I've been well. Hope you're well too. Oh, she was 11. Oh, okay. I would be... Sorry, I forgot about... I forgot that her name is 11. Cute. I love cat snores. Real. Wait. What's my... Yeah, I was 69 probably. Let me message Chris as well. And let me message Gran. Guys, I want to play Vecna. Ah! I'm so addicted. He's so fun. That eye in the right-hand corner. Yeah, why are you looking? Oh, hey, Daddy. Okay, let me see. I feel like this gave me good vibes. Henry Creel. Let me ready up just in case the queues are long as hell. Oh, they did, Pizza. They really did. They really did. Well, that's kind of fun. Okay. Can they fix Nancy? They did fix Nancy. Oh, you can't see it. Well, the face is better. Oh my god, Sush. That was a time. Oh my god, Max. Was it good? Guys, I want more toast. I love toast. Ugh. Tomorrow is... Well, yesterday was Friend Slop. We're thinking... I know it might not stick. But we want to do Friend Slop Tuesdays. So hopefully next week we do some more Friend Slop. But we are playing Ark with Chris today. So we are getting some Friend Slop today. David is a looker. I might make some more toast after this round. But I'm so excited. Like, I'm actually giddy today because I don't have to get off at a certain point today. So Chris and I are starting to play games at 12. You never know with Chris. With Chris and I should say, sorry. We're either going to play for 4 hours or 5 hours or end up doing like 6 hours. But if we have some bad games, obviously I know we might get off. But I think we can... We're going to cook. We want to do a few things today. We want to do trials. We want to do some PvP. We want to do some PvE and some sillies. We want to do duck bingo. We want to do a lot on Ark. I honestly love playing Ark, but I also really love playing Ark with Chris. It's a whole different game when Chris and I play together. It's so much fun. I'm very excited. So we're going to goof, have some giggles. Oh, that's right. We want to do the trophy thing. So we'll do that as well today. Oh, no, fuck. I want pizza now. Yeah, gamer. So, like, obviously, I think everyone wants to do Friend Slop next week, which is great. I'm so excited. Oh, my goodness. Why are you so... Oh, okay. I'm so slow. Guys, I'm in Japan. Oh my god. You want to hear something? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I am 30 in 12 days. And I'm in Japan in 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 days. Ew. What? What's time? That's nothing. I gotta pack. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was Roblox Therapist Sim. Ridiculous, I know. Oh, what's the thing called? Player queue? What's the queue like? Because I want to have some toast. What was the... You better get them suitcases rolling. Oh, shit.
Pizza Zero and the Roof just resubbed for 18 months.
Nick, I appreciate that. Holy shit. Thank you. Bestie. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, get that. I really want to put this emote in our actual emotes. It's so funny to me. So we found out yesterday and forgot again. Oh, we did. What was it? Player queue. What was it? Guys, maybe I can... Wait, maybe. I would have said it yesterday. Let me look at my... my thing. My chat log. Damn, it's not... I can't... Oh, DBD. Oh, queue time. Apple, thank you. Thank you. That's how I enter chat. I love it. So cute. To drop people after you make... Punk. Yeah. If it makes you feel some sort of way, fuck it. You're in control, babe. If it makes you feel some sort of way, I totally respect it. You know? Yeah, it's so simple and I forget. Q time. QT. That's how I remember. QT. 3 extra suitcase worth of stuff you're bringing back. Nah. Nah. You know what? I think I do get 2 suitcases with my deal. Perf. But the only thing... This is just being straight up, and I know a lot of people can relate to this. Has anyone ever paid a big chunk of rent before a holiday? Because that's what I'm like, I actually don't think I'll need another new suitcase. I don't think I'll have that much to spend, which is fine. Like, I'm there with friends. Like, I don't need to go crazy. I think I'm paying like a big chunk of bills the day before I go. I honestly think it will keep me in check. Really. I think I just would like to get some cards for the stream, which I heard was really cheap, and I want to bring some stuff back for people. Hello, doll. Hi, Bobby. How are you, doll? Why are you looking? I know. Don't look at me like that. Remind me, guys. After this game, I'm gonna make a slice of toast, and there was something else I wanted to do. I forget, but I'm gonna do that after this. Yeah, that's fair, Punk. That's so fair. I totally understand. I totally get it. Like, this is the first year, I don't know what's happening on my long weekend birthday next weekend. Because this is the first time someone's planning every step of the way for me. I have no idea where we're going. I don't know what we're doing. So I get that. Like, this is... I feel weird. I'm like... I have no say, not that I don't have a say, but like I have no say in a good way in this. So it's going to be a new experience for me. They have full art What? Hi, Dill. How are you, baby? Cheeky Wendy's. Oh, you cheeky slut. I love that. I love it. No, Punk, for sure. I mean, I look, before I say this, I haven't been perfect with this as well. And I know people have different capacities and some people don't have experience or knowledge to be able to help. Okay? But I will say I did see true colors when Dad passed. I'm never hateful towards people. Like, it's fine. But it did show me who my friends were for sure. But even Mum said the same thing, like, you know, she experienced a similar thing. But again, people have different capacities and different experiences, so a lot of people probably felt awkward and didn't know how to help and blah blah blah. What? I didn't hit him? What? How did that hit? That's weird. Hello? Oh shit. Nelly, true. True. I do have 27 kilos, which is good. I'm gonna pack super light and just rewear things. Because I don't need a lot. I'm wasting too much time on this guy.
Shape the world.
I don't care. Yeah, no, Punk, I get that. I totally get it.
No.
Smart. Boop. 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 I'm on my way. Yeah, that is smart. My friends yesterday were talking about how some things, if you don't like, I forget what they said, so I'm probably gonna say this wrong, but some things are tax-free. No, Bobby. No, everything's okay. Like I said, I was never like, no one intentionally wanted to hurt me. A lot of people, what I'm learning is have different emotional capacities, and you know, it doesn't make them a bad person necessarily. It's just, it makes you realize like, okay, that friend isn't good for emotional support. That friend is, you know, like different friends have different strengths, I think. Oh, yes, Nelly. Oh my god. We're going through something at the moment. Mum is, I should say, because she is the executor of the will. And yeah, people have shown... I've had to block some people. They've showed true colors, and it's really upsetting to see. Why the hand thing? What do you want me to show you why? Ow, 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 ow. Sorry. You like what you see? Ooh, whoa, whoa. You like what you see, you slut. Sorry. What the hell? That was so not close enough.
You cannot run.
Don't run, Daddy. Wild noises? Was it? Or was it the best noises you've ever heard? God, holding W against this guy? So smart. Oh, a little streak doll. Bobby, thank you. That's my bloody goat right there. There we go. Far too wide. He'll be broken though because of my add-on. Nice. Nate, the great. I know they're great. My god. Nona. What the fuck? True colors shining through. But it's true. It's very true. Nelly. What the hell? I'm sorry. This is not like the same with painting, but I'll try. I think I did talk about this before, but basically we have a few estranged people from both sides. Like my stepdad's side, my side, mum's side, like just a few people that we cut from our life that were just not good people. And one of the, so Pete had an estranged daughter. And I met her, I think I saw her twice in 24 years. Like we never saw them. They were really rude, just not nice. And Pete made it very clear before he died. He was like, please don't invite her to my funeral. Not that we could anyway, we don't know her name. He kept changing her name or her number. Like there's no way we'd be able to do it anyway. But he's like, I don't want her there. Like please respect my wish. Like, no. We're like, yeah, fair, all good. And then after the service, I didn't see her during the service. But after the service, someone showed up and I was like, they look familiar, but like, who is that? I don't know who that is, but also like, I think I know. Anyway, it was her. She showed up and we're like, fuck. And we were doing viewings and so we're like, fuck, she's gonna wanna view Pete, you know? And I know he wouldn't have wanted that. And we're like, fuck, that's so stressful. Like, no. But we had already left at this point because it was just it was just really tough. And we got a missed call because the area was really dodgy with reception. So I was like, oh, I wonder who tried to call me, whatever. And then when we got back to my sister's house for the unofficial wake, we got another call, and apparently this person went up and was like, can I view him? I'm his daughter. And because mum didn't answer the phone and was the executor, they couldn't get permission, and therefore she was denied, which is like a win. That was a win for us because it's like, of course you're denied. Who are you? Like, what? But we were so stoked. We were like, oh my God. Like it felt really good because they were always so rude to the family and to him and to mum, and we're like, yes, like of course she should have got denied. So if she tries to come for us further, which I doubt she will, but if she does, like we are protected in that regard, like the will, because it's like, that's so silly. Like it was tea. It was tea. Hi Rudy. Sorry, that story was so long-winded and awfully said. I was trying to concentrate, but also I couldn't concentrate. My bad. But you get what I'm trying to say. It was just like, it was such a win for Pete, especially because it was his wishes, you know? Hello, H. How are you doing? That's okay. It was honestly like, on a really tough day like that, I know it sounds crazy, but it was genuinely such a nice feeling for us knowing that his wishes were respected. You know? Yeah. It was Stranger Things. That's so funny.
Inevitable.
Someone's here. I just saw you. You're running with all flashy. Did you just quote Thanos? He is Thanos, babe. He is Thanos. No, I'm kidding. But yes, we said that yesterday. We're like, Thanos? Hello? Is that you? Anywho. Thanos would crush Vector in a second.
So
Real.
easy.
Little snap, crackle, and pop action. Bobby, enjoy your lurk, doll. Nemi reminds me of oh my god, Nat! sick of me? Are you sick of me? How could I be sick of you? They're gone. You're done. You're done. Joy Joyce. How are you? What are you doing today? Are you studying today? I have 2 Red Bulls and pasta. We're so back. Chris said, how many coffee should I get for later? Are we locking in? You're studying? That's me go. Guys, we came last at trivia yesterday. But we really did well. We did well, but people were just doing better. Or cheating. They were probably cheating. What was I meant to do after this? Oh yeah, get a slice of toast. Now, we won in here. I think we did pretty good, to be honest. I think we did good. Nona, real. I don't understand, though. I don't get it. Oh, my back. Yeah, I was gonna get a slice of toast, right? Slice of toast. Watching Party Win. Oh, so ridiculous. You know what I did, Nat? I can say this because I know Reese is busy. Because this morning he was like, take it home. I'm like, no, leave it. He's like, take it home. I'm like, all right. So I thought, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how long I can do this for. I'm going to hide the DVD in different parts of the house. So I put it in his pantry, like standing up perfectly, looking at him. So hopefully he goes to get a snack tonight. And he's like, what the fuck? That's my goal. I'm going to see if he goes, did you put the DVD in there? I'm going to see if we can just, I'm going to just do that. Yeah, we bit of Taurus. Trivia is fun. No, he does not want it in his house. And I am putting my foot down. And I'm going to hide it in different, oh, you know what he'll do? He'll bring it over Saturday as a power play and I'll keep packing it. And putting it next up, I'll put it in the shower or something. I don't know. Not the Carla foot. What foot? That was one time. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I like trivia because there's always one question I know. Randomly. But then other ones I'm like, damn, I really don't know this, do I? Okay. You said I'm putting it down. I forget what I say all the time. What do you say? Oh shit, Ensign Bukari. Yep. You're a secret weapon. Thank you. I am. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ready up. Knowing my luck, it's going to load quick. But I'm going to quickly go get a slice of toast. And what else? I don't know, but I'll be back. Yeah, Nelly, you know what's crazy? Is I'm not, you are. We just gotta listen to you. To be fair, I listen to you, the boys don't. You know what I realized, Nelly, back in the day when I was really, really young, and I'd go over to a friend's house, and I'm like, wow, your family is normal. Like, I would see just a normal Tuesday and assume they would be perfect, because my family were never perfect. And I've had experiences and stuff. And then as I grew up, I was like, oh, everyone has something. Like, every family has some dickhead. It's just inevitable. Because humans are dickheads. Like, you can't avoid, everyone will have a family moment, you know? But when I was younger, I assumed it was just me. And I was like, oh, no, that's a perfect family right there. And then you learn more about your friend's family and you're like, oh, we're all kind of fucked, aren't we? So I get you. Narwhal. I made it to one of the test tapings for College Jeopardy. What? That's so fun. I want to go on a game show. Guys, I'm getting distracted. I'll be right back. The toast, sorry. Oh, cute. I got to start that book tonight, Nat. I did a little bit of reading. Like, I was trying to skip to what I know I am in the book. And I was like, okay, interesting. But I got to just sit and read it all, I think. Just commit to the read. I'm still in a queue. Hi, Jen. Hi, Ray. A charcuterie board? What the hell? Dewey Decimal System? What is that? I'll quiz you. Yeah, I get so distracted. Yeah. Yeah, I want to learn about my brain a bit more. Really? What did it teach you? What was the number one thing it taught you, you think? Like, what did you take away from it the most? I get so distracted that when I read, I have to read out loud sometimes. Oh, Ray, you got this. You're the GOAT. Hi, Andy. You know what? After I got that interview for Big Brother last year, and then the show aired, I actually don't think I want to go on it anymore. The format's just not the same. I think I'm good. It's so good, Ray, isn't it? Love their new album. I love all their stuff. So chill. Nat did Gamer. Sush. Yeah. It's so interesting because I've definitely been to attachment styles. Like, I know that I can be securely attached because I have in the past / it shows up in different ways. And then I know I can be anxiously attached because of stuff in the past that's coming out. Like, I'll get triggered, but not in like a bad way, because your best friend can trigger you in a positive way that reminds you of something. Like, it doesn't have to be negative. But the good thing is I'm self-aware, and I know I do have the tools to like help myself if that trigger comes up. But then some days it's hard to apply that. But I know it is, so it's like, okay, I just have to do more like research on what would help me when that comes up. Because some things don't work for me. Like, you know, sometimes people are like, just 5 deep breaths. I'm like, that breath work doesn't really work for me sometimes, you know? So it's like, I don't know, sometimes I find a sentence either from a book or a line that someone says that might like activate a part of my brain. Then I'm like, oh, wait, that helps me understand that. So interesting. I don't know if that makes sense. Ooh, I want to know about a protest strategy. Because I definitely I think I'm an anxious person anyway. My PMDD like makes it worse sometimes. And then other days like I feel really good and I can control it. Oh, when a baby cries when you leave them alone too long. Oh, interesting. Love. Okay. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning all these like exactly what you're saying. Just stuff that comes up. You're like, oh, okay. That's happening. I will have the same protest behavior, like lashing out or throwing tantrums. Right. Interesting. Hi, Seth. How are you? I'm also like... Yes, Puffin. Yes. I'm also just a sensitive person, full stop. If you remove every single relationship platonic, you know, if you remove everything anyway, I'm still sensitive. Like, I've always been sensitive. I get it from mum. Like, I feel things very deeply. Which I've grown to love, and I think it's a beautiful thing. But sometimes I just need to learn to feel and then like shelf it. Like I don't need to like unpack every feeling, you know? It never tells you the way you feel wrong and ooh, that's cool. All good, Nelly, do what you need to do. That's cool, I like that. Also, Faithy, hello. Like learning about the triggers, like why do I withdraw? Why do I get more anxiously attached? Yeah, true. I'm so distracted. I can't. I get so distracted playing this killer. Not because like of anything to do with chat. I just am in general. Learning hard truth is easier when you don't get. Yeah, true. True. I don't mind some tough love, but I need like tough love for me is still gentle. You know, I know that doesn't make sense because that's not the point of tough love, but like, yeah. Oh. Yeah, true. True. Yeah, Sushi, for sure. For sure. It's definitely not a good feeling, and it's not necessary because yeah, I saw that on your story. I do have to be more selfish, for sure. I definitely know that's one of my things I need to work on because I don't mean to do it. It just comes naturally to me. Again, I don't mean to do it, but I can put, you know, other people before my needs. Even family, like everyone, like, and then it's good when someone calls you out softly about it, you know, like, hey, like, you should do what works for you. Don't worry about, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Hi, Em. Do you have a name for the puppy? Like all tied. Oh, Nate, fair. Yeah. You know what I did the other day, which I really liked? I got some gel pens from Kmart and a sketchbook. And because my For You page is all self-help at the moment, which is good, but also give me some silly cat shit. Like, I don't want all of it to be self-help. But I found some good videos that I just studied with. Like, I did like 7 pages worth of writing.
Put your ass away,
and it was good kind of studying things
Holly _ just
surrounding how my brain works. I felt like it helped me understand a few things. And also they're colorful pens. It helps when it's colorful. Bird City starts in 3 minutes. Oh, I gotta tell Chris. How long does Bird City last for?
Inevitable.
We're meant to play in an hour, but I'll tell him. Huli, thank you for 3 months. What the hell? That went quick. How are you? Thank you. Yeah, give me some whimsy. I want to laugh until my eyes water. 1 hour and then 1 at 5 p.m. your time. Okay, wait. Let me message. Ugh. Okay. Sorry, I'm back. Thank you, Dill, for the info. Yeah. Yeah, because Nate, like, I'll like silly shit more. And I'm like, come on. Like, I don't mind some because some things really help me. The way other people, like, hearing that other people have experienced the same thing I have helped me a lot. And that's what I have to remember. Because I definitely, she went into the other one. Oh, God. Oh, no. She didn't even go to any of them. Oh. Oh, my God. I've been played. That's so embarrassing. Yeah, it feels good when, because sometimes I can get into like a spiral of like, oh, I'm the worst. Oh, like, why am I like this? And it's like, girl, you're not alone. We all have a brain. We all have like triggers and needs and core wounds we're healing. Like you're not a bad person for experiencing this. You know? Like, you're still a great person. You're just trying to heal some stuff. That's alright. You know? Like, why are you not feeling like you're not great, even though, like, humans are always going through stuff. Doesn't make your value less. The hell? Oh, Dylan's smart. Very smart. I'm getting weird missed calls. Hello? Yeah, it's like I have to give myself patience. Like, yeah. Hi, Disney. Hi, Stinky. Hi, Sierra. Oh my God. Hello. I totally haven't been playing this game. Where am I? I might switch to Ark to get a taste of Bird City. I don't know why they're not putting Bird City on for longer.
Prepare yourself.
Like, with the new update, wouldn't they put it on for, you know? She said that I need to give my anxiety grace to fighting against it. Yeah. Yeah. True. True. It's great, Sierra. I love it. I love it. Granted, I have had 2 hooks this round and I've been talking about anxious attachment. But I love it. It's so good. Oop. My bad, guys. Sorry. Sorry for giving you a dud game. I still love playing this killer even though, like, I fumble the bag. It's still really fun. Oh my God, what on earth? Someone's here, I swear. Boil over, ooh. Alright, where's your friends? Stinky, what? That was a thing? I haven't seen much. I don't even know about anything. I haven't seen anything. Come here, please. I need you.
Prepare yourself.
They erase them? Why? What the fuck? I haven't seen shit. I have no idea. No, he's fun. Even though I get cooked, it's fun. I'm on... I'm so sorry, 11. Don't be, babe. It happens. You tried your best. Me responding to them as the killer is diabolical. Ugh. There's nothing you could have done. Yeah, I saw a clip of that, Will. I mean, Stinky, and I'm like, what? Hello? Now, when you say sapphic, what do you mean? I don't know why that sapphic reminds me of the word phallic, and that's two different things. Oh, we do. We do. No more phallic. No more phallic. Definitely. We should have heated rivalry, but women. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree. Watching Wentworth at the moment? Oh. I want to watch Wentworth. Sorry, guys. I learned something new. I didn't know that. Interesting. I kind of want to do Bird City, guys, to find rubber duckies. It's like me new fave word. Oh my god. Vampire human romance. Oh. What the hell? Trying it for the first time now. God, I love how... Oh. God, I'm so behind on terms. I love how I truly just didn't know that. Oh my god. Hi, Em. Wow. Amazing you joined right at this moment. Chris and I wanted to do this, by the way, today. Which we still could later. But we wanted to do duck bingo. I really want to try... Guys, do you mind? We can still talk about sapphic lovers. I just really want to find those rubber duckies. Aw, Stinky. I didn't know about all that. This is the moment that I've joined into. I know. Tammy, Emily, get them duckies, girl. Chris is joining me in literally less than an hour. Yeah, I know. Guys, should we try and find rubber ducks together? Do you mind? I still want to yap. The yapping's not going to stop. I just really want to find rubber duckies. Still sapphic. I swear. Another update? What the hell? We can keep talking about sapphic lovers, but I want to find rubber ducks. Wait. I need to sell my guns I don't use. Yeah, Tabby, we're going to sell our whole thing for duckies. Yeah, what the fuck? So random. The next one is on, if it's 4 hours from 9 p.m, 10, 11, 12, 1. I think Chris will still be on at 1. Next event for you is 1 a.m, but I'm locked in. Hold. Okay. Wait, should we do gambas for the duckies? Locked in, strapped on, let's go. Yippee! Madeline, perf. If you start earlier, just ring me. Okay. Hi Flower, how are you? Hello. We're gonna sell our whole. There's a mode, Stinky, on Ark. And I also pressed update earlier. I don't know why it's not doing it. It didn't do it. But there's a new mode like Cold Snap, but it doesn't run as often. I guess maybe because the prices of the duckies, but there's more ducks you can find. So we're gonna try and find as many ducks as we can, make money, and just have some whimsy. There's cute rubber duckies. They look like this. I'll show you. We're gonna do duck bingo. We still can later. If you're locked in, I'm gonna be here for hours. There's all these ducks you can find, and they're worth different amounts of money. So we're gonna try and find that before Chris comes. So we're gonna lock in and get some ducks, guys. Very excited. Very excited. Locked in. I want the green one. Yeah, guys. We should do a gamba. But how am I gonna do it? Because there's so many different ones. Maybe how many different duckies I find? Yeah, 5 of each. It's gonna be so sweaty. Oh, it is gonna be sweaty, isn't it? Let's see if I can sweet talk someone. Which duck do I find first? Ooh, I like that one. I like that one. Maybe I do a gamba of that first. Let me start the prediction. What duck do I find first? And then I'll get this up. So there's a pink one, cow print, green, orange, yellow with scribble, white. 2 at the same time. So 2 at the same time means I see, or maybe multiple at once. So in case I open a thing and it's like multiple different colors at the same time, and then none at all, which is ridiculous. I'll give you 10 minutes to gamba. Okay. Me booting up Arc Raiders, seriously pondering crushing ANZ servers. Do it! Pussy? No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Tammy, wait! Do you reckon we'll see the different colors? Oh, wait. That's crazy. What? Poppy's like, I didn't expect that. Poppy, I need this. I think so. Oh my god. Because we have the new rubber ducky thingy. Let me see. Bird City Arc Raiders. The guide. Guys, the guide. Duck locations. Difficulty. On the... So where do we find these? Are they just in the chimneys or are there other places? Oh, 7 rubber ducky locations. Wait, hold. On this roof, and in the village? You found that? There's an alien one? What? What? What does it say? With 6 new ones added alongside standard rubber ducks. The chimney where you can find these ducks is random. Unfortunately, you won't be able to visit a set rooftop. However, we recommend locations for you to visit. South buildings with tall roofs. That's the green one. So are they only in chimneys? Or can you find them in like normal stuff? Because they said Western Village, and around here. How the fuck do I find first? Thank you for the watch streaks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. What the hell? How the fuck? How the fuck? Okay. I'm scared. Oh, I want to find a duck so bad. I want to find it so bad. I want to find a bird. Oh, I need this. I just found a blue flashy one. Yes, you can only find them in chimneys, but search everywhere on there. So only on top of roofs. You can't find it in like a drawer or anything. Emily, we gotta find one. What are we predicting? Multiple at the same time? White? No one's done none. No one's doing yellow with scribble. Ooh. Oh my god. Come on, get me in! Isn't up for me? Do you want to refresh, Em? Or are you on mobile? Is mobile being funky? Is mobile being weird? Hi, Tara. Hey, how are you, Jeff? Get me in. I went in on Scribble. What did you do? 50k? What the hell? Mobile's being normal? Oh, you're right. Hi, Zell. How are you? It's up now? Okay, cool. 100k on yellow, that's Tammy. Nah, maybe not. I'm a multi-duck believer. True. 56%. Oh, get me in. I need this. Someone's gonna kill me for my rubber duck. I have too many points. Goes, what? All in on Duck Horde. Calprin or bust. Guys, you were spending your money. Okay. Em, how are you? I miss you. I miss Ping too. Ping, come to me. We need you. Save Pock. Oh, yes, Tammy, you're right. You're right. Oh my god. I miss your... A duck trade? Ooh, this is a good spread. So basically, none is if I don't find any ducks until like the event's over. I put in however much, got me back to an even 1.36. Okay, flex. Looting M2 or high every time. Real. Green has to win. I'm actually very curious. Guys, I'm shaking in my boots. Woo! Today is crazy. I'm doing a long stream. I'm gonna have 2 Red Bulls. Chris is Adderall Andy. He said he's getting coffee. It's a big day. It's a big day. Lock the fuck in, guys. The fact that me and my boyfriend have a bunch of rubber duckies in real life that we collect from arcade games. Cute. Where did the rubber duck I bought go when I bought from Amsterdam? Damn. Adderall Andy, he said it. I promise it wasn't me. I love a big day. I took a double dose of Ritalin yesterday before work and I was so locked in. Chris always says like he wonders what I would be like on Adderall because on a good day I'm already locked in but I get distracted easily. I think I would build a house with my bare hands. I'm super locked in for a long stream today and tomorrow, guys. And then I'm off US Saturday, US Friday, US Saturday. US Friday, if I get a lot done the next 2 nights, I might actually do a mini bonus. But as of right now, I'm off Friday, Saturday, US time. And then I'm back US Sunday. And then we're doing a 5-day huge girthy week because that's the last week. The last normal week I'll have before Japan. So we really have to lock in and kiss. Adderall is prime. I'm scared. I'm scared to know what I'd be like. Also, with Japan, do they allow you to bring your pill? Like, I know they're not... Like, I think you have to fill something out for, like, Adderall and stuff, but can I bring contraception? Not that I need it, but I don't want to, like, not be on the pill and fuck up my cycle. You can bring that, right? Surely. This is in 2 minutes. Oh my god, look at those ducks still. Oh, I need it. Fuck. I would assume so, right? It's not like a... Yeah. Get me in! I honestly just want to... Wait, can you use hatch keys on Bird? Emily, people have been to Google here, and I'm just asking a question. You know I'm going to Google it. Just let me connect with you for 5 seconds. Another question. When was John Travolta born? I'm kidding. Right. This Emily Googled it for... No, don't be so Sam. I'm joking. You're right. Google is free, but I just like yapping with you. It's an excuse to just talk more. John Travolta is an alien. John Travolta is an enigma to me because I watched a trailer with him in this new film and I feel like I just can't take him seriously ever anymore. He's great, but like, he's just Danny Zuko to me. 18th of Feb. He's a Feb baby? I love Johnny. I love Johnny Travolta, but like anything else, John Travolta? Feb 18. Guys, I was so wired last night. I was doing the Gundam style down the hallway. Gundam style. Whoop, 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 whoop. Anyway, then I had a good sleep. Then I crashed. They want to talk to you. Excuse my typos. Guys, let me talk to you. Oh, really? He is? No, not Johnny Trav. I am set for trivia. Oh, is that still an Aquarius? I thought that was a Pisces. I don't know anything. Come on, let me in. 93. Oh, give me it. I want a bird. I want a bird. Yes, flower. Yes, exactly. Ooh, let's see the thing. Ooh, juicy points. People going green. Aquarius. Hey, freedom. Flower. But it's true. I love it. Wait, but... am I top 3 Aquarian? No, I'm joking. Eb, isn't it crazy? I know I do this like once a week when you come in. I don't care. In July, stay with me. In July, you and me, 5 years, half a decade. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? Yeah. Isn't that nuts? Is that kind of fucked? Like, you've seen it all, babe. You've seen the seasons. That's a long time. Who is this? Wait, hold. Even older ones. Oh my god. Wait, who's... I wonder if you're... Let me see. Oh, no, PD. PD is... Whoa. My god. It's 7 years. No, 8 years with Pete. They lurk. I love them. 8 years. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Is that Chris? Oh, it's Freedom. Freedom!
Put your ass away, child!
Mike_O
Mike,
just
hello!
subscribed.
Axel, I think green was number 1. Hi, Bug. How are you? Mike, thank you for 6 months. That went quick. Mamma mia. How are you? Guys, I'm into my 9th year of streaming. I've streamed most of my 20s. What? All right, guys, lock in. No time to talk. Hurry. All right, do I have something? I'm going to pass out. Lock in. I hope no one kills me. I'm so sexy. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I need to do I want an anvil. Oh, okay, I'll just bring this in. Do I have light ammo? Okay, fuck it. Sell. Where's my health? Where's my health? Do birds sing Sapphic time? Do birds have a raider key? Can I bring a raider key? Oh no. Yep, alright guys, we're locking in. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. We're going duck hunting. Who's gonna find the first duck? I think it's gonna be pink. But where do I go? Where do I go? Where should I go on the map first? Where should I go first? Oh my god, I'm shitting my pants. Moo Moo Duck would be cute. Might see you there, deal. Where do I go first? Tilted Towers, you're right. I said orange. Oh my god, guys, we need this. Terracotta rooftops. What are they called? They're called terracotta rooftops. Oh wait, the roof type is terracotta. God, I'm distracted. Hey boy, hi. Oh my god, get me in, load. Everyone's gotten all the ducks. Run! As soon as I know where to go, I'm golden. It's duck hunting time. Oh my... Hello! I want a duck so bad. Just one. Just one duck.
Let's go to that location. Let's move to that location.
I'm moving. My god. If someone downs me, I might cry. Oh. To go the long way. Let me up. God damn it. I just want to find one duck. Is that a chimney? No, don't. I'm too sexy. Oh my god, let me in. How do we get up? I'm so desperate, it's crazy. I don't think I've ever been so desperate to load into a game. Okay, I'll go up here. Someone up there already? Okay. No duck. Get me in. Pink duck! Alright, pink won! I was right! Any pink believers? Whoa! I truly didn't think I was gonna find one. Wait, who voted pink? Oh my god, please. Don't do this, I found a duck. Okay. Hi, quiz. We'll do another one after this. Okay, none here. Okay. Search. Oh, they've already searched all this. Oh my god. We can do another Gamber after this. Oh, they've already searched all this. Oh my god. They make it scary.
Hello, Raider.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Be sure. Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Smoke weed every day.
How are you?
Yep. That's the Thursday energy I needed.
Yeah. Hello, buddy.
What the hell? We found Pink first.
I just usually know if somebody's blaring music like that. Typically,
Oh my god.
they're usually not friendly.
That is so funny. What the hell? It's an Easter egg hunt. I know, I love it. Pink is so sapphic. Yup. Someone shooting someone? Give mummy more. Queen Ducky! People are fighting. Pink Ducky! Oh my god. This is such a thrill. I think I put it back in my pants. I'll double check after this. Yeah, it's here. Pink! I wonder if people are actually dying. Should I leave? I should probably leave, hey.
Head home at the highway overpass hatch.
I reckon we go. Thoughts? Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold. There's a few chimneys. Have I been on this one before? No. Oh! Lance mixtape. Oh, flashy duck. Oh my god. We take it and run. We leave. We leave. Laters, losers. I'm out. Hi, Kyle. All right, how many people did pink? 2 people did pink. Wow. Kyle. Woo! We found 5 ducks. That's so cool. Oh my god. You get 200k each, I think? Oh, Lukey, you always gotta go with your first thought. Kyle doing all my commands, babe. Hello. I want my other ducks to be shown. Should I sell some of my other ducks to see if the other ones are shown? Do you want to do the same Gamba, guys? What's your thoughts? The green one's here. The green one is on the floor. All right, we'll do it again. But I have to go back in. So it'll be a quick gamba, guys. So if you want a gamba, you need to get in quick. I'm going to do a 2-minute gamba, okay? Because we don't have that much time on the queue. So 2-minute gamba, 2 minutes to gamba right now. Let me sell some trinkets. Let me check the trinkets that we don't need these for the trophy we're doing today. No. Okay, I can sell these. Look at my ducks! No, we do keep the ducks, but I had 25 of the normal rubber ducks. And I wanted to get rid of some of the normal rubber ducks to see if the other ones show up in my room. I have 15 of them. So, the exact same box, Freedom. Is that even possible? I don't know. But, more so if I open a container and there's 2 ducks in there. 2 different colored ducks. Which will be rare, I think. So, yeah. Okay. How exciting. Duckies! Alright, Celeste. Does she have anything I need?
Having a good day?
Yeah. Maybe I get 5 of those. Duckies! Does it tell you how long this is on for? 24 minutes. Oh god. We gotta load in. We gotta load in, get the ducks, and leave. Okay. We gotta get the duck in there. I know. Should I bring a wait, quick. Do I have a zipline? Do I have the thing for it? I don't have a rope. I shouldn't be playing with fire. I should just buy one. Oh, that's what I need.
Hey, what can I get you? Just restock some nice grenades.
Thank you so much. I'll bring that just in case, and I need my hatch key. My hatch key. Okay. My hatch key. Hi, Cammy. Whoa, whoa. Exactly. Exactly what I said. Gio, I swear, didn't you resub yesterday? Oh my god. Thank you. I'm going crazy. I think you...
K_Geokin just subscribe.
I think you shared a streak or something. I was gonna say, you're getting another message? Hell yeah, 2 for 1. How are you? Thank you for 5. I really appreciate that. I hope you're well. Thank you. You're too kind. I really bloody appreciate it. Alright, lock in. Okay. Lock in. Where am I? Oh, we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. Run. How do I get out of here? How do I get up? Get up. Someone shoots me, I'm gonna call the cops. Alright, here's the first duck. Potentially. As I was saying. No duck. Oh, the trinkets are nice. Yellow! What? Oh. What? Oh my god. You can't just. Oh, Nat. Ah, shit. You're right. You're right. I'm a huge fuckhead. Oh, I'm a huge fuckhead. I want to see on the roof, but I've fucked it a little bit. Yellow. Yellow? I'll forgive you this time, please. I'm a good guy. I'm a big duckhead. What is that? Hello. Top of the morning to ya. Yeah, I know. He's being a fuckhead. Yes, I can, sir. Oh! Awkward. Play it cool.
What's up? What's up? All good.
Hello?
Can I come upstairs and make you guys some propositions?
Yes.
What are these propositions?
I loaded in as a trader. I'm here to make some trades.
Alright, let's trade. What do you want to trade for?
Oh.
I got a bunch of I brought in a bunch of extra blueprints I have.
What do you want for
What
it?
kind of blueprints?
Are y'all both upstairs?
Yep.
Where's the guy?
We're on the roof.
On the roof.
Come up on the roof,
Yeah.
sir. There you go. There he is.
Oh, there's another. There's two more people. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't.
over here?
He might want in on the trade. I got some
Damn.
trades
There's
going.
so many people.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright.
What's up?
I have 3 weapons. I have the Philion, the Bettina, and the Osprey. Does anybody need or want those? No? Okay.
Boys.
The grenades would be Trailblazer, Trigger Nade, and Deadline Blueprint.
I will take a deadline blueprint for all the ducks you got in my inventory right now.
You ducks? What kind of ducks?
What kind of ducks you got? Oh. Oh, the squeaks. Oh, so good.
Appreciate it.
Racer!
so they didn't
I'm
work.
not spending any time on it. How are you? I miss you. I don't know. I didn't think I'd be on
Yeah,
NA still.
Hell yeah.
Is it just the one duck? Or did one fall?
Yes.
I got one. Did they fall off the roof?
I don't know.
Probably.
What are you looking for?
Did somebody scoop them? I don't have one.
Where the fuck did he go?
I
Oh.
also have a lightweight stock blueprint, angle grip 3 blueprint, shotgun choke 2, shotgun silencer, silencer 1, silencer 2,
No.
complex gun parts, heavy gun parts, and
No.
light gun parts.
Wow.
None of them? Okie dokie.
I like how you give someone 1 second and then go, none of them? Alright. It makes me laugh. But no, thank you for your offer though. Good times.
I thank you. I honestly, I don't know where those other ducks went.
Someone probably took it.
Woo! Sorry. Sorry. Pick the same hair. Yep. As you should. Sorry, guys. Calm Carla, they call me in the streets. My bad, guys. No, it's okay, Nat. Unless that hurt you, because my mic. People come in all the time and they're like, "Oh, your mic's quiet." I'm like, "There's a reason for that. That's the reason." Come on, give me some more ducks. I'm fiending for it. Thank you for the sub. I'll take a necklace.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child. Ren, thank you.
Psy_N just subscribed. Hi Carla. It's been a bit but I'm vibing on Arcanite 3.
Oh, we're vibing. Yeah, I'm so sorry. But like, it's only because I don't trust myself, so I'm just doing it for you. I'm doing it for the plot, you know? Thank you so much for the resubs. Oh, bloody appreciate it. Yeah, the friend request. Sorry, I was mumbling. Very frustrating. Carl, we needed you. I'm sorry you had a bad day. We'll have some giggles, some hee-hees and some ha-has, preferably. My goat. What if I don't want to put my ass away? Keep it out, personally. Please. Please. Go away. Hello.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes. Oop. My goat. Hee-hees and ha-has. I'm sad, personally, because I have to be. I'm the streamer. But I'm sad. No, I'm joking. No, I'm sad. Ew, Racer. Wait, is it the type of appointment when they do the spray, like the in your eye? Because I always flinch. And ho-hos. Okay, I think we got everything we need. We could just try and find trinkets now. Because everyone's like, including myself, are so obsessed with the ducks that they're probably not looting properly. So maybe we just look at some trinkets before we go. Unless some... Ooh, there's a trinket. Unless someone had the same idea. Then we're screwed. Wait, I'm a trinket? Thanks. Wait, that's so sweet. Yeah, I gotta do expedition. Although I'm doing okay, slowly. But I gotta do better. Okay, they've gone through this. Like a glove. Oh, true. Yes, 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 yes. I actually really like the expedition. I like that you get a bigger stash. If you see me go past something, feel free to go, Carly, you dickhead. You didn't see that? You're a trinket. I put you in my specialist box. Oh, guys, what the hell? You have a way with words. You know that? Have I been through here? I think so. I can't believe yellow won. Olives. Oh, I gotta leave. Gaia digging. I have to leave to get another bird thing. I'm just obsessed with this. I can't believe I have to wait for it to come up again. Hello. Sure thing, chicken wing. Run!
Did you get any birds?
I got a couple. Are you looking for a certain bird?
No, I just arrived late to this raid.
Fair. Did you get anything?
Nah, just fine.
Do you want some trinkets?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Why am I on American servers? Hi, Danny.
Looks like a bullet.
On the ground, for sure. That's crazy. Would you like a bullet? I'm gonna use that. Would you like a bullet? Ominous, guys. Ominous. Danny, how are you? Is this man gonna kill me? I'm sure you do. Look at me. Look how beautiful I am.
Okay, buddy.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down. Put the gun down and kiss me. Oh. That's the last thing you would have heard. Oh, that's crazy. Why am I on Americans? Oh, that tickled me right. That did. Oh. Kiss me. Put your gun down and kiss me. Want a bullet? I know. What the hell? Where? Server. Okay, let's go to OCE, babe. Let me get some Aussies, although they'll probably kill me more, to be honest. They're angrier. Oops. Want a bullet? Zucchini? Yeah, it's called, Ferlini over here. Lukey, fuck. Shut your mouth. Kiss me. We found yellow Gamba result. Yeah. I'll see if I can get in and out as quick as I can. Zucchini's a weird name. Yeah, who the fuck is a zucchini? I mean, who made it? Who made the name zucchini? Me. Nah, why did you name it zucchini? Oh, it's so late. Okay, we'll just do trinkets then. We'll just do trinkets since this is so late. Oh, that's right. Yeah, eggplant. I guess I could just find some trinkets and leave and go into another one. Anything in here? Someone just died? Sometimes I'll put you in a late start. It's very annoying. Not all the time. In this case, they definitely did. It wouldn't really matter that much on a normal round, because fuck it, you can still get some stuff, but for this round, I'm sure all the birds have been taken. Why is any word a word, you know? Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I guess the eggplant one's fun. I'll give them that. I think toasty's better than grilled cheese. I say this every day. Some people will agree with me, some people will not, and I respect it. It's the same thing for us though, like Mikey. That's the thing. People always say that, like, it's not the same, but like, it's the same for me, you know? Like, you probably make yours differently over there, but it's just the same for us. Like, in cafes, like, they'll be different, obviously. Like, we use different machines for them and stuff, but like, oh my god, they're doing a trick shot. What the fuck? Don't get me wrong. I think I like the name better, I think. Yeah, potato gems. You know what I like better? Fairy floss for cotton candy. That's cute. And a slippery dip for a slide. A slippery dip. I'm getting nothing. Love me a slippery dip, and I'm not talking about the slide. Also, Eb, sorry. Pop off, doll. There's nothing here. What the jolly fuck is this? I don't even grilled cheese. The name is just wrong. Yeah. Like, some people like, I've definitely pan fried my grilled cheese. Like, 110%. Like, I get it. You're grilling. However,
Go to that location.
it's just not like super practical if you don't have time. And then like there's different types of grill presses as well. It all does the same thing really. You just get crispier sides, like crust with certain ones, like certain bread. Hi Abs. Are you talking to me? Hello? Popty ping? No way. Oh, I guess not. Stinky, I guess grilling's on a barbecue. If I were to make a grilled cheese on a frying pan, I would just say I'm making grilled cheese on not grilled cheese, a toasty on a frying pan, you know? Yeah, that's why like grilled cheese for me, I'm like, it doesn't sit right with me because one, I didn't grow up with that, and two, it's a toasty, you know? What?
Oh, hello, there's another person.
Hello. I'm guessing everyone got the rubber ducks. I joined late.
I have no idea. I just thought I'd join this event to see what it does.
Oh, it's fun. You haven't played at all?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. It's just more trinkets and rubber ducks on chimneys. But if you join late, people probably have already taken everything.
Well, there was a guy that got shot at me. Hey, you fucking...
Oh! Where are they?
Come on, can you just peek again, please?
Where is he?
You don't sound friendly.
I am friendly.
He got shot at. He's defending himself. We're minding our own business.
You said come on, peek again.
Yeah, because he shot at us.
Fuck around and find out.
You have to defend yourself. We're playing Bird City.
I got shot. Who shot me?
Not us. We're on your team. We're on your team, Frosty. Shut it. We're on the same team. We're trying to find who shot us.
Yeah, the guy that shot you just took a shot at me.
We are on the same team because people are trying to shoot us, and we're trying to shoot them back.
Listen, okay, let's make a deal. I got shot at. Now I'm scared.
So fair. So fair. We didn't do it. We were minding our business, talking about rubber ducks, and someone shot us.
And he's not particularly a good shot either, because I wasn't moving and he missed.
Ooh, get him.
Ah, he's in the first floor of that building. Well, he's... Oh my god, how many rubber ducks on this map is?
No one. Check these.
Hello?
Frosty, it's safe to come out, King. It's okay. I'm looting.
Yeah, you're fine where you are, because what's it called? He's on the other side.
Oh, fuck. They cracked me up. This game. We're on the same team! What do you mean we're on the same team? Oh my god, T. Why'd you do it?
Okay, well then we're looking for the same guy, you'll find him.
Oh my god. The guy's having a bad time, I know.
Ay, ay, ay. This cat and mouse game's really boring. Can you just please shoot at me?
Yeah! If you gotta do it, just do it, pussy! Finish what you started! Oh, there he is. Perfect.
God, fuck happened to him?
We're back in Australia!
Oh! I would not come this way, I would not come this way!
Ah! Sorry! Oh my god, what happened? I have heals. I have heals, I'm so sorry. Come up. Ah! Where are you? Oh god. Oh, thank god.
Oh yeah, that thing came out of nowhere.
Oh, golly gosh.
So I can take it out.
Oh no.
Just need to hang with the bastard.
Oh. I have a feeling we're gonna get some interesting games. I know, that was crazy. I don't think we should do this fight. I think I should leave.
Let's go to that metro.
Oh. We got one thing off it. Can't see.
Orbiter is en route. Safe windows are closing.
Yippee!
10 minutes to get out of here. I repeat,
Yeah, yeah,
10
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, he's dead.
Ta-ta!
I really don't know where this other gentleman went. I think he's just ran.
I think he left.
Although someone just got
Uh-oh. God damn it. Yeah, the bloody X, Noah. He kept moving a lot anyway, so I didn't bother pressing it, but I honestly should do that more in fights. They'll probably help me win a fight. If I just, you know. If I did that more, I'd probably win most of my fights. Okay, I guess I'll just go. You're not having a good time. Who's falling? That's so funny. What a nice guy. He was chill. He was nice and chill. Hey. Hello. I'll cover you. I'll cover your 6. Wow, we made a friend. Me when I lurk in chat. Interesting. Okay, that was a random ass round. Who shot at us? I don't know. Fierce solo versus trio option has messed up my matchmaking. Oh, really? Oh, shit. We're making money. Oh, Chris is ready, I think. Yippee! Yay! Look at my duckies! Oh, I love them so much. That was worth it. Hello.
What up, dude?
I got ducks.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
How did the servers feel?
It was good. It was good. We had someone tried to kill me in this rando last game. But like you really have to get there quick. Like, I spawned in late. I was like, okay, there's no point checking the roofs because everyone has everything. Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. It's fun. I just don't know why they don't do it like every 2 hours maybe. Like I don't know why every 5. That's a bit like crazy to me.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have a loadout made. Do you want to go do like funny shit where we jump and die in front of people, or you want to do like grinding, or what's your
Ooh, do you want to do trophy, or do you want to do a couple of frees and just try to loot first, and then do our trophies? Thoughts?
Yeah, let's do a quick Stella Montis free.
Okay.
We get warmed up a little bit.
Oh.
And then we can start grinding. Start grinding out some trophy shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to jump up from I want to do this thing where I jump from a really high building and land in front of someone like without them expecting it and just see their reactions.
Okay, we can do that.
Stella has the new augment. Is it just hidden somewhere?
Oh. Oh.
Dude, yeah, so apparently there's a new augment that lets you put anything in your safe pocket.
What?
So you can finally put a gun.
Nah.
Where the sun don't shine.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. You're joking. You're having a laugh.
No, I've never laughed in my life.
Fuck. Hold. Wait.
Oh.
Free loadout in stash. Here's my weekly loadout. Let's run some Ark for Boys Night 2. Would you actually play Ark with me? I would love an online boys night. It's 3, by the way. We're on our 3rd. I would love to actually have a boys night with you.
Though.
You just tell me when. Unless you're lying to me, then that's fair.
Wait, do a free loadout.
Daniel. I'm trying. I gotta my space. There's not enough space. I gotta delete some stuff.
This guy.
I know. Detach mods. Sell.
Me in 2020.
That's crazy.
What's up, Scrunchy?
Tim, we actually should have a digital boys' night. It's been way too long. You know? Yeah, no, Cammy, real.
Your lobbies are trash.
What game are you playing at the moment, Tim? I'll play whatever. I said what I said.
Oh, really?
Fine. Fine. That's fair.
And you didn't have solo versus squads on? That's odd.
Fortnite? Let's play some Fortnite. I'm down. Let's do some duos. We got the green duck, but not the first one.
Oh, yeah.
We got pink and yellow for the Gamba. I can be a Fortnite demon.
18 minutes in. You know what that means.
Oh, perfect. Hi, Will. Well, let's clean up. I was watching our I was trying to explain a moment that happened with our free loadouts, and so I was watching it back. We were absolutely in a mood that day.
Which one?
Oh, I know. The Goo Goo Gaga and...
Oh.
Yeah, that day.
Of course. I'm trying to like figure out the sound.
Ooh. 2 of those. 2 of them. Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that. Yep, good. Yep. That's my friend.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened? What happened? What happened?
Okay, why'd you go to like Kyle Mooney? Can we play? No. What happened?
What happened? Why are there so many... I was gonna say sketches. What are they called? Oh!
Was that a person or a thing?
I don't know
That thing
anymore.
fucking sniped you.
How do I know where to go? What a creep.
Yeah, he like...
Oh, someone was a rat and killed me while the thing was killing me. Get him. Came out of nowhere. Oh, get him. Oh, imagine. Yeah, wait. Yeah, get him. Oh, imagine if he got too. That'd have been cinema. That's why we do free loadouts. Let's go.
This is working out for us.
Well, to be fair, it was just the robot, and then that guy came around and was like, "Oh, yes."
That was cool. That was awesome.
Who was that?
Wait,
Jorbus.
honestly, and Young Link. Well, you know what's actually good? The fact that we died to them means we're gonna get like a more of a baby gap kind of lobby.
All right, I'm down. Hand it over.
All right, let me see what I want to get first for the. Let's just try locking in on the trophy case. Fuck
Okay, I knew it. All right.
Bro said I knew it.
I still want to do some trials at
pop
some
triggers,
point too.
rusted bolts, and tick pods.
Well, we could do
can get all
Stella.
those on any map.
Yeah, I guess. If we just get
Stella
all those
is-
ticks.
Stella is just so risky though.
But it has
To
pop
get out on
and
Stella is
ticks.
tough.
Yeah, but what? Let's bring a green thingy that has a safe pocket.
Yeah.
You know.
I could bring shotgun and anvil and just really pop the fuck off.
One. Let's do that.
What?
Let's make a loadout that's not too crazy, but it'll, you know.
Oh.
Oh, crazy. Let's go a little bit crazy.
Luminary, that's literally what I just said. I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
I'm literally doing it right now, dude.
What are you doing?
We're trophy case hunting.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
XLX. Let's do that.
Shotgun
let's do that.
Venator? Nah, we couldn't.
Really? Should I bring a shotgun too? Should I be a naughty little bitch?
Hey, don't talk about my friend like that.
Thanks. Okay, let's go.
She goes, we're friends? Why Lance
Oh.
kinda?
Lance.
What do you mean, why, what do you mean, why Lance kinda?
Lance. All right, so we're going to. We need tick pods. We need.
We can get those on damn battlegrounds. What Saint said as well. Let me get a defab.
Defibrillator.
Lance is kinda, you know. Shell, what do you mean? Defibrillator. Bro, I took an instant Addy and I'm feeling like a weird dude.
Are you a weird little fuck?
Yeah.
Have you eaten? Should I reheat my pasta now
Yeah,
or
have
later?
you not seen what I'm wearing?
Oh, guys, he ate.
No, yeah, I ate food.
You little creep.
You just call me a creep?
No? Little freak.
Blow his ass. Do anyone else want to play? I'm down. I got 2 spots.
No.
Random dude you asked before.
That's
Let's
crazy.
run it.
That's crazy. Random dude is crazy.
Random guy who will probably say something crazy in 1 second. Let's do this thing.
Chris, just admit you love playing Rust with me, and I was just reading chat, and you took it
Rust!
personally. Fuck.
Rust and Rust, L.
Should I heat up my pasta?
No.
Oh.
Bro, I just got on. I don't want to wait around for shit.
All right. Well, it's only gonna take me 2 minutes next round, and I need to pee.
Okay, wait. Huh? You have to pee and then you have to also eat pasta?
No,
bro?
I'll
Like,
put
what are
the
we doing?
pasta in 2 minutes in the microwave. While that's happening, I'm draining the main vein. I'm killing.
Okay, so I'll do a solo.
No, not now. I'm saying after next round.
Oh, you're already pre-planning your piss?
Can you not say that like that?
That's what's happening.
I'm
here.
pre-planning putting my pasta in the microwave.
Bluegate or what?
You pick because as long as it has our
Let's
shit,
do
I don't
Bluegate,
mind.
Night Raid. There's pops and ticks all in there.
Okay.
Can you get my doodly duck? Not yet. Unless we can work out a trade.
Are you excited for the ducks later?
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah,
I love how much of a planner Carl is. It makes me feel safe.
Aw, yippee!
Aw, that's good for you.
Guys, we're silly
Women
today. Do you
pre-prep
feel
everything.
it?
Yeah.
I usually procrastinate a piss too. That's why I was like, Chris, I'm going to. That way we can lock in. And if I have pasta,
Give me a light bulb. I don't want a light bulb.
if I have pasta, it'll be an extreme lock in, you know.
Michelle, I can get you one. Let me get at least 2 doodly ducks and I'll give you one. Pasta.
Do you feel it? I want to do the duck thing with you later.
No, I want to do it too. I'm sad that it's at 2 a.m., but I'll be around.
It's 1. It's 1.
Oh, it's at 1?
It's at 5 my time, so it's in 4 hours and 45 minutes.
You're 17 minutes. What's the fucking point?
Well, no one's looking for what we're looking for.
I know, but it's just like I came in with a full loadout. What's the joke?
I get it. I'm on your team.
And there's a rocketeer on my fucking tunt, dude.
All right, so let's go this way.
I'm going this way. I just want to leave at this point.
Let's go village.
Let's go to the village. Have your eyes adjusted to the dark,
No,
Raider?
there's a rocketeer on our cake.
Where do we go? Ooh,
Oh.
mushrooms.
You're gonna die to a rocketeer. I'm
Where?
going this way.
Oh, okay.
Literally up in the air.
How's he know I'm here? I just
No-
spawned.
And there's a fucking leaper, bro. That's a bastion. What the fuck is happening?
All right, where's the? Let's go here.
If I die right away, I'm actually sad.
No. Just
I
head.
can't do whatever you're saying. I can't do whatever you're saying.
What? Just veer right. I'm nearly there.
I can't. I have 18 different guys.
Are
on
you
me right
hiding?
now.
Are
This
you in a
blows.
hidey hole?
I want to, but
I'm on my way, sir. Ooh, what's this?
oh my god, I can't see a goddamn thing.
Real.
I don't like when I get put into lobbies that have elapsed 12 minutes already.
Yeah, that's not good. I definitely understand.
6 hours and 40 minutes till the next Bird City. Carlos saying it's only 4 and some change.
It's 5 p.m. my time, apparently.
6 hours and 40 minutes. That sounds crazy. There's no way.
I can double check. I was told 5 p.m. my time.
I always heard it's 2 a.m.
Oh. I'll double check there, sir.
What is this fucking thing? Bird
have a
City,
look.
bitch.
Bird City, bitch.
You just noticed the title? Is it good?
Oh, what's your title?
I don't recall.
Right.
3 a.m.? Oh, hell nah.
What?
What?
That was so crazy.
Yeah, that courier just gave me some good stuff. Let's just leave and go back again. This
Okay.
sucks.
Yippee! Oh, daylight savings. Oh, it is 6 hours and 40 minutes away. I feel like pure shit.
Ew.
So tell me this, Embark. Love your game, by the way. Sponsor me.
Yes.
Why is it like, oh, we have a new thing? Every 7 hours you can enjoy it. Let's bump those numbers up.
We have a new thing, but if you have a job, fuck you.
Like 7 hours in between? Come on, you're better than that. You have contacts,
I'll
call
be
them up.
snug as a bug in a rug at 3. Yeah, dude, I'll be doing stuff. I'm busy and booked. And
Like, I get
as
there's
a
a
busy
lot
beaver.
of trinkets and a lot of ducks. I get it. But do every 3, every 4. You know?
Yeah, maybe even every 3.5. Who cares? Every tree fitting.
Exactly. Like, what's the joke?
So I feel like Cold Snap was every other second. It's like, all right, we get it.
Like, I know it's because we're getting increased money and trinkets and, like, ducks, and I get it. But, like, it's not that crazy.
What can I say?
It's not Bobcat City, you know? It's just Bird City.
Whee! Returning to Speranza.
Speranza. Yeah, there's 3 harvests a day. What the hell? I wonder what their thought is with that. Guys, get Embark on the phone.
I'm about to embark on a phone call.
But no, seriously, what's the joke?
Well, yeah, Rage, for sure. I guess the thing is, like, if you're going to have it as, like, your talking point for, like, a big update,
Yeah.
it should be more consistent, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, it should show up more.
Like, okay, 7 hours? No. 4? All right. Like, 4 hours is still a long way in between.
It's like the Drake meme.
Well, you're not getting... Like, I did 3 runs, and I think I got 40k, 47-ish k per run. That's nothing crazy,
Yeah.
you know?
And I'm
And
sure a lot
you'll
of people don't even
die.
give a fuck about it,
Yeah,
too.
and
I'm
you'll-
sure some people just don't even care.
And on top of that, you'll either get ratted on, or you'll join late and miss out on the ducks anyway. Like, it's not, like, a guaranteed thing. No freedom,
That's
we
right.
can. You can still get sponsored if you critique the game in a healthy way.
100%.
I've talked about
They would
everything.
rather have
They
those
would-
people
yeah, exactly.
than people
They-
who will suck up and be like,
Yeah, like, we're not
Chum.
saying we hate this game. I love this game with my whole heart. But as a fan
And
us, that might not get me it, but whatever. But
My
the
bad.
whole point is, like, we're trying to make the game better. So,
Yeah.
you know,
what was the noise glitch with crafting?
loosen those numbers, Embark. Let
Nothing
us,
improved?
let
Yeah.
us help you.
I think some of the people who love games the most are the most critical of them because they want them to succeed and do well. Like,
Yeah.
when I was playing Fortnite like a lot, I was very critical of it. I'd be like, dude, come on, like they need to do this, and this, because I
Yeah.
love the game and I want it to do well.
Yeah.
So like, just you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Like, even
but
when
like
I'm-
you also don't want to be a hater constantly either. You don't want to be like I think this mode, a lot of the big streamers actually didn't care for it. I thought it was cool because it was different.
Yeah. That's what I like about the game is there's different ways to play it and different like
Yeah.
timed stuff is really cool how they do that. If they tweak this a little bit, perfect. You know?
Mhm.
Also, I try when I'm sponsored as well to, like, you know, hype the game up, but like in ways that I actually agree with. So if I like the music, I'm gonna talk about the music because I'm sponsored.
Let's put on the Shaq Clunt outfit right now, real quick.
Yes.
This one right here.
I try to
Guys,
be
if you're trying to
positive,
get
but not
into
too much,
our
you know?
lobs,
Well, where it's
our customs would be crazy.
fair.
The thing with our customs, they won't ever bring it in 100% because the whole idea is you're going in and looting and getting experience. People could just take advantage of that and like bring in a ton of really good loot. I mean, you could do a techling anyway, but they would have to make it. They would have to nerf it or nullify it in some way to make it make sense.
Wheezy true.
Rage for sure. But sometimes
we
the
do need
biggest
topside
streamers,
techno.
will make critiques that don't make any sense, or
Yeah.
like just complain to complain, and that also is frustrating
Or they'll like their criticism is actually just rude.
for them, or it's just criticism that only affects them.
Yeah, yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
game's gonna die if you don't fix Stream Snipers. Like, well, yeah, Stream Sniping sucks, but also 99.9% of the player base isn't affected by it. So why would they put all their eggs in that basket?
Yeah, true. True.
I don't know. There's ways to figure it out.
Real.
Okay, so
Where should we
we need
go?
to get we need to get surveyors, ticks, and pops. So let's go into the. Oh, you put that outfit on?
Oh.
Bro. I said put on the Shaq Clun outfit as like a to hype us up, and bro put on the fucking
This
bowl
was the
cut
outfit.
boys.
What's this one?
Oh, this is the one that we all wear when we do snipes and stuff.
Oh, my bad, guys.
Oh, you were like that's like wearing like the worst thing to a party.
That's so bad. I didn't get the memo. Oh, that's so bad.
Bro, nah. The fuck ass bowl cut. And if anyone has the crispy gameplay bowl cut, email, let me know. No, that's actually
crazy.
that's mad funny.
My bad.
You look good, dude. You look awesome.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, I got an idea where we can go.
What's up?
Ooh.
Okay.
I want my pasta.
Bro's hungry.
Yes.
Well, if you don't have that outfit, Hydra, then you should. Oh wait, you let's go down here. Oh. Go down, go down, go down. Oh!
Oh, you fucking fuck. That was way too close. I don't know why.
What did they say? Oh, you fucking fuck. Bro went Scottish with that.
I don't know why that happened.
Weapons case down here.
Happy for you. Oh, someone's near.
No, it was already opened. There's people near you.
Yeah, I heard.
I heard a man. Oh, my leg.
You scared me.
Sorry.
I
need to waste some goddamn herbal bandage.
Herbal bandage.
I misjudged that jump, and that's okay.
Judge that jump.
Should we make friends or foes, do you think, right now?
We gotta suss the vibes because sometimes we want to make friends and then they just start shooting. So it's like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you got it. No worries. Can't do anything down here, man.
Oh, I hurt my brain from laughing.
Don't hurt your brain, man.
Sorry.
And get that checked out, Loki.
I think I have a little bit of a headache. That's funny.
Check your mold, also.
Thank you.
Don't say thank you when I say check your mold.
Oh, I found rusted tools.
Rusted tools.
I found some rusted tools there, champ.
Okay, what was that guy's name? Pickle Man?
Have you
Salfinger.
had your Hina Health Plus today? More rusted tools. We're getting rusty over here, guys.
What's up, Meg? Meg, 4K.
I do want to get a skin check done, though, for real.
Like in Fortnite?
Yeah.
Or like, bro, skin checks are smart and like necessary for like finding out stuff, but it's also like very revealing. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
let's see it all. I'm like, hey man, I don't know about all that. I don't really want to see all that.
No, exactly. Especially because I'm in Oz. I will have to get some titty out.
Oh,
but
is it
that's
different down
okay.
there?
No, because of our son.
Oh, I didn't know you had one.
Yeah, we have a couple. But, I'm gonna have to
Wait,
get
your
my...
son's different over there?
Yeah, definitely.
Just the idea of like standing there and being like, yep, this is what I got. Now look for stuff, I guess.
Hey,
And
check out my
that's it.
tits. Thoughts on those? Yeah, you have some really nice tits. I mean, that mole, we need to actually figure that out. Next!
Next! Cool. Thanks.
I have this
Hey, check
one...
out that check out my back hair. Is that awesome? It's like a patch right there. Isn't that cool? Look at my stupid ass. What are your thoughts on this?
Do you have heaps of back hair?
Not really, but I have like a patch. It's
Oh,
kinda
a soul
dumb.
patch? Nice.
No.
Okay. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, Liz, nice.
mole? Zip.
What are your thoughts on my mole right here? What you think about this skin tag? Thoughts?
What would you do? And I'm being honest, so don't go, Carla, but this is just honest.
I'm not answering it. I'm already not answering it.
All right, well, Shaq.
Because if you had to preface it with that, I know it's gonna be a diabolical.
Well, what do you think I'm gonna say before I say it?
I don't know, but it's gonna be stupid.
All right, guys.
No,
what would
don't
you
ask
do?
them either.
No.
It's too early.
No, it's not.
It's too early.
They love this.
Yes, it is.
Guys, what would
they
you
don't.
do? Guys, what would you do, right? If you were getting a skin check, okay? All right. But you knew you had a mole or like a skin thing on a flap. Do you have to get the flap out?
I'm muting you.
Don't you mute me.
It's too early for whatever you're saying.
I can say flap.
No one wants to hear flap.
Everyone does. Guys, ones in chat. Please just do ones. So
I feel like I feel like you're most likely bringing it out because it's dangerous territory.
Oh, okay.
Like why would you go to get a skin check and leave that one unchecked?
Well, like, what if they're like, do you have any moles anywhere else? You gotta take your pants off, and you're like, yeah, actually, doc, check this out. Chaperone is playing on the radio. They've got gloves on. What if we have matching moles? Exactly.
Now you're don't say matching moles.
We could have a matching mole. We could have a freckle on the same place. We should check in Japan.
I have a lot of moles on my face.
Guacamole, guacamole.
Don't say that when I tell you that about my moles on my face.
Sorry, my bad. Read the room wrong.
That's good. Where are you?
Thank you so much for saying that. Hey Carla, popping by from Chris's to let you know my flap is popping for sure. See? Thank you so much, Shaq.
Oh, guys, come back.
Oh wait, there's a tick. Where is this idiot? Come here. Amazing, that took me way too long. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much.
Berletta. Okay.
Who did you let her?
What?
Nothing.
Of course.
No, stay here. Did you find anything you
No, guys,
needed?
come back.
Come back. Matching flat moles is so sapphic coded. I agree.
Sapphic.
Isn't that a nice word? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it reminds me of sapphire.
Aw.
Don't say flapgate. Whoa.
What'd you find?
I just got some stuff. I
What
got
did you
two pink
get?
sounds. Two pink sounds
Two
in
pink
a row.
sounds? Can you do the sounds?
It was like.
Wow, I would love to hear a pink sound.
Yeah, well, you're not looting the right places. That's okay. What? Hey, can I say something
Okay.
about Ark?
Yep.
Playing Ark with you is like playing Fortnite with me. You're never near me. You're off in your own little world, which is fine. But then when one of us gets into a fight, it's just GG's no matter what.
To be fair, Chris. To be fair, I feel like it's not every game. Like
I would say it's 75%. It's when you have like a map where it's open and really like big and vast, you're gone. You're gone. If it's Stella, we're stuck together. But if it's like Bluegate, you're just never near me. You're on your own little Loot Goblin adventures, and that's fine. Because like I can't even get to you if I tried right now. I have no fucking clue where you are, bro.
We are not
And there's
that
shots
far.
everywhere. And I'm nervous.
I'm on my
Man,
way.
where are you?
I'm on my way. Mikey. Now I feel like mac and cheese.
I'm looking for you.
I'm also looking for you. I'm on my way.
She's gone. She's got away.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going through a vent.
Charlie! We're pussy
I think I'm close to
tossing!
this. Let's leave.
Pussy tossing. I'm going
that
down
you?
in the club and I'm pussy tossing.
Oh my
Pussy
god.
tossing.
There she is,
Pussy
looting
tossing.
something still. Still looting somehow.
Poor Parker has gifted 5
Wait,
subs.
we
I forgot
can't
you're
eat
the
Chris's
I haven't seen
slander.
you since we made fun of the skin
If
thing.
we give
That's the first time I've seen you since.
Sorry, don't say that.
It's been almost 9 minutes.
Let's go.
Bro shushed me.
Yeah, you shush me all the time. It's really funny.
I should what?
You shush me all the time. It's very funny.
I've never shushed you.
You shush me all the time. You're a shush kebab.
Guys, have I ever shushed? Yeah, I have. How do we leave?
I pinged it.
Oh, right, straight ahead. Okay.
Thank you, Charlie. That's really kind. I
careful.
needed that. Thank you. We needed the pussy toss. We have boys near us, We should kill them.
Okay.
Joke.
What? No, I have so much shit on me.
I agree.
I wanna get the
How are you,
fuck outta here, to be
Charlie?
honest.
Thank you. Shush kebab. Is that Peter Pan? Exactly.
Great. Now my chat's just saying flap mole.
Oh, there's someone south.
Oh, there's dudes right here.
Yeah.
In front of us to our southwest. Just FYI.
Ring the bell.
You ring it. I'm gonna go up here and get an angle on them, just in case they're weirdos.
Yeah, they're weirdos.
Are they weird?
Yeah.
Okay. There's two.
I hit one really hard. Just run to the thing if you can. Nice.
Fucking idiot. Got one of them.
Where's the other one? Other one's by the rock, I think, still. Yeah, see him.
Where is he?
Hit him.
Come here, little rat. Come here, little rat. That's what I thought, bitch. Run. Carla, run. Oh, Carla. We gotta move. It's second team.
Woo!
Call it.
Ladies, pussies! Woo!
Land you fucking losers! Let's go!
Oh my god.
Oh my, that one guy's name was Gooch Liquor.
Oh, I wanted that name. It was taken.
Bro.
Nice.
Wait, so were those like two new guys who came in?
Yes, it was another team.
Because I was talking shit to one guy, and then the other guy shot me, and then the guy who was knocked was talking shit at me, and we made
Yeah.
it out alive. That's awesome.
Yeah. We won. We won.
You deserve a piss and some pasta for that one.
Thank you.
Of course. Yo, Carl Shack, come over here while she's gone.
Hey, wait, Shaq, come over here and just say like flap or something.
Guys, come back. Come over. Yo, Sneezy Anus, what up, dude? How you doing? Good to see you.
Let your freak flag fly in the arena, guys. I'm 30
You're
in like
bouncing
12
shots?
days.
No worries. No worries. Come on.
I gotta
over
put
here,
me
guys.
pasta in the microwave. Oh my god,
All right,
hi
you go do
Shaq.
that.
Thank you for saying flap. Woo!
Bro! No, chat, get out of there! Oh, great.
She's got a flap. She's got a flap. Thank you guys. That actually healed all my ailments. I needed that. Thank you for coming in saying flap. I hope you're enjoying your time.
All right, guys, come back. Come on, seriously.
Stay
let's get
here
this stacked.
for a second.
Guys,
I
come
wanna
back.
show you
No
something.
worries. I'm gonna mute you.
Chris, get out.
What?
Chris.
That's my favorite bit. Chat, just going into someone's stream and just doing this. Hold on, let me show you.
Oh my god. The Shaq coming over started a phantom hype train. Twitch, we just that flap train. Guys, we needed this flap train so bad.
Put your ass away,
All right,
child.
go.
I gotta get my pasta. I'll get my pasta.
Kota13_ just subscribed. Flap.
Flap. Thank you, Coda. I appreciate that. Thank you for 3 months.
I can't believe we made it out. Those guys are extra pissed because we knocked them.
Oh my god. And Sam, thank you for the streak.
Wow.
Okay, I'll put my pasta in. Thank you, guys.
Upgrade.
Flap train.
That was huge. Will you give me a sub to Carla? No. I'm sure if someone will go crazy over there and you'll get like one randomly. What am I looking for? No, Kaylin, that's fair. You're good. Yeah, the guy was like, "Come on, push them. They're leaving. Come on, get them, guys."
Hi, Tatas.
What up, Fox?
Alyssa
What up, Emily? Coming over to say flap.
just resubbed for 15 months.
Great.
Flap, 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 flap.
I can't believe we made it out alive. That's so sick. 403, Anvil. Talking shit mid-fight is one of my favorite things to do because it really riles people up.
You naughty boy.
And it's very risky because if you get killed
Anonymous
or
has
shot
gifted a sub
and
to
die
Tori
during it,
Santiago.
it's like extra awkward. Hold on, what are we doing? Projects, rusted bolts, pop, triggers,
Flap.
tick pods, commit. And I need one more surveyor bell, okay. Dude, it's so humbling when you lose the fight. The call out near the end was wild work. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You naughty boy.
Blaine, yeah, bro. Yes,
Wolf
dude.
Like Who has gifted us up to
That's
Dirty
why the
Filth
expedition
is
makes
stinky.
sense. It's called high tech, I think, Hydro. And so if I do another one, my stash will be even more. Oh yeah, Trios is very sweaty. Lance's mixtape. Shit. What's on that? You work on the next one, let's go. I have so many cat beds. I might just sell the cat beds since they're not actually
Noah, what the hell? Wait, what's happened since I've been gone? It's in the microwave. I'm so
showing
excited.
up.
Alyssa, thank you for 15
At all.
months.
Like I have so many, I
Anonymous
feel
for
like
gifting a
like,
sub,
should I just
Noah
sell
for
them
the
and make some
flat
money and make some
biddies,
room?
And Wilt for gifting
Like I wanted to
some
collect them and so they would
Stinky.
show
Oh
up,
my
but
God.
they're not
Guys,
like
I'm so
doing
hungry.
anything.
I'm
so
so
I feel
excited
like
to get that pasta.
that's what you did. Yeah, I feel like that's unfortunate.
I wasn't asking. I was.
They don't
creating on
show.
Chris's
They don't
chat.
show
Oh,
more.
no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rip.
Can we all say flap again, guys? We need this. I love
Oh,
getting a
well.
reaction out of Chris. It's so funny.
So I like the idea of collecting something different.
But seriously,
but
thank you for the train,
they're not gonna
guys.
show,
I
like, what's the
appreciate it.
point?
Always say flap. I am so happy
Could have held out, but what can you
that I can be a safe space.
do? Workshop. Let's go refiner.
Lawrence, thank you for 19. Thank you for the sub.
But yeah, this outfit you I think you had to get during cold snap.
I'm not putting my ass away though. Can't put my ass away.
Decorated Lawns
Sorry.
just
Not
subscribed.
doing it.
It's
Thank
over,
you
so
so
maybe
much
you
for
never
all the
got it.
subs and the biddies, guys. It means so much.
Carla, you back
seriously.
yet?
Thank you. Very soon, good sir. Very soon.
You're back.
Well, the pasta's nearly done. I'm just waiting and talking to chat, but it's nearly done. Oh, it's just done now.
You're flapping over there.
Oh, one flap. Sue me. 1 second.
Great.
Lawrence, thank you so much. I appreciate
Which
it.
should let you choose which shows
We can all
up.
be
I hate that I have
freaks,
5 humidifiers
exactly.
instead of your.
Be right
Yeah,
back.
right.
Again. Quicker this time.
Cycle. Blaine, it's honestly very shocking how fun it's been. Like still, like I'm. You would think after a while, I'd be like, all right, we get it. But no, it's like been a vibe. The Sandwalker skin is cool. White Bullcat goes crazy with it too. Oh, really? I need to get shotgun choke. How much work did you get done today? Grenade. Let me make some of these. Dude, Machado, that's hype as hell. The new Resident Evil looks sick too.
when you're making like a heated thing and the plastic doesn't come off? I was in there just trying to grab it off that whole time. Okay, we're back. We're so back. Hold on to your flap and never let go. Guys, that's beautiful. That's really beautiful. Okay. Thank you again, everyone. Did you melt the plastic? No, it's okay. It was just like really stuck on there. Like not melted, but just, you know, it just sucks sometimes, like certain brands. No, the container's fine. It's just, it was really stuck on there. You know what I mean? Like suction to the gods, yeah. Thank you for all the subs, guys. I appreciate you. I'm trying to stream as much as I can this week and next week, because these 2 weeks are the last streams before I go to Japan. So that's why I'm on for so long every day. I love it. And we've got some pasta in my mouth. Oh. Mmm. Mmm. Oh, I need more of these.
Good to see you in one piece.
Are you done flapping?
Whoa, one does simply not stop flapping, but I am ready to play.
Like, are you ready to lock in though?
Yeah. I'm so locked. What are you eating?
Chips.
Ooh, yum. Wait, that sounds like M&Ms or something. Are they actually chips?
Wait, guess what it is. You get one more guess.
Okay. Oh wow, like Skittles?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's ice.
Wow.
Empty Dunkin' bottle.
Oh, yeah. Whoopsie. Ice chips. Mmm.
Cocktails plus Penji, making a batch of bagel bites.
Thank you.
Dude, that's the kind of
I'm
day
glad.
we're looking for. That's the kind of day we're looking for right there.
Guys, I've only been streaming 3 hours. We have so much time left. Crazy. It's only the beginning.
Miranda is the one who has a ton of ducks. Only 3 hours? Oh yeah, we're good. We're golden. Oh wait, you forgot to change your outfit. You're still playing on. Stand still. Chat. You walk into a hallway and you see this person. What are you doing? Can you say something like? You know the ugly voice you did with that one?
Hello.
From Peak.
That's
the voice of this
coming
character.
in. Do you have caffeine-free soda?
You got soda? Caffeine-free.
Oh, I love M&Ms.
I'm sensitive.
Oh wait, Chris.
Yo.
A trivia team name at my local, not my local, sorry, like a local pub was called Fuck Ice Ice Baby, and I wanted to share that with you.
Oh, that's really kind
Yeah.
and random.
Yeah.
The fact that it's gotten like national news is like really cool and exciting for like people.
Oh, it's international,
like,
baby.
Yeah, the fact that people are like, yo, whatever's going on over there, guys, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Real.
But it's just so stupid.
Where are we going again?
I want to go into the tunnel so we could get all the ticks and pops.
Oh, like the gate?
Yeah, but we'll see.
Oh, we can do that.
Let's go to Raiders Ref real quick.
Mini Sour Patch Kids come with what? In the same tube?
Tube.
I also want to beat our high scores in our trials today.
Yeah, I think when Locked Gate opens up, we could try doing the thing that with Saint, since you'll have time to, where we kill like a bunch of Rocketeers.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, like that'll be. If we bring a Hole Cracker in, it's actually Gene. What's the weirdest voice you could do right now?
Hello.
Just do rubber duck robberies on Bird City. Yeah, it sounds like that'd be awesome. Except
Someone will do it first to me.
no. Also, Bird City,
Good
we're
night,
not gonna see another
Mikey.
8 hours.
If I don't see you, have a great night.
So what's the joke? You can stock up the arsenal of the whole Schwans. Okay. Saint said he's gonna get us locked in with a bunch of stuff for it.
Really?
What's the trial that we'd be doing even?
There's
would
one.
be-
There's like the
Let's see
Bastion
real quick.
Rocketeer
We
Leaper.
have Damage Rocketeers. Oh my god, yeah, we'd be
And we can do the flying one as well. We can
be
do the
chilling with that.
wasps.
and Leapers. We could just kill all the fucking things.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, we would take in wolf packs and hole crackers, and we'd be chilling. On Locked Gate, we took out I think 4 or 5 Rocketeers last time. It was awesome. Carl, you muted. I don't know if you're doing anything crazy or not.
Whoopsie.
It's okay.
One more.
Okay, wait. Oh, you got.
I got 2.
Okay, I'm gonna go check this. I was just checking as well. Oh, fuck me. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Hold up. This building might have one. I'm gonna go check up top as well.
Okay, I'll check around here. Oh.
Okay.
I want another Red Bull so bad, but it's too early.
Dude, have 3. Who cares?
Okay.
Have a Red Bull vodka. Nah, that'd be
Vodka.
silly. That'd be kind of funny to get a little toasted like later on and just have some fun.
Oh my god.
A Toro. Oh yeah, dude. Fuck you, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, cat.
Wow.
Sorry.
That's
Did I
amazing.
sound like a friend of yours?
Mmm. So many of them.
That's awesome. Let's get some fucking VBs.
Fucking.
Ah! Oh! Oh! Fuck. Oh god.
So I'm guessing you didn't find the button.
Bro.
I was just asking a question, Chris.
Me and my skin checkup?
Bro.
Sorry.
Hmm.
Doctor's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm looking for the button over here.
Floppy.
Hold on.
How are you, doll?
I can never find this last one. I feel like it's always in like a weird ass spot.
I agree.
Yo, okay, we need to leave. There's a freaking big bad guy on me. I'm going to the village. Actually, I want to open up this courier real quick.
Let's go to the village.
Fuck. hold on.
SpongeBob Big Guy Pants okay?
You think SpongeBob's okay?
Nah.
Yeah.
He's
I think he
going
has.
through
I straight up think he has demons.
Really?
Yeah, like bro is fighting demons, and not even in like in a weird way. He just has a rough. He has it rough.
I mean, he lives in a pineapple under the sea, like.
Yeah, no, which is fine, right? That's fine. But what if he's allergic to pineapple and he's just like every day like really sick?
Yeah. I think that's often. Guys, I want another
Dude,
Red
I
Bull.
feel like everyone should watch the first 2 seasons of SpongeBob as required viewing because we're gonna get to a point where people aren't gonna get references and it's getting scary.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
SpongeBob gay pants?
Good for him.
Call that a bikini bottom.
Oh,
What do you think of that? Was that okay?
that was really good.
Thank you. That. You used to have the first 2 seasons on DVD? Bro, it's genuinely like funny.
You know what you need to get into, and I know you never will.
What'd you say?
Ah, okay.
What is it? Let me guess. Is it an Australian show?
No.
Oh, then what is it?
You need to watch seasons 2 through to 10 of The Simpsons. As an adult now.
No, I actually really want to because the way you always talk about it, how funny it is, and John Cheetos is also on my ass about it.
I swear to you.
I do think I would like it.
Like, I will handpick you certain episodes to give you. because you will be in stitches. It's so clever. Like the writing in
I've never really
90s.
watched it.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Like even I'm rewatching some now that I'm picking up on jokes that I missed. It's so clever. The first season of Simpsons, if you don't know, is honestly just like it's not funny. It's more like cute. It's fine. Like it's just the characters aren't the same. The voices are bad. Like it's just if you're going to show someone the Simpsons,
Animation's weird, but that's why it's redeeming, kind of, right?
But you don't start with number 1. If you're a fan, you can watch number 1. But if you're not a fan, you shouldn't start with number 1 because you will just be like, what the fuck. Yeah. Wait, what did SpongeBob get away with? Yeah, Daniel, I get a long hair on my neck, like once a year.
Oh.
And it will spawn in overnight. I'm not even kidding.
Oh yeah, Homer is our age. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, what? Ew.
Yeah, Homer's 35. I mean, I look at him like, there's no way. Yeah, kind of sucks.
That's okay, King.
Yeah, Homer's 35.
Yeah, he is wholesome. You're right.
Or maybe he might even be 34. It's a rough 35. Nah, he's fine. I'm like full loot right now. If that's okay to say. You need heals. You're hurt. We're also not near each other again, but that's both of our faults.
Yeah, that was us. It was a Rocketeer.
You can't unlearn it, guys. He's that old.
True. I didn't even think of it like that because when I'd watch when I was young, like 35, I guess was old to me.
I mean, it is old, like in the scheme of things, but also it's young and you're still youthful. But if you're like 1, you're like 35, you're fucking ancient. You know how 1-year-olds like have thoughts and say stuff like that?
Yeah, true. Wait, SpongeBob stole panties? How do you get away with that?
He didn't. He got caught. It was him and Mr. Krabs. And was the craziest thing, not to spoil it, but they ended up at Mrs. Krabs' house and they were stealing. He stole his own mom's panties.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and this was aired on Nickelodeon.
Nah, I swear, 35 isn't ancient. But when I was young watching The Simpsons, I think I thought Homer was older than... Like, Homer's 35 in the series. And I think when I was young, I'm like, wow, that's old. But then you like...
He's giving like
not.
47.
Yeah, he does give...
Yeah, Greg, he's 35, bro.
Yeah. But it's not. Like, 35's youthful. You're so young, but... Why is Homer 35?
Yeah, well, he's also, when you think about it, like, has a really stressful job, drinks beer a lot, has 3 kids.
Yeah,
Like, he's probably just mad stressed.
Of course I've seen Summer Heights High. Oh my god, of course.
Didn't take any skincare, you know. Eats donuts a lot, you know. It'll catch up to you. That's empty.
Oh wait, Daniel, it's better now? Really? He's just been through a lot.
This is a cool setup.
He had kids young with Marge.
Marge.
Oh, homie. Oh.
Ruined accordion.
This is great for 35. Someone's shooting me.
Wait, who you? Is that you shooting?
Oh, homie, don't shoot me, homie. I have nothing in my bag.
Okay, I mean, if you're friendly, you're chill, I'm sorry.
Thank you for apologizing. He said, if you're friendly, you're chill. I would go, oh, homie, and you stop shooting me. He's probably like, fuck that. You should come rat him. Nah, I'm joking.
I kind of want to shoot him and be like, oh, I'm just kidding.
Greg, you do scream like Homer.
Or like, I have a 1 or 2 shot policy, so.
I'm gonna be a creep, Brittany.
Wait.
Oh, homie.
Do you know where you were getting shot from, even?
I was from a window.
That sucks. Okay. 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 Should we leave?
Yeah, we should.
We're gonna leave. Thank you guys for letting her live. It's her first time. She's really excited about this game.
Good luck.
Bro, say good luck. She thinks she's good at doing Marge impressions too.
Oh, homie.
Come on, let's go.
Off the plane. Let me off, let me off, let me off, let me off, let me off.
Come on, we have to go.
Oh,
Bye. Have a good one.
homie. Oh. Mm. That would be so funny to overhear that getting quieter. Okay.
What'd you say? Sorry, I had you hard muted.
That would have been funny for him to have heard that fading away.
He did.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Scrunchy. Marge been
Also, he
stealing
needs
us
to,
Sigs.
I was hoping he was gonna shoot you after like you did the impression again, just to be like, shut the fuck up, and then we can get into a fight and kill him.
Yeah, he shot me, and then I said, I'm Marge Simpson. And he's like, oh, I didn't know you would chill. I'm like, what? How about ask the question
Like, what do you
first,
mean?
dickhead?
Yeah, like, hey, maybe don't shoot and almost murder me actually first. Like, just dickhead.
What? Like, make it make sense.
Oh.
Oh, homie, are you okay?
Pop. I got a pop trigger today.
We can make it.
Okay, let me just lose some shits real quick.
Carl, no. Because she dyes her hair blue.
She dyes her hair?
Yeah.
What's her natural color? Black?
I don't know, actually.
I thought she was just like, since she was yellow, she said blue hair and it was normal.
No. That's an episode
That's
where she
crazy
talks about
to
dyeing
me.
it. Yeah.
Well, that's a spoiler, I guess.
You've had 40 years.
40 years? I'm not that old, bro.
You've had 35 years.
Eh. Chat, did you guys know that she was dyeing her hair blue this whole time, or did you think it was her natch? And be super for real with this.
Rock, that's amazing. What was your first impression? Because it's so, like,
Natch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right?
intense, I think. Especially if you're American.
For the word natch,
Oh,
by
she
the
goes
way,
gray.
I like that.
Oh. Maybe.
I like saying that. Guys, say natch. Natch.
Hmm.
You're a natural.
I thought she was different. Honestly, Axel, I believe you over me, to be honest.
Let's get out of here. Move, move, move.
Thank God we're escaping with this Wolfpack blueprint.
You're muted in Discord, but you're saying funny stuff in game.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Say Nash in your head all the time. Nice. Skedaddle. Wait, I got 69,000 credits for that one.
I was a different child, Rock, so I wouldn't go, Mom.
Nice.
Mom. I'd go, Mom.
Natch.
Mom.
Zergs and B-Towels.
I've been saying that a lot lately.
Huge run, huge round.
Oh my God, Mikey, tell her we got a raid. Tell her, waltz in there and say, honey, we're raiding. What a throwback. Isn't it funny? I love Mr. G. He's ridiculous.
Have we figured out? Yeah, huge. Huge.
Huge. I shouldn't have a Red Bull.
How do you type huge?
Mm.
It's a good question, actually.
Huge. Yeah, it's hard.
Was
Oh,
DoorDash
that's a good one.
Y
Y-U-U-G-E. Huge. What's huge?
Oh, huge.
Oh, huge. If you see, yeah.
Chronically asked you, are you okay? Did you fall on ice? Bro, that sucks.
Have a good sleep, doll.
Slipping on ice and hurting yourself actually
Have
is
flappy dreams.
not it. I'll be the first to say it.
Real. Speak on that.
I think this is one of these fire masks. Let me try one.
Granny!
Dude, that'd be the first thing I say. I'd be like,
Tell me your thoughts on Vecna.
I think it's a goose.
I'm
Okay.
obsessed. I'm obsessed.
Is there anything I could sell here?
Hello, Slash. Hi,
I think I got
guys.
more items to. I keep contributing to my my project.
Welcome in.
After everyone, just to make sure.
Laziest
Hello.
me just
More pop
subscribe.
trigs. I need
Gran
more pop
raspberry,
trigger.
gran
I need more
raspberry,
tick
gran
pods and a
raspberry,
surveyor
gran
vault.
raspberry,
Hey,
gran raspberry,
boy.
gran raspberry.
Lazy,
My
thank you for
workshops are
20
all upgraded,
months.
too.
What the helly? Thank you. How are you, Swoots? Oh, you're right, Stinky. Yeah, yep. I have been informed. I got things wrong. Marge is a natural blue-haired woman, but she dyes it because she's going grey.
Oh,
My bad.
see, that's what it's all about.
There you go. Fact check. Perfect.
You know what? I'm not even gonna accept your apology. I'm still pissed.
I don't fucking need that.
That's fair. And you know what? I do accept your apology actually instead.
Thank you.
I don't fucking need that.
I need more tick pods, and I need a pop trigger. Let's go to Stella and get those. Thoughts?
Yeah, we should, but it's gonna be a little. Should we go fuck ass Bob boys or what?
Yeah.
All right. All right, guys. Unfortunately, going Bob boys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for understanding.
Yeah, just because that's the way to do it.
Speed bomb boy. I have whiplash. I'm so sorry. But thank you, Grant, for the raid. I'm excited for tomorrow. And thank you, Lazy, for the...
Hello, it's me,
20
little Bobby
months.
boy. We're twins.
We're
Night
twins.
raid. Let's do regular. Let's do regular.
Nah,
you know what? I don't like.
No,
I don't like. No,
regular,
night raids. I
regular.
can't see anything.
Yeah, true. Well, it's Stella. We see it. There's lights.
we better stick together.
Yeah, we will. Wait,
Well,
let me
then she ironed her hair as a teen and it was brown. Oh wow.
Guys.
Yeah. Experiencing bodily pain blows, bro. The other day I got. You know, I don't get hurt often. Like, not trying to like flex. Like mentally and emotionally, sure. But like, you know, when you like feel pain and you like genuinely you don't know how to react. Have you like when was the last time you got hurt? Like actually hurt? Where you like you almost cried, but you're not gonna cry because like you're an adult. But you're like, ow, that really fucking hurt.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm really hurt, like a few tears will. I won't cry, but I'll well up because I'm like, it's how I do it. So I'm an adult that cries. But anyway,
that's okay.
When was the last time? Damn.
Dude, it happened to me the other day.
Yeah.
I'm in the grocery store with Shan, and I was walking kind of like slow and dumb because I like was looking around for stuff, and the cart smacked my ankle and my foot and like jammed it into the ground. It was my fault because I wasn't paying attention, but like I had to like dip and like kind of like maneuver and walk around into the aisles no one was at and go fuck I was like ah fuck like ow oh that really and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to react. It's like ow like. I'm hurt right now. I'm currently hurt, but like I don't want to like be a weird idiot and like make a scene. But I'm like, ow, I'm in pain currently, and no one cares, and there's nothing to do except just kind of like figure this out.
Everyone's sharing their
But it's
moments
awkward.
in chat, and my whole body hurts reading them.
Dude, yeah, like and it was in public, and there was like an old lady behind us. I was like, oh great. Now she's gonna be like, hey, how you doing? Are you okay? Or like, oh, you're weird. Like, it's just the whole thing was fucking awkward.
Oh.
Yeah, then the other time, the time, the only other time I can think of after that, like I'll get bit by my cat sometimes, and that's like one thing. But when I fell down the stairs, that was another one.
Yeah, I can't not that I want you to be hurt, but I would have I'm curious to see what that would have looked like because you're so tall and down those
it was
stairs.
awkward, bro.
Like no wonder you got hurt.
Oh yeah, no, it was like
Oh shit.
And I literally it happened so fast that I just laid there and I was like, hey.
Did Shan see it or did Shan run to you?
Bro, I just got 2 blueprints already.
What?
I'm not even lying.
What?
Yes, I did. And from these 2 boxes. Do you need a Trailblazer or a Seeker Grenade blueprint?
I might have to look if that's okay.
Shan goes, we all saw it. Yeah, I was embarrassed. I thought no one saw it, but it was like I ruined like everyone was watching TV downstairs, and I definitely just ruined the vibes.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was like in my head about it, and I was also like, yo, am I good or am I dead?
Oh my god. Oh.
Wait, can you come here? How are you already fucking gone?
I'm upstairs, bro. We go upstairs naturally.
Yeah, but I got stuff for you.
All right, I'm coming down.
I didn't throw candy all over the floor, okay? The candy popped out of the bag that I was holding in my weakest moment. There were nerd clusters everywhere, though.
I know what I did
Here,
that kind of
check these.
hurt my feelings, but it wasn't a big deal. Ooh, I don't have Seeker, thank you.
Okay. Put that in the old safety pocket.
Yeah. How did I do this, actually? I was shaving my legs. I don't know how I did this, but I was shaving so quick, and I somehow shaved a part of my finger. And it wasn't like crazy, but it definitely started bleeding, and I was like, oh, like I just, like I hate when I do that, because it's just like, that wasn't a, Or like
Bro, I
when
was not a human. I wasn't a human pinata.
or like you're peeling a potato and you go and you peel your, and you're like, fuck, I'm a potato now. Peeling myself. Who wants fucking
or
roast
like
me?
you're cutting stuff and you accidentally like nick your finger a little bit and you're like, ugh.
Oh, that happened. I was making. What were we making?
Or you're playing with your cats and then like the youngest one like just bites into your hand and like doesn't let go and you're like, you gotta let go, and like they're like, no, we're not going to. You're like, okay,
Yeah.
well, this fucking actually hurts really badly. No worries though.
When Mia sometimes, because she doesn't jump as much anymore, and she'll claw her way up, and I'm like, girl, and I don't like pants on. I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah, and you're like, ow, ow, ow.
Where's that tick?
Okay, and my last pop trigger, we're good.
Oh, nice. I need so many more of those. If you find more, let me know.
Well, the rest are all yours. Oh, tick.
Me. Oh.
I need those also, man.
I know.
Yeah, no. Dude, I sent you a
Yeah,
reel where it's
probably.
like, when my duo kills everyone, I just loot immediately because I'm a part of the team.
Well, it's true.
But it's
But it's
you're
funny.
right.
No, I'm kidding.
Shower injuries are very scary.
Yeah.
Because like there are times where like I almost slipped and I'm like, oh, that would have been really bad if I slipped there.
Sarah, good luck, doll.
And like
Proud
it's
of
embarrassing
you.
too because you're in like your most like, you know, primitive form. So if anything were to happen, it's like, hey, there's everything, and I'm
Lala.
dead actually, or I'm
Jesus.
broken, or like look at that.
Also,
and ouch,
Lexi,
also.
yeah.
You almost
Poor
felt, yeah,
Pop.
and Shane, like I never would have known. Right, I fell, my ass is out, sick.
Oh. Disco, ouch.
Oh, totally sandal. Not the piece.
Guys, you are making me make noises.
Boys.
Sarah, what the fuck?
Extended shotgun, man. Go on. What are you rocking?
I'm sorry, Pookie. That's so silly. I have a kettle. A kettle for...
What's up, Nick?
A Toro for... I shouldn't, but...
Toro.
Whoa,
Almost
whoa.
hit your head on the faucet. Yeah, not good. Like, I already want to leave, kind of.
Yeah, try, I guess we can come back in.
Oh, wait. There's guys over here. Yo, you guys friendly? You guys friendly? We're the bolt cut boys.
Crash all the time.
If they're not, I don't think they're talking, which means they're fucking weirdos.
Ah. Ouchies.
It's giving not friendly. Do you want to leave or do you want to kill him?
I'll get revenge, Lexi. What are your vibes on them? Because if we kill them, hell yeah. But if they end up... Like, will you be upset if you lose your shit? Because if so, let's just leave.
I won't be upset. But I definitely have a lot of stuff that I want to, like, bring.
Alright, why don't we just leave and come back in?
Alright. We're the bolt cut boys.
Yes.
You fell rollerblading? Bro,
Well,
rollerblading's fun, but it's scary.
well,
Also, ice skating.
Oh, yeah.
There's a fucking thing right there. How do we... Oh, pop trigger on this guy.
Oh, thank you.
I kind of want to kill this thing. I have enough grenades probably to do it.
Yeah, let's do it. We can do it like in 2 seconds.
Watch out. Oh, God.
Yep. Hee hee. Tee.
You can take the shredder part.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just wanted to get the mechanical components.
Oh my god,
That thing
guys,
died
all
kinda
your
quick, I feel
stories
like.
are making me just ouchies.
All your
Oh.
stories are making me want to wear slippery socks up near my stairs again.
No, honestly.
Nah,
Oh my god.
No, falling, playing like ice. So, a winter classic is playing pond hockey when the lake freezes,
Mhm.
and then you play like hockey with the boys. I'm like not great at ice skating because I've never played hockey like professionally or like in school, so I'll fall like a lot because like I don't know how to stop correctly, so I'll just like fall on my ass or like on my knees, and it's just so awkward.
Mm.
Have you ever skated before?
Yes.
Hmm.
I ate shit.
I would love to
because
snowboard.
I was ice skating, having the time of my life, and this child was just standing there. Like I didn't see him because I was
Put your
there
ass
were so many
away,
people,
child.
and he was just standing there. So I had to like
Red Flower
move to save his life.
2442 just subscribed.
But because of that, I
Happy
flipped in the air
$33.
and landed on my back.
Well, that's what happened to Wags. Wags broke his clav recently snowboarding because a kid went in front of him.
Yeah.
And he was either gonna crush this kid and like really hurt him.
Yeah.
So he had to like maneuver out of his way and ended up hurting himself because of
Yeah.
it.
My
And it's just
ass
like,
and back
dang.
was so sore. It was really embarrassing, but I saved a life that day.
And you know what? You'll always remember that.
Exactly.
You had a drunk lady push you at skate lane when I was like 10. She laughed. What the fuck?
What the hell?
Bro, did anyone else? This is like a very specific 90s memory.
Flower,
Did anyone else
thank
go to like the
you.
roller rink or
Hi,
I
she.
forgot the name, like the different names. There was
Flower,
like,
thank you so much for 33. How are you,
Cruisin' or,
doll?
like, there was like certain names like where you would just rollerblade and like
What the hell?
dance and shit. Like you would go around in like a wooden circle over and over, roll around, whatever. I don't know if
How
like
are we?
girls experience this, but guys, you probably did. If you were there with like a group and there was another group there, for some reason, like the other group of dudes would be like your enemies for no reason. They would just want to like fuck with you, like go in front of you or like laugh if you fell, and you're just like, hey, I don't even know you like that. Like what like why are we having this weird like beef?
Oh.
And it always just smelled like sweat. Like why do we have beef, dude? Like just because you're from a different school?
Sheep. Okay,
What's
flex.
the joke here? Just because I'm wearing a Pokemon shirt and you don't have it
Love
because your
that.
parents don't really fuck with you like that? Like what's up?
Always have a tab open. Thank you. I hope you're well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for all the subs and
You slept
and
on the ring?
everything
That's
today.
random.
My goats, for real.
It was
Nice
like that
long one
sledding
today.
too.
Nice long
One of the most
stream
embarrassing
from my
things that could
poopies.
happen was sledding at like a public park when everyone's getting ready for it, and you being maybe like a little bigger than most kids because you're like older and taller and whatever, and you kind of maybe like instead of going up over the snow jump that people were meticulously building, you kind of go through it and just ruin it and break it, and then everyone's like, oh, so the fun's over now. Anyone else? Anyone else ever experienced that? You know?
No.
Scut Farkas behavior. That's a Mass Effect.
Just go,
character.
oh my god.
Scut Farkas.
Chris just dumping his shit today. I love when he dumps. Oh, what's the fuck? It's doing it again.
Okay, I'm done with the pop triggers.
Oh no,
now I need
everyone's just on.
one more rusted bolt and a few
My
more tick
goats.
pods, and then I need a surveyor volt.
I need. Hold on to your jorts when I say this.
What if I don't have any jorts to hold on to, man? I'm sorry.
Shoot. Okay. I need 7 pop triggers and 10 tick pods.
But you're good on surveyor vaults?
2 surveyor vaults.
Okay, we can go damn battlegrounds low key, I think, for all this shit.
Okay.
Bro, I think we're doing a good job at like getting stuff slowly over time
True.
and getting out safely when we need to.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shibuya in a few weeks, man.
Isn't it crazy how close it is? I was counting down. I was counting down
Shit.
to my birthday in Japan, and I was like, "Fuck, I don't have enough time." Like, what?
Stan's getting so excited. She's getting like lenses and stuff. Like she's getting really. I'm like. Ugh.
Oh my god, I gotta get so
She's anxious
much.
too. Sick.
Sheesh.
Shan, don't be anxious, man.
We got this, Shen. We'll be
We
together.
got this. We can be anxious willies together.
Toz. Hakuda.
Let's be anxious together. It's fine.
My tatas. Thank you so much. What the fuck?
Let's see.
Thank you for the
Tasman
prime.
just resubbed for 1 month.
I have so many materials.
That actually
Just
means
married things.
a ton. Thank you. I probably should delete that, Kimmy. I have nothing on my throne. I could put like little little things like travel adapters or stuff. But
Oh, we'll be eating good. Oh my god, bro. I
Um,
can't wait to eat.
it's empty.
We'll be eating good.
Empty. You guys are too much.
You give your left tit to go back to Japan right now?
Left
have to do all
tip.
that.
Toz, thank you.
Keep it.
I really, really appreciate it. Welcome in,
Matriarch,
baby.
damn
Girl, it's
Battlegrounds
empty, I
Night
know.
Raid. You want to do damn Battlegrounds Night Raid or daytime?
Ooh. Well,
Night
you
Raid
don't
for
really-
like maybe crazy loot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for anything. Fuck it. Let's go.
All right.
Empty as hell. Yup. No, but seriously, thank you.
I think if anything else I could sell. Real
Kyle,
quick here.
yes. Yesterday?
I'm gonna sell some coolants.
Or the day before? Crazy. Eating a
I think I
toasty
need
and
a horn
thinking of
driver for
you.
stuff.
As you should. How is it?
I'm excited to just buy a bunch of cool shit and experience stuff. Lauren, you're playing Ark?
I would also give
Chat's
my left
fun.
tip. My right is my favorite. Actually,
Wish I had a left tit to give. Hashtag itty bitty.
Scrum diddly umptious. What the
You know it's a rumor. Honestly, all the people in chat who watch me and Carla play this for like hours, and you're like, I don't know, give it a shot. It's $40. If you don't like it, I'm sorry.
You could refund it, I think, after a certain amount of.
No, but I think you'll genuinely have a blast with it. Like if you're even just down to loot and not even shoot,
Yeah.
it's kind of sick. Chill, I'll believe it when I see it, man. Bro's had it for 3 months and has played it for 1 hour.
Guys, I'm nearly at 200 hours in this game. And prior to me buying it, I was like, Chris, we're not buying it. I'm not buying it. Don't be silly.
The way you're so into it is awesome.
Yeah. I talk about it all the time. If I hear someone like in the wild going, yeah, Ark Raiders, I'm like, let's talk about it.
Like there are people, for people in chat who never shoot other players, like who don't ever do PvP. Have you still to this day like had for the most part chill lobbies, or have you ever had like weird run-ins?
Honestly, I would say, as of today, 75% is chill, which
Mostly
is really
chill.
that's really good odds compared to other online games. Obviously,
You
you
get
have
the occasional weird run-in, yeah.
yeah, you have like a weird day, but most of the time I have really good
Bro.
moments.
Okay, I got magic hands.
What the fuck?
Do you have that?
No, thank you. What
Throw
the
it in.
hell?
All right.
It's your day.
Well, here's the problem, guys. Here's the problem. I think chill lobbies would be fun, but for stream's sake, that's not fun to watch the whole time. Like I think getting into fights
A
is
good fight can
really
be fun.
a good time.
Yeah.
This game really makes fights feel like winning a fight almost feels better than like a full victory royale, because
Yeah.
like you bested another player or 3 and then you get all their stuff, which is just hype. But like I don't recommend everyone doing it if you're not in the mood to like, because people will say shit, they'll make you feel bad. It also feels really shitty to lose a lot of really good stuff, but at the same time that's the name of the game.
Yeah, but then also it feels really good to like win a fight that they started.
Oh yeah, that's
And
my
then
favorite
get their
thing. If someone starts a fight because they're being pricks and then you finish it,
So
and
good.
because you outplayed them because you're better at the game, that's the best.
Yeah.
That is the best.
Sheep true.
You only been killed by another player once or twice? Dang.
It do be like that sometimes. I never
Oh, so
shoot
we're looking for
on
ticks
solos.
and,
Maybe that's why my solos
balls
are
and what
usually
else?
good. Usually. Surveyor, ticks, balls. When I say tick, it sounds like
Surveyor.
dick, and I hate it.
Ticking balls.
Tick and balls.
And then I think that's it.
Murder in Bird City? What the hell? Yeah, people started shooting in the Bird one. I'm like, dude, any other
Guys,
map,
I'm looking for
bro?
ducks.
Like, stop it. Oh, that's scared.
I know. I know. Oh, I should have brought a power rod for this.
Oh.
Fuck. Because that's a way to get into this secret room.
Cammy, no, is it good?
Fuck, I've been smart. Can I make a power rod? No. I'm gonna loot everything in here.
Security breach.
What? What do you find?
Security breach. Let's see if I make noises.
There is a tutorial, yes, like to figure out how to play the game and everything, but It's pretty straightforward. Honestly, it's just like run around, loot, and get out. That's pretty much it.
Troy. It's so good. Oh, yeah.
But the gunplay feels really nice. I really like that. The stamina can get a little like annoying because you do run out of stamina pretty quickly, but that's like the realistic aspect of it, which is fine.
Where's that tick? I heard you. Thank you. Do you still need pods?
Yeah, I do.
Ari.
We can find a bunch.
Is this outside or in?
Is that who are you fighting?
A pod.
A pod. What the hell is that sound? The door is open, I think, over there.
Really?
And that's one new guy.
Be careful.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely open.
Maybe it's us.
Oh, yeah, there. No.
Come to me, Rock, come back. Fall back.
Bro, I can't. Are you not? Where are you?
I literally just went up when you went right. Fuck. Sorry. Coming. Oh, I shot them.
One's knocked, I think. I'm gonna crawl to you.
Where are they?
He's getting his friend probably.
Okay, coming.
I'm crawling in and then unlock the door.
Yeah.
Who's this? Another fucking freak?
What? There's more? I'll grab your stuff. I had a defib ready.
Dang.
Okay, wait, hold. Is that a third party Sitch?
No, I think he just walked around the top.
Oh, get a grip. Oh. I can't hear that noise. Where's Easy coming around? The healing. Oh no. Nice, boys. Great one.
Good night.
Alright. Well, I tried. Not them say goodnight to me. Did I put everything in my pocket? I think so. Wicked knocked me out. Alright. Good try. I hit one. The other one was there. Shot. Alright. Time to make another one. Tactical.
What happened? I had to go piss.
Oh, I shot one and the other one came out the other side.
Alright.
And they tickled me a little bit. That's right. We tried.
Night raid free loadout real quick.
Alright.
Stella.
Okay.
Yep, that's what happens.
Sneaky going around.
Did you at least get that blueprint?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, by the way. Do you want a ducky?
I'm good.
Okay. You're like, fuck those ducks.
I don't care about those ducks.
Those stupid ducks. Beep, 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 beep.
No, he was talking shit.
Was he?
Apparently one said, now you're dead, like a little dweeb.
Honestly, he was like, now you're dead too. Good night. But like to me, I'm like, that's nothing compared to your pussy stank. So
Yeah, that's kind of like fine.
like, I would rather someone say good night than like, where's your girlfriend? Like, okay, dickhead. Like what? Weird. Stinky.
Yeah, that shit was strange.
The-
Let's go up
the
here.
pussy night was crazy. Like those, the pussy boys were so odd that like anyone else's.
Those guys were strange.
Yeah, they were they're strange energy, just all around, just weird.
Did they fix this?
Fix what?
Oh no, they didn't. Okay. It was just like a weird glitch.
You getting shot? Ooh, someone's doing the thing.
Someone's doing something upstairs.
The big
Bro,
boot
I'm
thing?
a blueprint boy today. That's 4 for me already.
Oh, we gotta go. I got
What'd you get?
tactical M3 healing blueprint.
Oh, we have got to get.
We
out
just
of
gotta
here.
go. Let's just go back. Let's just literally go back to where we came from. Oh my god. Let's just go and come
that's
back.
really good. Okay. That's the one that's like super fucking good, right?
I think so. I got a scoot.
Wait, Tactical Survivor, you said? The healing one?
I think it's not the. It just says healing, not survivor, but still good. I want all the augments, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, and then we
how do
just come back in. Follow me, the way where we came from.
Okay.
As soon as you said you're a blueprint Andy, that came up.
Nice. Me falling down the stairs, be like,
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that noise? Oh my god.
what's up, Pip? Oh, it's not on.
Oh,
You
shoot.
can't leave this way. Oh, hell.
Closed.
Are those guys?
No, it's a.
It's a thing. I can't see shit.
Let's go, loading bay. We can just go around, I
Loading
think.
bay.
Come this way.
Why is that not open?
I don't know. I guess we spawn there, maybe. I'm just going around.
Okay, I'm following you.
It's close.
Security breach in there?
Yep.
I'll take it.
Let's see if I can hear noises. I'll share though.
All right. Anything good?
Nah.
Bastion.
Bastion.
There's a bunch of really good stuff in here. What do you mean?
I left it for you.
Sure you did. Okay.
Okay, the bastion's gonna be aggravated, but we need to go through.
Nice haircut, thank you.
Did you get a haircut?
No, my character.
Oh, okay. Are you with me? Where are you?
Kinda not really.
People are shooting around me. I'm just gonna try and make my way to the thing.
How'd you get up there?
The what's it called? The
I'm going down.
containers?
I'm already down.
How'd you get there?
Ladder.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm going down the long way.
I'm calling it.
Okay.
Your cat Lucy says hi. What up, Lucy?
Oh no, Chris, it's not good.
No. What happened?
I have a ball on me. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so gonna die.
What? No. Which way are you going right now?
I'm so dead. Oh my god, please let me in. Okay, wait. Let me heal up, and then I want to come back out. Oh no.
My friends bring you some Taco Bell. Let's go.
On the ladder. What's safer now? I'm closest to the other metro.
That's the same one. Same one. Go down that one. It's the same one.
I know, but like I have shit on me, so I don't know whether to.
I'm gonna walk through it. I'm right there.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sad.
Where are you?
No. Everything's on
What's
me,
getting
man.
you?
I'm gonna try and just crawl to you, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna come to get you.
It's alright, it's alright. I think a shredder's on me. Oh fuck, I saved it. Okay, okay. Oh.
Go, run, 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 run!
I'm running.
Go, go.
Oh my god.
Go.
Oh my god.
Go, go, go.
Help! Help! Are you on?
Yeah.
Are you here? Are you with me? Okay.
Go.
Okay, I'm going. I'm going. Oh, thank God. I had a ball on me. I had the flying thing.
That's how we do it. It's called friendship, guys. Look it up.
That's friendship. Yeah.
That's called patience.
Yay!
Alright, we have
I want to
to,
see what that augment is. That augment.
I might make the one that gives me the healing with the survivor one. That gives me 3 slots and I could crawl forever. When you're down, you crawl faster. I actually need that one for this build that I want to make here.
Can I even craft it? I don't think so. Let's see. Okay, when revived from being down, releases a healing cloud that restores 20 health over 10 seconds. That's nice. What do I need for it? Advanced electrical components.
Stitcher cell.
I can't make it yet. Oh wait, can't I make advanced electrical components?
You can, yes. In Refiner.
Oh.
I'm gonna make mine real quick too. Let's see here. Gear bench.
I'm gonna take the healing thing.
Oh, is it looting survivor?
No, it's tactical M3 healing.
I don't have that one. That one's
Yeah.
interesting.
You get 3 health slots, 4 normal thingamabobs, 3 safe pockets.
That's huge.
Whoa,
Okay.
that's hot, guys. That's really sexual, isn't
I'm
it?
bringing. Oh, I brought cautious in. Hold on, wait. Where's the other one? Survivor's the one I want. There it is.
That's
Okay.
nice.
I can bring a medium shield in as well. Let me repair it. Okay. I'm bringing in like a heavy hitter weapon.
Yeah, I should probably do. I want a renegade. Renegade. Do you have a spare renegade?
Do I have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, why? Like, do you like them? Or you say what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Can I have one? I'll bring you a weapon to trade. Bring you a Toro. Or something else.
Yeah. Do you have any anvils or?
I have
Venators?
ospreys.
Nope.
Okay. Let me see what I got here.
Bro said, bro, I was like, can I have a big juicy burger? And you're like, I have one with just a patty.
You know what? I'll just buy a renegade.
Okay, perfect. You probably have a lot. You probably have enough money.
I'm kind of broke, but
No.
that's okay. That's so
Anyone
funny.
else's nose dry and painful? Shan's.
I have everything I need behind this door.
It's the winter, baby.
Winter.
Oh, Dylan Word. Okay, I'll try that. Can I help you?
Shan, what?
My nose actually feels a little dry lately too. If I can keep it.
Thank
a full
you.
Stack.
That's really cute. That's
Can I
very,
help
very
you?
sweet. How are you? What the hell?
I'm buying a defib as well.
Roger that.
I also get a leash so we stay together this time. Sorry. Let's see. Wait. What gun are you bringing in?
Renegade.
Renegade. I'm
Renegade,
gonna bring in a Venator.
You ever notice how everyone limps in here but walks out fine? I call that job security.
You playing Fortnite? Yup. Love Fortnite.
Yup.
Remember Fortnite?
Do I?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. True.
Okay.
Just making sure.
I have a feeling I should bring in a spare shield.
That's an interesting strat.
Yeah.
Just in case you lose. That's actually interesting. In case you lose your shield.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh, that augment's so nice. Kyle, me. Hi, Beebs.
Chad, do you ever do that? Bring an
I'm
extra
good,
shield just in
Shan.
case. I kind of
I'm
maybe
good.
might do that.
Yeah, someone suggested it to me a while ago. Like, even if you like, so I have a medium on right now, and I'm just bringing a spare light, just to have something, you know. Guys, should I crack open my Red Bull now at 4 hours into stream, halfway through?
Yes. 100%.
Okay, I'm gonna get it.
Halfway through? What do you mean halfway through?
It's 4 hours. It's 4 hours already.
Oh, you're only doing a baby 8?
I'll do a 10 if you're game, brother.
Nah, I'm joking. I don't even know.
We gotta wait for Bird City. Stay up.
Oh. I don't know. Yo, Karma, thanks for the 65 months. Nose dry, lips chapped, spirits cold. Hotel Trivago.
Hotel Trivago.
So happy that the Ice Vanilla Berry Red Bull is back. I missed her. Maybe I'll have an Alane later.
Phoebes, good to see you. I've been missing
Or
messages.
is that a cringe play?
That's not a cringe play at all. We gotta lock in. I honestly think you should stay up for the birds. It's not that long now.
I hate hearing the birds when I'm going to bed.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
If you promise to stay near me this one.
Yeah.
Alright.
My bad.
No, I mean, you're good. I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. I really gotta be better at it.
No, it's fine. I didn't even lose a Toro 4 or Anvil 4 on that last one. Fully kitted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's how your character looks right now. I'm sorry.
All right, come on.
Now you're gonna be on my ass the whole time.
No, I'm not.
Anywhere I go, you're just gonna be like, "Hello, where are we going? Where are we going? Hello."
All right, ping where you want to go.
Power generation complex.
Power generation complex.
Oh. That's so funny, bro. Okay. Get the crude explosive for trigger nades. I feel like trigger nades aren't as cool anymore. I feel like they made them bad. Also, Pips, I got you. You're already gone again.
I'm kidding. I wanted to see how long it took you to notice.
Oh my
I'm
god,
coming back.
you're
I'm
giving
coming
me
back.
heart palps.
I'm coming back. I'm here. The Oompa Loompas of Ark. We are. We're going to the Lollipop Guild. Alright, brother. Friendly fire is now on. I just have to heal because of that.
I wish it was on. What?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Shan, are you hearing this?
No, she's not. She's locked in on something else.
Nah, she hears me. That's my
No,
goat.
she doesn't.
See, Shan? Yep, she said yes.
She's in your chat?
I'm kidding.
Oh.
Aw, wife guy got excited. That's cute.
Well, no, I was just shocked.
Vector vibes.
She wrote what?
Shan in my chat.
She has 5 boy cats on her right now. She's busy.
Boy mom.
She just wrote, "I'm killing a boss."
Oh. Oh.
Bad guys on me. Bad guys on me right here. Here they come. That was a really sick play on my end, if I could be honest, guys. GG.
Hey, hold on. Question for you.
I can't.
Hold on.
Okay, Corpse, what's up?
Well, you stop.
What's up?
Question for you.
Yes.
Is that another team? Anyway, can I get out of here with my volcano?
That is another team. Hold on. Keep that thought.
Rob.
Oh no. We're surrounded.
I can't see. What is that? Wait, I don't think you can get out with your volcano, unfortunately.
Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't hear what he said. Oh, we can report him. But can I loot him?
I'm kidding.
You just looted the whole fucking first
I didn't.
one.
I was waiting for you to say something.
The guy has nothing on him.
I shot them. I downed the first one. You downed the second. I have proof.
Oh, this guy had a ton of good stuff.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
got all the
God,
good
he's
stuff.
pissed. Okay. He's pissed. He is pissed.
Yeah, my guy had a Tempest. Fully kitted. We gotta leave. We gotta leave and come back. This is
Yeah, let's
stupid.
actually just leave. Yeah, let's just leave. Also, you're muted. I mean, you're talking again.
Oh shit, we gotta go.
Okay. He apparently said a weird word, which is
did
not
he?
great. So we have to
okay.
also like a really bad one. So
Oh,
we also
okay.
have to just keep that in mind.
Should we just go to North Complex? We're running further away from it.
Yeah, but there are people there, so just
should we just?
FYI.
What should we do then? Oh.
Oh my God, his volcano
Yeah, it's fully kitted.
is fully kitted. Volcano 4 with everything.
We have to leave, Chris. I have 94k.
I have 92. Yeah, we gotta go.
How do we go?
How do we go?
How do we do it? Should we just go up?
Those guys weren't even good. That's the best part. Like, they just sucked. Like, he just rolled into me, and I popped him, like, so easily. You can go this way?
Where?
Water
That's
treatment,
so
or we can try going
far.
back to...
But should
Let's
we
go back
just-
to north then. Let's go north.
let's just
and,
go
and
up.
if there's guys here, we just kill them.
Head home at the North Complex elevator.
I did
I'm
hear
so-
shooting, though, so that's the thing.
I'm so glad I put Twitch out of my name.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt when he was like, wait, hold on 1 second. And then I was like, he's probably going to say something weird.
Yeah.
I personally didn't hear it, but I was also like locked in on the fight and then healing up. You need another shield.
Oh shit, thank you.
No problem.
What's a Tempest? Like, how does it fire?
Also, why would he like bring up the fact that he has a really good gun on him? Like, can I at least leave with that? Like, no, I'm gonna take that from you, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a fucking Rocketeer over here. Oh. Like, no, I'll actually be taking that. No worries.
Imagine I
put a
start
bunch of stuff
singing
in
and
my-
it's good.
Your gun? No, my gun.
What?
Also, that guy's voice sounded like it was almost like fake, like edited to be like extra low. Like, I feel like that's not even how he sounds.
Real.
Tori, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, putting that Volcano 4 right up there would be a movie.
We gotta call it so bad, then hide in a bush. Chris, I'm so scared.
I think there's guys right here. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna call it and then hide somewhere. I'm waiting for this. I think a team's gonna pop out of here to try killing you, and I'm gonna smack them.
Okay.
Yo, Sierra, thank you for the 55, by the way. I said door out loud? Nah. Door.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm just waiting. What's up, Jilly Bean? How you doing, man? What are you shooting?
A, arc?
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm missing all my shots. Jeez. What's new? Oh no!
No. Time to leave.
Alright, I might die to this Rocketeer, but...
Nope. Get in that
call
smoke.
it, call it, call it, call it.
I'm calling.
Call it, call it, call it. Thank you.
Get in.
I'm in.
Let's go!
Woo!
Dude, that was huge, bro. 91K?
Each.
And I'm gonna report that one loser as well.
Whoa,
Let's
that's so
fucking
cool.
go,
We got loot.
Make sure you loot this. You report the same guy.
Which
for
one
being
was it?
Stinky. Report. Verbal abuse. Said the N-word after getting absolutely fucking destroyed by me. Okay. I really wrote that word for word.
Oh my god. Damage raider.
So, I mean, these kind of people, that's all they have. Like, that's their only way of trying to get under someone's skin is like, which is like pathetic in its own right, obviously. Like, if that's their only thing that you could do to like try to get someone is like, okay.
$22,000 Tempest, by the way.
How much was it? 22,000?
Yeah.
This volcano is worth 24K. I might just take off the items on it and put it. I'm gonna put all this on my fucking. Cause here, yeah, I'm putting all of his things on my shotgun, and then I'm selling this volcano. So I don't give a shit.
Is the temp so?
Thanks for all the stuff, idiot. Later.
I want to bring a Tempest in, but I'll lose it. Oh my god.
Nuke, yeah, but it's like being edgy, but also when you're like grown man vibes, it's like, what's the joke?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just not edgy. It's at this point, like, obviously I know people say that, but it's just like, it's just racist and shitty. But we move on. We don't need to harp on it because this person's already been talked about more than he deserves.
I can't believe we did that though. That's cool.
Dude, no, Carl, it was free.
Yeah.
Like, when I tell you how free that was, they had no game sense whatsoever. They just ran right up to us because they thought they were gonna do it because they had better guns, but it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter at all.
I'm so stoked we got stuff from them.
Oh yeah, we got some really good stuff.
Cool.
Expedition. Let me get my cooling coil. Commit. Nice. Oh my god, let's go.
Do you have any iron sputters or frequency modulation boxes?
No.
Okay.
And another battery and another shredder gyro. Or gyro. Gyro? Hero?
Euro.
What would you ask for?
You need a shredded euro? Do you need something? Do you mean to bring that shredder thing in?
No, I'll get another one. It's fine.
I have 3.
Freedom. I think the hard R is immediately someone who sucks. Like, if it's someone who's like saying it in like a bantery kind of like way, like, I don't. Regardless, it's not my room to say anything about it regardless, you know.
Yeah.
But like, if it's hard R, it means they're being shitty. Regardless.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who says it. Because it's just like that's just. Yeah, like, you can tell that guy was just a piece of shit.
You made it.
Regardless, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neezy, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, if it's someone who was like saying it in a playful kind of like ribbing way, and you could tell like that they're allowed to, and because it's their vibe, that's completely one thing. Like, that's, in my opinion, that's like, oh yeah, sure. Like,
yeah.
Sorry, GG's, good fight. But that guy was a piece of shit. He knew what he was doing. He's being an asshole. And he sucks.
I have a power rod. Are we doing a night thing again?
Yeah, I think we should. We got good loot. But that's where you also get like the fights. So it's like, if you want to have a chiller vibe, we go during the day maybe, unless you're like in the mood.
I'm down for both. Like, if we fight, we fight. Because what I'm bringing, I don't care to lose.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it, Axel. It was very faint for me. Not that I condone it. I just didn't, like, I stand by what Chris is saying 100%. But I missed it. I didn't hear it.
Do you want to do Jam
can hear
Battlegrounds, or do you want to do Stella or Bluegate?
Well, what do we need? And also, do you want to do like a trial? Do you want to just do like a... We could probably beat our ticks, fireballs, and pops on Stella. We can get a better score than that.
Let's do Stella daytime and just vibe and see what the story is here.
All right.
Bringing heals.
My partner slapped the absolute
Okay.
fuck out of the best friend.
What's up,
twice
Nicole?
already. Yeah. Oh my god, B. I'm glad someone stood up
Alright.
for you. Stood up
Yeah,
for
I'm
you.
pretty fucking looted right
Jesus.
now.
Yeah, it's
Stella
so
Montis.
like, as it should be, but it's so not in my vocab anymore. Not anymore, ever, but like, it's so not, so deeply not, that like, even in songs, it's never coming out of my mouth. You know what I mean? I think N-word, Axel. From what I'm sensing from Chris. I'll say fella. I'll say fella if I want to, like, rap a full verse. If I'm really wanting to, but otherwise I just don't say it at all. I'll just take a breath and have a little inhale, like karaoke.
So we could go towards medical and see if there's people there, or we could just
Let's
do our own
it.
thing.
We can see. I'm down.
We do have some good loot, so like.
True.
There are people in here.
Oh. The same, Beebs. Honestly, I would have had the same answer.
I say we just go another area.
Yeah. Savvy, what the hell?
Okay.
That's my goat.
Just cover by the 6. Look behind us. Lexi, of course, of course.
Real. So loser, Axel.
I think it's just a lot of times it's very jarring because you're so used to not
Yeah.
hearing it because we're in a good space.
Yeah.
That when you hear it, you're like, oh, people suck. Word, of course.
Yeah, yeah. I agree.
It really just reminds you, like, oh, okay, not everything's. But I mean, we're reminded constantly, as well, with you know the current fucking state of the world. So it's not really surprising anymore, unfortunately. It's just kind of like a bummer. But
Yeah.
there's enough good people out there that keep things chill.
Yeah.
Okay, I already got like 15 fucking pops. We're not on night mode, so it's not gonna be double dub, which is kind of
We
an
should,
L.
after this, do night mode, Stella, and just like try to get loot, but also just pop.
It's about to end, but what we could do is whatever the next night mode is, we'll just go to.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
How close is it about to end? If someone's close.
People
where are you?
talking. Three minutes.
How do I get to you? How do I get to you?
Stairs. Let's go inside. Are they being weird? Stairs. Door.
Okay, yeah, coming.
And then walk up the stairs.
Okay, just getting this pop.
Okay. Pips, yeah, I think that's one of the truest things you've ever said in chat. I'm the same way. Cats over people any day of the week.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's that controversial.
Hi, doggo. Oh, good, doll. How are you?
All right. Let's see. You know about this secret area right here?
Yeah.
Backpack down there.
Backpack right there. See if there's anything in it. Let's see.
Grab it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Sure.
Sure, sure. Oh, someone died. The
Ooh,
Bastion, I think.
Should we go?
Why not? Let's go. Is that another death?
Might be.
We gotta check that out.
Okay. Check in. If you watch Tifu play this game, it's actually fucked up.
Really?
Like his movement is stupid, dude.
Yeah, the X and the
snap hook?
Yeah.
People right here.
Oh.
Right in front of me.
Hit one. Kill one. Hit one again.
One's knocked. One more right in front of me. Right here.
Hit one again.
Nice. He's lit. He's fucking lit. Just be careful. Nice nade.
Come to
He's
me.
healing.
Come to me.
Yeah, I'm crawling you. I'm crawling you. Nice. Good fire.
Come.
I'm right behind. You could probably defib me right here. Nice job, Carla. I got his friend up. You got his friend up.
Okay, I'm running. A bit call to me.
Yeah, he's pushing. He's pushing. He's pushing.
Okay.
I'm behind this. I'm behind this. I'm behind this. He's grabbing his friend. He's pushing around. He's right in front of me.
Yeah,
He's going. He's going to my right. He thought you were up there.
Keep crawling. Keep crawling.
You could come get me.
Keep crawling.
Think.
Keep crawling.
I.
Do you have enough? Yeah. Keep crawling.
Okay.
Keep crawling.
Tell me when I'm right here.
Yeah.
Huge. Be careful. I'm gonna throw this.
Where is he?
They're probably over there, or they're gonna come around.
Oh my god. Oh.
Did they run?
I think they did. And they didn't expect
dipped,
me to
'cause
be there.
They should have been here. They're saying Doshun over there. Yeah, fucking right. Because they know they have no health.
Or is it a bait?
Bro.
Oh.
Let's go down here. Dude, you popped the fuck off against those guys. That was sick.
Oh my god. I want to finish it.
Yeah, me too. Fuck, I can't. Hold on. You go first. You go first.
You gotta go over here. Die. You try.
What the fuck?
You gotta jump on
I think
this
you need to
yellow
stand on
thing.
the edge of this.
You gotta do the yellow thing.
I got it.
Oh.
Oh. The way I had it?
The way
No
I had
worries,
it too. Go for it.
Fuck! You go first.
Okay.
The bowl cut boys.
Die. Here you go. Oh, I'm so sad we didn't get that. Well, we should have. Must have healed.
Here we
decent
go.
enough.
Why is it pushing me off, man? Okay, here we go.
Okay. Imagine you can put your hand down.
I hear guys walking. Oh, hand down would be sick. Okay, let's go up here slowly. Another shield for you.
Oh yeah.
Dude. Oh, they're leaving. They're leaving. There's someone leaving at the subway. We gotta go down there.
Okay.
It's probably them. Bro, is that them on there?
Ooh.
This guy's yelling friendly, friendly. Man.
Yeah,
Do you think that was them?
I don't know.
Bro. Where'd those guys go? Dude,
I don't
the
know.
fact that they dipped is such a fucking
That's
like,
funny to me.
play for you. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I don't know, Sacred. I was probably being a dickhead again.
You popped the hell off. The fact that you got me back twice.
I had 3 defibs for that moment.
No, defibs. That's why defibs are so clutch, I'm telling you.
True.
They might have went this way. Bro, maybe they went this way? Oh, someone over there. Someone over here making noise. Oh, there's guys.
Wait.
A raider. There.
What did that guy look like? One was like a samurai dude, right?
I
don't think it was that guy.
Ooh, Tammy. I'll check.
Dead body.
Maybe. But you need money, which I'd
You,
wait.
you loot that. You loot
You're
that.
probably rich as hell with your shit, right?
Sorry. Are you friendly? There's a dead body here. I don't know if you're chill or not.
No, it's not me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Does it hurt?
When you fell from heaven?
Wait, here. Let me help you. Here. So, I'm sorry. We're looking. Did you see a samurai guy maybe and a friend? Because they tried killing us, but then they ran away because my partner over here popped the fuck off.
No. The only people I saw or didn't see were the ones who killed my teammate.
Oh.
In loading bay next to the bass.
Well, hey, we're the bowl cut boys. We'll help you out.
Bowl cut boys, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, is that okay?
Oh no, it's perfectly fine. But isn't this one a girl?
Hey.
You could be a bowl cut boy's a state of mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're the bowl cut boys. Follow us.
All right.
Okay.
Whose body's this?
I have no idea. I was just like, ooh, a little bit of loot, and then I walked away.
Interesting. Hello?
Yo. Friendly or what's up?
Is that a shotgun you have?
It's a... Oh, okay, never mind.
You use this.
Ooh.
Wait, that's nice. Hold on. Let's go. Thank you by the way for that. Here, hold on. You take have a threesies. Every back. Wait, you got guys fighting you? Where at?
I don't trust the guys that said they were friendly.
Steph, where are you at? We got you. I want to find those two guys who fought us before.
Talia. Too lovely to
Right?
night
Or
runs
no?
and Stella. Oh, nice. I would do anything.
This guy seems kind of... The
to
guy
get those
who's following
guys.
us seems funny.
Yeah.
Do you use integrated headphones with a mic? Or an external mic?
External.
External,
Yeah, because you sound very clear.
Ooh.
Hey. Thank you. You sound clear too.
Thanks, man.
Sorry about your partner.
Yeah. It's alright. He lived a good life.
Hey. Check this out. Do you have this?
I do. I found like 4 of them in Stella.
I also have it too. I have it too.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll give it to someone else when I find them.
Ooh.
Bad people.
Wait, where at?
There's my dead body. Oh wait, there's 2 dead bodies. Oh wait, there's 3 dead bodies. There's loot down there.
This bathroom was not messing around, man. That might do the trick.
Ooh. Oh, we're gonna get him. Is someone down there? Oh, our friend just went down. I have a defib! We just gotta kill it first. Oh no, go away, we can get you. Oh no. He's so close. He's so close. Crawl away, we got it. Woohoo! Ugh. Stay still. Oh! Oh, people, losers! Losers afoot! Losers! They waited till we killed the Bastion! Thank you.
Haha! That's what you fucking get, you fucking cowards! Our friend died in front of us.
I know.
Throw grenades up there. These guys fucking suck.
Up there.
I don't think I have grenades. But...
Everyone's dying. Imagine shooting people who just downed a boss. There's loot down here if you want any of the rest of this bastion, by the way. Thanks for killing those fucking rat fucks. You guys rock. Have a good day.
I can't believe everything just happened.
This has been a movie and a half. How do we leave? We need to go this way. Yeah, you guys can loot whatever's left. You're the ones who, did you kill those guys who shot at us?
Yeah, if I was shooting down from one, and then we come up on them.
Oh, thank you.
Hell yeah, thank you. I got a few shots on them. They shot us immediately after we took the boss out, which was a little silly. And if you guys need a blueprint, I got a blueprint if you need one.
Oh my god, I just can't believe
Felion?
what just happened.
All right, let me get to you.
I'm so shocked. So much just happened.
It's been awesome.
Oh my god.
All right, here I go. Yo. What's up, boys? There you go. Enjoy. Of course, of course. Have fun. Yup. I'm not gonna fight them. Those are the good guys.
I can't believe.
What was that? Oh no, it was a wasp. Carl, what were you gonna say?
We beat our Bastion in high school.
Let's go. We gotta go.
Okay, 1 second.
Great.
Sorry, there's containers.
Okay. There was like at least 4 or 5 guys up there just chilling.
I know, just waiting.
I don't think it was the guys who we fought earlier either. One of them looked sus, but I don't think it was him.
True.
Dude, I can't believe those rats were shooting at us after we took out the boss, and then our guy died in front of us, man.
Always
Our
the
boy.
way. Not our boy.
That's why this game's funny, because like, even though we're doing a lot of PvP, people still will like be strategic with their PvP, and they'll be like, okay, well these guys are chill.
True.
There's no point of having a fight here. Like, let's both be vibers here.
True.
Bro, the amount of damage I did this game, and dude, you have to check your damage after this. I think you're down a few different dudes.
Oh shit, yeah, that was the same fight.
All right, things here, by the way. I'm leaving.
Oh, I don't leave.
I have to.
No, don't.
You're too busy looting.
No, wait. Come back.
All right, I'll see it.
No.
You got 2 minutes. No, I'm just
Okay.
kidding. Come on, hurry.
I'm coming. I'm running. We popped off this game.
I hear you in game twice.
Okay.
We did pop off. All right, let's go.
All right.
Oh, that whole game's actually a video. That whole game is a video. The strategic defibs, shooting a guy and then becoming his friend, almost getting killed by rats, him dying in front of us, and then another team taking those guys out. Look at this. Look how many different people here were here.
Knocked out raider assist, damage raider.
Yeah, I want to see how much damage you did. I feel like you did a fuck ton.
Damage raider 913 XP.
Yeah, I got 475.
Oh my god. Knocked out raider 500.
How about damage arc?
Damage arc 1.7k. I didn't do a lot to the arcs.
Dude, I only got 1,000. You're popping off.
I scavenged 7k. Whoa. I got 39k that round of XP.
Oh, I got a blue light stick blueprint.
Oh.
Woo!
Yippee! Wow, okay.
Yeah, let me do a quick like go through my inventory vibe right now.
All right. Oh my god. Guys, we're looting and scooting today. If I can say that.
No, dude, you can. That was sick. W fucking raid.
What's this for? Tracked. You saw.
Let me refine some metal here. I love when this song plays. Guys, when you hear this song, it means you had a good raid and it's a vibe.
The little happy noise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a little...
Look at my ducks.
But then there's also like the sad like hype song to get you back into the mode or the mood.
Real. Do you have two Sentinel firing cores? Sentinel firing cores?
I would have to see. Yeah, it's giving triumphant. Also, guys, if you're having a fun time, feel free to toss a sub. You have a Twitch Prime available, and you're already subbed to me. Go use it on Carla right now if you're down.
Oh,
and if you're in Carla's chat and
same thing.
And same thing. But also
flip it around.
What's up, guys? Have fun. Hey, have fun.
Hey, we have fun here.
We have fun here. Ooh, Buried City Night Raid. Let me grab some stuff. I'm gonna make good time. I'm gonna prime for 1 year from Carmi.
Yeah,
Let's
Carmi.
go.
My goat. We're really doing it.
Wait, yo, dude, Carmi got into my. We were doing snipes the other day, and Carmi got into my match so many times. It was so funny.
Really?
Yeah, like nonstop.
My goat.
Yup.
That's my absolute goat.
You having fun, dude? Big Bad is so fun, man. Okay, I'm bringing 2 zip lines, and then let me see what else.
I'm gonna bring in more grenades and stuff because I feel like that's great. Guys, thank you for lurking.
Yeah, real quick, do a quick lurker roll call after that last game. If you guys are down, little salute, little giggle, little dance, whatever you got for the lurking of the rolls and the calls here. That last one. I saw someone say it in chat. Someone goes, "I love when they lock in because we get so quiet."
Yeah.
And it's strictly comms. You're like crawl back. I'm defibbing.
Yeah.
Mark them. Where are they?
That says
Over.
quiet and like I was literally doing exactly what you just said. Keep crawling.
Yeah.
Keep crawling. Crawl more.
Move. Hold up.
Wait.
Go
That's
this way.
so funny.
Give it a second.
That's so true. That's actually
Yeah, that's a
so
good point.
funny.
If you have turbo and you still have prime, might as well use it on people to get emotes and just support additionally if you're feeling wild.
Yeah. Arc feels kind of like a movie when we lock in, because like I feel like people sometimes there's a lot to say in chat, and other times it's just like they're just locking in to watch at this point, you know. 3 safe pockets. Okay, I'll go tinkle. Oh, we're not in each other's party anymore. Oh, yeah, we are. Sorry. There it is. Are we doing... Do you want to pick the map and I'll ready? I just gotta go to the toilet.
Yeah, let's do Buried City Night. So
Right.
bring whatever you want for that. I'm bringing grenades. I'm bringing guns. I'm bringing fun.
I'm bringing it all.
I want to kill ticks. I want to get some rusty
Yeah.
bolts and other shit.
Let's see if we can get... Cause we need ticks, pops, everything.
Oh, because we can also do trials. We can kind of do like try to double dip. All right, hold on, I'm gonna go piss.
We're gonna go to Galleria.
I might grab an Alani.
Wait, Chris, before you go. We might be able to get our... I don't know if you're still here.
Ancient Xander just
Are you still
resubbed
here?
for
Okay,
2
cool.
months.
If we go to the Galleria
For the
first, we
Bobby
could get
boys.
all the Great Mole.
Oh, true.
And get double. Okay, be right back.
Do I have a TBD creator code? I don't. Carla does though, Machado. If you're gonna buy anything from the new update.
Oh.
What's your creator code? Just Carla?
Just Carla, yeah. No
yeah,
pressure.
she has
thanks.
one. I don't.
Bobby. Not Bobby, for the Bobby boys.
Let's go, my goat, dude.
Xander,
Wait,
thank
Machado.
you.
Stranger Things brought you back to DBD? Nah.
That's really kind.
I'll be
Thank you
back.
for your prime. That's really cool. Thank you. Welcome in. I appreciate it, guys. I'm Bobby now. I'm going to call you Bobby now. Nah, I'm joking. How are you? I'm locked into, is it Tears of the Kingdom? Tears of the Kingdom. I'm so bad with, that franchise. Tears of the Kingdom? Maybe. I'm loving it. I know I don't chat as much when we're locked in with fights and stuff, but oh my god, it's so good if like a fight pays off. I feel like we're not losing that much shit at the moment, which is nice. We can do together. We can do trials. We can definitely beat our pop, fireballs, and ticks. And I think we can do plants better as well. We got this. Oh, Xander, that's cute. I really like playing with Chris. It's a vibe. We have some funny times and we also lock in. It's really cool. All right, let me go pee. Go pee if you need to. Cancel that free trial. Thank you again for being here. The subbies, the biddies, lurking, all forms of support. I'll be back.
Whoa. Breezeberry. Okay, hold up. That tastes like a melted blue raspberry popsicle. Ooh. Need. Is that an Eddie or alcoholic? Neither. Caffeine. A crazy third thing. Yeah, we're in it to win it today. Yeah. Arc when I'm high is weird because it's fun, but then I'm like, I don't know. I think I become too friendly, and then people will like shoot me or backstab me, and then I'm like, okay, it's really not nice. Jennifer Coolidge's gun. Oh wow. Oh, from White Lotus. These gays, they're trying to kill me. Me when I date a guy when I'm a girl in a game instead of a girl in the option, and that's my chat. Good night. Me playing Life is Strange True Colors. And I chose the vanilla boy option, and everyone was like, what the fuck? I was like, guys, because everyone chose the girl. I wanted to do something different. Yo, Nev, thanks for the 13. Good game, by the way. Carl, you back yet? Peeing as all hell. I'm gonna. She's got me checking Bant's egging on stream. Let's see. How's he doing? He's only here. Yeesh. Yeesh.
Thank you for the sub.
You got this, Anthony.
Put your ass away, child.
Useful NPC just subscribed.
NPC, thank you. Oh yeah.
Aren't you live, dude? Watch, he'll say it. Oh, that's huge.
Oh my god. Thank you so much.
Not much,
I
man.
really appreciate that. And thank you for always lurking too. I see your lurking.
Ooh, he's
your
got
lurking
this.
redeems and stuff. Thank you. I was just feeling. Whoa, what happened? What happened?
Nothing. I'm just watching Bant as an egg because I was waiting for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I needed some chocolate. I'm 5 hours in. I needed a sweet treat.
Okay.
Do you have a sweet treat?
Yeah, I got Nalane. It's a blue raspberry energy drink.
Oh shit! I thought it was alcohol for some reason.
Bro, Bobber was like, "Is that alcohol or a weed drink?" And I said, "Neither."
Whoa.
Caffeine. Yeah. But I could get a little silly with it later if we're trying to like do the duck shit.
True.
I don't know.
See how you feel. I'm down. What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
And then Friday, I think I might be off actually.
Ooh. Thank you for the sub. Yusuf.
But
Yusuf.
we'll
Put
see.
your ass away,
Yusuf.
child.
Hello. Happy 13.
Banana
I
Hammock
know.
Consuelo
5 minutes
just
in.
subscribed.
Holy shit.
Where's
Carl's
Where are we
currently
at?
love
we're-
happy 13
How are you?
months.
Good to see
Can't
you.
believe it's been
Granios
that
Apartments,
long
honestly, on a
already.
night raid, we
my
could
goodness.
get a ton of crazy loot.
Right, go to the Galleria.
That's way fucking far.
Have your eyes adjusted to
Isn't
the
it far as
dark
hell from
side
here?
of location? Loot
Yeah.
is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep.
Toledo.
Trust me, well, let's go in here. If this isn't looted, we're gonna leave with 50,000 plus credits. in
Okay.
here. Because it's all diamond items, and you get a ton of shit. And then we can do Galleria. Let me see.
Black
If
Ops
it's
6
looted,
is
okay,
so
it
funny.
doesn't look. Yeah, I
so
just got Lance's
random.
mixtape already. Like, we're fucking chilling in here for a sec.
Wait, let me hear a sound.
Like, that's already 10K. Yeah, like, hey.
What are you getting?
Dude, like, just constant good shit. Guys, you have to come to the apartments at night on Buried City. You'll get just everything. You ever found good loot on Night Raid? Big Bad, there's no way that's true.
What?
Night Raids are the way to get good loot. gotta look in the weirdest shit though. Like garbage cans will have like blueprints randomly.
Mm.
Let me see. That's a Rocket Series on our cake. Stuck on me, mind in my mind.
How high did you go up? What level
I
are you
took
on?
a fucking zip line all the way. I'm all the way up.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
Yeah, dude, that's huge. Playing cards. What's next?
God, these stairs ever stop? I want to get some loot.
Oh!
What did you get?
Nothing.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the... And that's in my head. God damn it. Virgo. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass
It's been
away,
good.
child.
We've actually had great games.
Virgo just
Okay,
subscribed.
we go over here now.
A
With
lot's
all this, then
happening.
we could either leave or
Thank
go
you,
do more stuff.
Virgo. My absolute goat.
Statue, yeah, I'll take that.
58? Jesus. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everything so
Raider
much.
caches also have really good shit, yes.
Thank you for the sub. Red?
Put your ass away, child.
Ayo just subscribed. 6 months.
Ooh, what's in here?
Yippee.
Hype train, eh?
Is that you? Is that you
Apparently.
going up?
That's me going down. Me going down. Me going down.
You're muted.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh my god. I thought we were about to have a battle.
Thank
For the
you. We
ages.
hyping and training. Red, thank you so much. What the fuck? Guys, I appreciate it. You're the best. Ah. Thank you for being here as well. My absolute goat of a community. Accepting that I'm obsessed with Raid and watching it. We're training and happen. Clund for life. When you put it like that. That's so funny. Ready, I'll try and... Oh, what's that?
I just got a renegade, by the way.
Nice.
People dying. Oh, people dying.
Work for that rent. Thank you,
Sorry,
Em.
it's been a bit.
Why are you saying sorry? What the fuck?
I'm gonna kill this
I'm
guy.
happy you're here, babe. Don't stress about anything else.
Boom.
Thank you. I needed those nice
Can you ever get
tips.
anything like super good from the weapon like drops that happen? Does anyone know?
Thank
Or
you
is it
so
just
much
ammo
for the
usually?
biddies. Nice tits. Oh my god.
Rock is here over there.
Should we
You
go
got an
and
anvil
come
earlier?
back?
Okay. Yeah, I'm down to do that. I feel like I have enough stuff where like I'd be stoked to leave. Kind
Yeah,
of.
we could just go and come back and do this the same thing.
Yeah. I
I
feel like
love
the
that
way
emote
this
so
works is
much.
it pretty much where you spawn is where you kind of end up. Like being right next to the apartments is just smart to loot.
You okay?
Are you on,
Okay.
Is that you on a zip line?
No, yeah. I just went down.
Okay. I don't know if this room was even looted yet. Like there's areas that I don't even know if I was at.
Oh, Buried City Residential Master Key. Damn.
Yeah, dude, if you
Um,
had that, that'd be crazy.
Should we go here or just leave?
What's that? Is that you making noise?
Yeah. We could so destroy ticks
What-
and stuff.
We could go there and do like a little bit of stuff. Yeah, that's like the best place to loot, guys, on Night Raid or like Cold Snap or whatever. There's always just
I said this
a
to pals, but
silly
streams
amount of
always
stuff.
make me giggle. I love having a bit of a giggle together.
I wouldn't mind doing the Buried City Town Hall again at some point.
It makes me very happy.
I'll keep it
Especially
a full
we're all in
ass
like a
stack,
giggly
brother.
mood.
You getting shot? Oh.
Sorry, Wasp was on my keister. Oh, fuck. Rocketeer.
Is he on you or me?
Me, I think. I'm safe. Be
Nope,
careful.
he's on mine. He's on mine.
Oh.
I ran away though.
Okay. Matriarch
Man, I
on
didn't even get to see what was in
spaceport?
there.
Now, hang on.
Matriarch could be fun for like a little different change of pace.
Little 1-2, Daddy's favorite.
Oh, we could try queuing into a Matriarch fight on like a different server as duos, and see if other people in the chat are able to get in and like try to have like a friendly match.
Friendly
like,
battle.
Get like, well, no, like a friendly, like we take out the Matriarch together, kind of.
Yeah. 19 more minutes.
Lot of ticks. Would anyone be down to try that if we ended up doing that, like
It's
queuing
not
into a Matriarch
guaranteed, but we
fight?
can try.
If you could, because if you could find like another person to just queue in with for now,
People trying to leave.
could be a move. I'm looting some ticks right here.
Nothing can stop me. Train is on the platform. I really
Where
do
you
want to. I am. Where are you? Oh, I'm
What's up,
here.
Abby?
I really want to try though the tick thing on a night raid because we can totally beat our
yeah.
high score.
Oh.
Ooh.
How do we leave?
Do you want to go to that one?
Let's go to Southern Station. Toaster, if you want to shove it. Ooh, another tick? Where? Oh, it's on my head. Great.
I'm headed.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so excited for you. I know it's been a long time coming, and you've been kind of like.
I have so many tick pods.
Yes.
For the project.
I'm so proud of you. That's amazing. When are you?
Troph.
When do you start? Might fuck around and die to an arc.
I don't know how to get to you. Are you? What are you dying to? You're muted this whole time.
Arcs. Yeah, 3 of them on my cheeks. But it's okay. You got this. Nothing is stopping you more. Oh, someone died. North.
Well, that wasn't yours?
No. Ed, that's so sick. I'm so proud of you. How do you feel? Are you just kind of like, oh.
My God, that thing's fast as fuck.
That's amazing.
Oh, there you are. Hey.
Oh, more people dying north. We gotta go. More people dying north.
Fuck!
Thank you.
Yep. My God.
Should we go north and see if the people are there?
One sec. I don't even know. I don't know what's going on right now, actually.
I'll go look on the roof.
I can't see a fucking bloody thing. Nice. North, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonder if they died to the Bastion.
Oh, true. We can check. What's up, Mare?
Eb,
That's
that's
just fucking
sick. I'm
Is that one
pumped
right
for
there?
you.
That's a bombardier. Let's go this way.
No, but seriously. I know I'm distracted, but I do mean it when I say it. That's so cool.
Excuse me. Oh, watch over that thing. Oh, there's people in there looting. I can hear him. Did you hear that? There's a guy smacking metal.
Oh, I didn't.
Watch out, that thing will hurt you. Nice.
Yes.
What's up, Frizz?
You know what I like about this game that's shouldn't be a big deal, but it is to me? Is the
What?
fact that you can zip line or climb a stair, like a ladder at the same time. Someone just died.
Yeah. No. Someone. It sounds like they turned off something.
I just heard a
Oh, that's like a robot more than a person. Oh, wait.
What?
Look at this thing. Look at this freak right here. Nice.
Nice.
I think you need something from this.
Oh, it's so over, Ab. It's so over.
Oh, Sentinel firing core. Get that.
So over.
We need to leave. I'm looted out my oh, nice. Look at that rubber duck.
Alright, let's go.
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
Rubber ducky.
Okay, now hold up. Okay, now wait a goddamn second. That was
Now
cool.
wait a
Check
second.
this out. Let's leave.
Still wonder who died.
Yeah. We might not never know, and that's okay.
Dang.
We need to get the fuck out of here, though.
Real.
Oh, that thing's leaving.
That scared the shit out of me.
Let's go. Run, jump, run and jump. Whoa. Balls. Balls. Nice. Got two.
I do need that.
More over here. People thirsty. People. Knocked one. They're trash. They're trash. Fucking rats.
Where are they?
Fucking rats, bro. Down there. They're healing their friend right now. Throw grenades if you got any. Yep, keep throwing.
Oh.
Watch out for that's mine.
Oh no.
Oh my god, help.
I'm here. Oh, I can't. I'm done. Nice.
Fuck, they're getting out all of our stuff, man. That blows ass. Fucking rats.
Damn, none of my grenades connected. Did you get some safe pocket stuff?
Yeah, that's annoying.
I'm sorry. We can run it back. Frosty, I feel like I've talked to Frosty today.
And just like those guys, it's just like such an interesting way to play. Like I've never.
Where were they when you went down? Were they just hiding in the?
They were literally just. It was like a little dude just popping behind the wall, like. Hope someone comes down soon.
Oh.
Hope someone comes down soon.
I need them.
So, dude, those are the kind of guys who sit on their balls. But just like to the side, you know?
What?
There's some stuff here to sell. Been there, yeah, that's right.
You know, it's something when Chris gets a rise out of me when I go, what?
Credible insult there.
Reese, yowza.
No, Vic, they just do. They just maybe to get like feel like they're a little taller or something. I don't know.
Low hanging balls
just
for
do.
real.
Yeah, I don't know. That's so annoying, bro.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What a phrase. What do we do? Do we go to? Can we go to a night raid and
a little
just
pillow for the short guy.
All right, guys, I'm right here.
Oh, sorry.
Why don't we go in, Stay with me. What night
Wait.
raids do we have?
We have Buried City, and
All right,
that's
cool.
it.
Buried City, we go straight to the Galleria, and we get the pops, and we get the Great Mole. Okay?
I don't think there's enough Great Mall. I think you're overestimating how much Great Mall.
No, there's heaps in there, and then we can get some other shit around.
All right. I'll bring
But
a Venator,
really,
and that's it.
There's a lot of pops and shit around anyway.
A lot
and
of
wasps.
pops and shit.
And wasps.
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 It's so annoying, bro. Here's the thing. I don't even care what I lost. Like I'm already over it. Whatever I lost, don't care. I hate losing to people who are just bad at the game.
Can you bring me
Like
in a renegade?
I know those. I downed that guy before, no problem, and that's what's frustrating. I'm like, I know that guy's not good.
Fair.
Okay.
Just
Let me
okay.
Can you bring
But you know
me
what?
a
That's part of the
renegade?
game, guys. What'd you say?
Can you bring me a renegade and I'll bring you a Tempest or something? I don't know.
Renegade for a Tempest. Let me think about this.
Or but what do you want? I have some guns.
It's gonna be Robert.
Nope. I did not.
All right. I can bring you a Renegade 2.
Yeah, what would you like? I have Osprey, I have a Torrente.
You got any shotguns?
I can bring you a real nice El Toro 4.
Yeah, okay. I'll take an El Toro 4. And then I'll bring you a Renegade 2. Let me see if I can upgrade it.
Can you put some attachments on it if you have available?
Yeah, I'm giving it a Compensator 2.
Okay, I'll bring
What's
you...
the Queen and the Matriarch? A few letters. No, the Queen's a lot smaller. The Matriarch's massive for no reason.
Oh shit, yeah.
What happened?
Just I forgot about the Matriarch.
Yeah, we could do that. How much time is left on that? 13 minutes. So we either do Matriarch or we do Night Raid.
We'll have different
feel
night
like-
raids. We'll have plenty of night
Do you want
raids.
any Matriarch then?
Yeah.
What can I fix
You
today?
done?
Okay, Matriarch. I'm still going in with whatever I have. Actually,
Can I get you anything
Wait,
else?
so are we gonna try and do like the core thing? Where you go in, get the batteries, or...
no, that shit's boring.
Okay,
Because people just wait and camp you.
true.
You're lucky I've got
Wait,
all
Matriarch's
that
actually kind of
going
gonna be a challenge.
So what do we got, like, what's the joke? Like, what do we,
I don't know. I feel like every time I do Matriarch, I just get kind of like killed as I'm trying to loot it.
Well, we don't have to do it. Why don't we just do Buried City then?
Yeah, let's just do that. Fuck it. I'm bringing you a Renegade 2. Let me get you. Let me see what other attachments I can do here.
I'm bringing you El Toro 4 with attachments. Okay.
Ooh, I'm getting you a. Okay,
Muffin cute! Happy birthday.
a Medium Mag
Hi,
3,
Ghost,
which
you
is really
too.
kind of me.
How much
And I'll
is
also
it
get you a-
worth? How much is the Renegade worth?
Right now, it's worth 12k.
Alright, I'll beef mine up.
Nah, come on.
Alright, cool. I got
Anything
you a
else?
real
You're gonna
nice
get that
shotgun. You
Matriarch?
were going to love this.
Let me get a gun stock here for.
You're gonna love the way
Does
you
the
look.
Matriarch have tits? I don't know.
You can find out.
Okay, now your Renegade's worth 17k. So.
Oh, okay, wait. Alright, yours is worth 17 too.
Okay. Rika wouldn't lie, I don't think. Yeah, no, they wouldn't.
Can't believe how fast time.
So you're bringing me a shotgun?
Yep, and I have ammo for you.
Okay. Okay.
I have ammo, so don't worry about it.
I don't need ammo. I don't need ammo. Bring.
Oh, okay.
I'm bringing in like 45, 55.
Ammo for you, or
No, I'm for myself. I'm good.
okay. You know what? I'm gonna bring in a shotgun too. This is so naughty of me.
Too also.
I'm gonna be so sad if I lose this, but you know what? That's the way the cookie crumbles. Where was it? I just saw it.
I only lie on my tax forms. That's right. I know that's right.
I know that's right.
All right, I'm ready to go. I'm bringing you a crazy Renegade 2.
Oh.
Night Raid, Buried City.
Let's go.
Wait, actually, I want to bring.
No, a great minds think alike.
I want to bring a zip line.
Yippee! I didn't even
Give me
think.
zip lines.
Do you want me to hold? I can.
I made two. We're good.
Oh, I gotta bring a.
It's just good to have them.
defib.
It's good to have them for Buried City. Oh, I got 2 defibs also.
Can I help you?
Enjoy.
We should probably check just in case. Dude, there's no way there's Rule 34 for matriarchs and the queen and arcs in general.
Need something?
There always is. Yeah, that's the point of it.
All right, let's go.
All of my workbenches are 3, yes, except my main one, which you can't upgrade. That's the rule, unfortunately. All right.
You got this, Cammy.
So we're trying to kill everything and collect
I
Great Mullen.
believe you're my goat. Yeah. We do a bit of both. We do Great Mull. We can shoot some pops, some fireballs, loot.
You're making stuff up.
All right.
All right.
Hi, Brandy. How are you doing?
Those drugs? No, those are arcs. Drugs are poppers.
Oh, true.
Found out about that from chat. Okay. Rico, I think they make you energetic
Oh my God.
and ready to party.
Brandy, how was your day? I can't believe my eyes are so like gross from just being like this on Ark, but I love it. I love when a game makes you feel this way.
Rusted bolts, needed those. I think.
All right.
Muted.
Sorry.
This game we have to stay unmuted so we can lock in.
All right, and then
You
we're
can talk
gonna
to
go.
chat if you want. I don't care.
Okay.
Wait, let me give you your gun.
Oh shit, yeah. Check this out.
Yours is just fucking rolling
All
away.
right.
Okay, wait. Why'd you give me a shotgun silencer? I didn't even know they had that.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm gonna see what it sounds like. Oh wait, that sounds kind of cool actually.
It's kind of nice.
All right. Wait, so here's
Galleria?
the problem. We got in with 10 minutes already done.
Let's go to Galleria.
My game's lagging.
Oh.
Well, let's check hospital roof first before Galleria because we could get some loot up there. If no one went up there, that's guaranteed loot because
Wait, Chris.
there's people probably already at the Galleria at this
I'm
point.
gonna check the secret room down here. See if it's open.
Okay. Squid, let's go, dude. Congratulations. Oh, someone
Ooh.
just died.
Shoot.
Over there. I think we go to the roof real quick, and then we can see what the vibe is, and then we could zip line to the Galleria from the roof.
Let me just open. If you want to just hang back, I'm just opening this loot room, and then.
Yeah,
all yours.
I'm hanging kind of back.
Eb, enjoy your cake. Yup. Now I want cake.
I you're breathing so much. Chill. The Samley, yeah, we're chilling on the Samley bus right now.
Real. Aww. Ooh. That's spicy, Tammy.
There's a dude in front of me. There's 2 dudes in front of me that just left.
Okay, coming.
Okay. They're just down there leaving.
Really? No, I'm joking. Okay.
We could go try and kill him, but that's ratty.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
righty. We'll get karma. Alright, let's go. A temple?
Okay,
What
we
the
going up
hell?
first. Oh, that's good.
What?
It's stuttering for me.
Oh.
for no reason. Okay. Oh yeah. There's a security breach up here.
Can I breach it? Oh shit! I just want to hear the noise.
I haven't done one yet today.
I got a van.
You got a what?
A Venator, whatever.
Oh nice. Wasn't worth it. Got nothing. Got an Andal 2 and that's it.
Nice.
Not even one sound. Bag over here.
I'm gonna do the zip line, okay? You ready?
Wait, be careful though, seriously.
I'm gonna do it.
You,
Yeah?
you don't know what that zip line's all about. It could go crazy.
You ready? Just get ready to get me, okay?
But you know, if you fall, you're just dead. And then we're I have another zip line.
All right, not as bad as it could have gone.
I heard the sound of you falling.
All right.
I don't know if you're able to hit that, like ever. Should I try?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we did the same thing.
What do you mean? So yeah, I held it for a second, then they were like, actually, fuck you.
Yeah. The turret's still here.
People or no?
Me. I was just killing the thing.
Okay. The sound that it made to inertia or something, true. The sound that it made also is just a little like, fuck you, kind of.
Sure.
Ball. Ball up top. All right, Great Maulin.
Okay, get all the Great Maul.
Lot of Great Maul in here. There's no way it's more than what we got on Blue Gate.
Yeah, but then like it'll be juicy, and then we can go around getting the remnants of the other places.
True.
Cause you can get agave.
Agave.
Aloe vera.
Bro, I love when my cat lays on me in a QA.
I know.
So what?
I don't think it's spawned that much.
Yeah, there's barely any in here.
There's usually more.
Oh, there's one next to you. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a whole horse load over here. I don't know what horse load means, but you're welcome.
Oh.
Okay. Look at that. Let's see. Go up again. One more layer. You need to heal. You're hurt.
Yes.
Bro, last night I was a little high for my edible after stream, and sometimes like I feel like any of you guys have like one of your pets where you feel, I think I've had this conversation before, where you feel like they want to talk or they like they're so close to saying a word but they just won't because they're pets, obviously. Like Gary was just like in front of me, just staring at me and like hugging me. We're just hugging each other.
Aww.
While watching TV, and I was like, bro, what do you say something, man?
Say it.
Say it, bro. What do you want to say, dude?
Don't keep it in.
Say it out loud, man.
Out loud.
They won't because it'll blow their cover. Dude, that's what I'm saying.
I definitely think they can talk.
Yeah. Like Gary could talk, Moo could say some words. Crumb doesn't have anything going on in there, no offense to him.
Mimi
I'm
could.
trying to think who else. Mimi can talk, yeah.
A dead body. Yeah, what the fuck? What happened here?
Dead bod?
Yeah. Free loadout, but...
Eh.
Uh-oh.
Bod's a bod.
Real. Is that you I hear, or is someone about to clap me? Ooh.
I don't know.
Did I hear that? Did I hear right?
I heard something also. Maybe that was me? I could be cringe and weird, though.
I hear something.
I heard something once.
I definitely don't know, though. It's
Your
been
cat would write a
looted.
goddamn novel about you.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. The sounds in this game are sometimes too good because I can't tell like if it's you or someone else because it's like really like, crystal clear.
Yes.
You get hit by fire?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We can definitely get. Let me go to the. Oh. The balls are so quick. Like, get a grip.
Okay, I mean, we're almost at tier 4 right now, or our score.
I'm telling you, if we just keep going around.
Yeah. No, I'm down.
We can get it. Oh my god. Real, babes. Real. Eat your cake.
Hey, Katie, it is what it is, man. I think there are...
You need it. Oh, they missed one. They missed a
mulling up
drawer.
here
Imagine if
sometimes,
there was
too.
something in here. A renegade? Oh my god, they missed a drawer. How silly.
It's gonna renegade. I just brought you one.
Huh. Well.
Now you got two in case. You know
I
what
got
I
two,
mean.
you know what I mean?
Hey, yo, what up, Nipsey? Ow. 11 minutes remain.
We're doing it.
Josie's on a vacation.
Do you have a barricade kit blueprint?
Say that 5 times fast right now.
Barricade blueprint. Barricade kit blueprint. Barricade kit blueprint. Barricade kit. Fuck.
It's tough, right?
Barricade
Cal, you
kit
can't do it out
blueprint.
loud. I bet
Barricade
you
kit
could.
blueprint. Barricade kit blueprint. I did it.
That was pretty good.
Guys, don't say I don't do anything for you.
Barricade.
Kit. Blueprint.
You got a Rocketeer up on you.
Great. Just what I
think we
needed.
You can kind of just leave a little bit. A little bit. Nice, Nipsey. We gotta get to Old Town. So I'm gonna start
Alright.
moving.
Oh shit.
And
okay.
trying to find like pops and stuff on our way. Which we just go to the house while we're moving. We can get all of that.
Which house?
And all of them on our way.
All of them.
Yeah.
So do you have a barricade kit blueprint?
I probably do, I think. An arc orbitor is en route. Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. I'm running. I'm running. Did I just see someone?
Hopefully not.
No.
Going in here. The Arbusto Tower.
What'd you call me?
I called you an Arbusto Tower, dude.
Why would you call me that?
Just nothing matters.
Boris the Tower.
Nothing matters.
Oops.
I'm breaching this door.
What?
I think there's little freaks in here.
Little freaks?
Yeah, that we need to kill, like the ticks and balls and shit.
Great.
Come on, open the door.
There's so much happening.
Adrenaline shot. I think I need to get one of those. A lot of stuff happening. Another
I think we
adrenaline
should
shot,
go.
another
I have a
bandage.
feeling.
Oh no, we definitely should. I was just doing stuff while I was waiting for you.
I'm in a house looting, so.
Okay. I'm looking for balls and ticks and shit to shoot. If I see any, I'll let you know.
Ooh, I needed that. Yippee.
Oh, I just had a huge lag spike. Oh my god.
All
What?
right.
What the fuck? anvil.
What the heck?
You're not lagging right now?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh my god, what is this? Horse shit.
Yes, Puffin, we're still here. How are you?
To a lightweight stock.
DTI? Oh my god, how was that? Did you win? I'm heading to the stage, but I'm checking surrounding houses.
Okay. Fireworks box. A stable stock 2 blueprint. Bro, what is happening? Bro, I'm getting so much good loot.
Oh my god.
Stressed.
Ooh. Wait, you're right, Puffin. You're right. Silly question. Silly question.
I need to get to you somehow.
I can meet you at the station.
Alright, wait for... Yeah, I'm just trying to get to you without lagging. I got a lot of stuff, though.
Where my character just scurried down the stairs. What the hell?
Sydney, I'm sorry.
Head home at the southern station.
Oh, that fart noise was in game? No, I'm just different.
Did you fart?
No, I made a fart sound, though.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. I'm almost there. Where are you at?
I'm 164.
Your shots. Is that you?
That's me in an arc. I'm coming.
Bro, I'm gonna die to arcs, bro.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I have defibs and shit. I'll try and shoot them from here.
There's a fucking leaper down here, huh?
A leaper? Oh my god.
Did this one get killed by someone, or did it just fucking die on its own accord?
Oh god.
That's what I'm saying, man. Where's the main chunk at here? There it is.
Are you joking my
I'm calling this. Me no person, no, I'm not. I need to get the hell out of here with all the shit I got.
Jeez, I'm trying to. These arcs actually being so.
Bro, they're so annoying. Oh, there she is.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, 102k.
Puffin, it's been a roller
Way to
coaster.
go.
But so much fun.
Any bodies in here?
No.
Okay, you call it. I'm gonna cover us. Go, go, go. Holy shit,
Yippee!
dude. That was a crazy one.
That was just looty.
Oh my god. I got so much stuff. Good run.
Looty loot pants.
Yeah, we got the 3-star trial. I don't know if we got our best score or not, though. Let me double check on that.
We can get pops and ticks big time on Stella for the night raid coming up.
Personal best. I didn't get the personal best. That's okay though. GG's.
Yippee!
GG's. Trader, Celeste, Quest, Claim. We got a lure grenade.
We're cooking.
Don't forget about Stella Montes.
I didn't really get anything crazy, but I think I got stuff for... oh, I got that. Oh, I thought I got more tick pods than that. That's alright. Do I have enough to expand? I needed to do that. We're cooking. I don't know what we're cooking anymore. I think we're straying from... I don't know like what our plan is anymore. Not that it's a bad thing. I think we're just YOLOing at the moment. I think we're just doing big YOLO vibes. Get my scrappy. Oh, I can make that? That's so unnecessary, but I'm gonna bring it. What should we do? Is Stella back on night raid?
Let me double check and see. I can make it. Hold on. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go piss real quick.
Okay, same. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna go stretch because this whole time I've been playing with my legs crossed. Going into our 6th hour, and I'm like, ouch, whoopsies. It's comfy until it's not. Okay, you gotta trust me. Okay, I have a stretch. 1 hour and 40. Ooh. I should be on still. Okay, I have a stretch.
All right, sorry. What are we thinking? Well, I can make a power rod. Ooh, I'm gonna make a power rod actually. It'd be, dude. Hold on. If there's a damn Battlegrounds night, oh, electromagnetic storm. Dang. There's a spaceport night raid. Nebulungs they're rare because they're like purebred kind of, and they were invented or created essentially in the 80s. They come from Russian blues, and they were just like bred a bunch, and then if you get one, they're sometimes like they're just different. Yeah. That's why Crumb most likely probably isn't one, because he was found outside, but there's a chance that he might be something like that. Your sister has 2 nebs? Dude, they're so sick. They're essentially just, imagine Crumb but really long hair. Like that's what and they're all gray. With like big, striking yellow-green eyes. That's the vibe. I don't know what we're doing right now.
All right. What are we doing this time? Should we do a trial?
We could do
The vibe.
Spaceport Night Raid and try to get the rest of our trophy case shit.
Is that Spaceport? Spaceport again. Will they have pops and stuff?
Spaceport's the one with the giant tower.
Oh yeah.
Will they have what?
What do I need for that? Hold.
They right now for me I'm at
Ooh.
all I need actually is 1 tick pod and then 1 surveyor vault, and that's it.
Oh shoot, I need 8 tick pods and 2 surveyor vaults.
Track resources, by the way.
Yeah, I love doing that.
So that way you yeah, and then we can, because like I can just leave all the ones that I need for you, like that I don't need rather.
True.
All right.
Oh, here we go, Nipsey. All right. And she handed me a terrible cup of coffee, but I didn't care. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. How are you? See, when I tried to do it the other stream you came into, fuck. I can never hold up to your
And then let
to
me
your
get
level.
a big shield recharger. I'm just gonna get 2 of those. All right, I'm good.
God damn it.
Yeah, and I got 3 defibs too, so if we get into any ruckus or fuckery.
Tammy's PC in case she's AFK. Oh, editing what? Yeah, you're right. I gotta get better at doing it. You were trying on the spot. Yeah, but like, I gotta be better. You know? I gotta be better regardless. What's the time? 3:20.
A Whimsy Stella raid to a hairless cat. Yup.
Oh, so I'm doing at least like 7 or 8 hours today. I'll do longer if Chris, like, if Chris turns around and goes.
I'm not gonna bring all that. I'm gonna leave some of this.
Let's keep
All right,
going.
I'm ready to go.
Will.
I got a ton of shit. Night raid. Locked gates in 39 minutes. That's when we can start grinding trials with Saint. We go in there. We get the whole cracker. We get a bunch of wolf packs made, and we lock in and try to get a ton of damage on the Rocketeers. You know what we could try doing too, guys, for Locked Gate? We could try having all of us get into the same lobby. That way we could like work together on shit.
Let's improv group off the ground.
If we all join like at a specific time or something. But you need to queue in with 3s. I'm listening. So start adding each other in the Arc Raiders channel now. You know
can
2
do-
people? Mara, I'm sure you can find some.
You can do fills, can't you?
You could, but if you want to get in with people from the Shack or the Clunts.
Yeah, but like if you fill squads on the same thing, you can still get it, right?
Oh, I guess you can, yeah.
Like,
But
if
then
you
you're by
don't have
yourself,
any-
which could be
But if you don't have
scary.
pals, I mean, that are up.
True.
Nipsey, good night. You're my goat. Remember that.
We're gonna be doing Locked Gate in like 30-ish minutes when it opens up for trials. So right now we're just doing more trophy grinding and just like looting and scooting and shit. So Carl, if you're down, I think we go to this tower and try to get there as fast as possible. We could also probably get Hornets and Wasp up here too, because they spawn a shit ton.
True. What's our wasp at? Oh, we can
Ooh,
beat that for
there's
sure.
also great mullen just growing everywhere.
Yeah, we should get that if we
Talk
see
about
it.
gets here in a little bit. Let's fucking go. Oh, there's great mullen all over here. What the fuck? Organic, free range, non-GMO.
GMR. Was that a good fight we had over there?
In there.
I do.
All right.
Wait.
Okay, there's fighting.
Lot
It
of
sounds like everywhere.
fights.
Dude, the fight over here. You know what's crazy about this game? I remember like all of our fights.
Yeah.
Like this fight over here the other day was really fun.
Yep. How many good
It's 'cause we
fights
don't
we've had
get into-
today too?
We have had a lot of really good ones.
I feel
check
like
this
we've
out.
won most of them too. Crazy.
On the roof. There's sometimes good shit.
More fights.
You're such. Oh, there's a lot of stuff over here.
Where?
Watch out. My God, imagine you fell.
That's what I thought was gonna happen. I was like, girl, I don't want the clip that bad.
Oh. There's people below us. Be careful.
Oh,
Don't go
shit.
down. Okay. there we go.
Sorry. No.
No. I'm going back up.
No. I'm going into this room.
Chris Frios made my expectations for streamers reading chat too high. There are other people who are really good at reading chat. Carla's very good at interacting and engaging. I won't hear from her for hours sometimes because she's talking to chat because she's a good streamer.
Okay. This guy.
Hey, what? I didn't say anything.
No, I appreciate it.
All right.
Hi, Connie. How are you
You
doing?
had a good time. Dude, Julia's great as well. Honestly, if I rate anyone, they're usually dope and good at streaming. And funny.
Aw.
At least 2 of the 3. Nah, come on.
Ah, okay. I don't know.
Oh. Sammy's very good at reading chat
Ooh.
also. That's right. Sammy's very good at reading chat. She's funny. I am better than her at Fortnite.
Oh, that's too far. Oh,
Carla, what are you doing over there? Are we
That's cute.
you just looting and scooting?
Thank you for saying that. Ah, come on. Good vibes.
Lexi, I
only,
just don't read the
Key.
messages that say bald pussy on stream. But I usually read most of your other messages.
Beeps. Say it, man. What?
I don't have to read everything.
Is that someone?
What's happening? Yeah, you just got jolt mined.
Oh shit! There's someone across this door. There. Oh.
Is it a person or no?
Oh, there's 2 people. Oh, I'm dying.
So what did we learn?
I was trying to get to you.
You're right.
Yes, get him. Oh, there's someone
Nah,
here.
because the way I just shit on you two, no offense, obviously. That was a good fight. Good fight. GG's.
There's one
GG's.
coming. There's one coming.
I can't hear you.
It's a sure.
No, I didn't get out.
Sorry, Static.
There's
GG's,
someone
guys.
on the other side of that door.
Oh,
That killed
shit.
me. That first
Oh,
one.
another person killed you?
Yeah, I tagged him and told you, but I think you were locked in the shore.
I was talking shit to that guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Bro was like, what mic are you using?
Kimmy.
You know what? Because I turned my mic up in game, 'cause it used to sound like shit.
Yeah, sometimes I do miss them. Like, I'll read everything, but then sometimes I'll forget to acknowledge
Wait, so there's a
that
guy
I read
over
it.
here?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, he went through the window.
To where?
I don't know. I just heard him flip through it. Freedom, honestly,
Fuck, I can't see him. That was a good little.
when I'm on, like, when I'm having a good multitask brain day, you can't stop me, you know? Sometimes I can struggle a little bit if I'm tired. Oh,
That was a fun little spot. Good for you, man.
that's funny. That's
Who's
funny.
next?
Too funny.
Who's next?
But I will
His
say
friend's gonna heal him,
something
probably.
that I've noticed
Oh, you guys have free loadouts? Fuck.
that's happened
I'm actually over this.
off stream from streaming is sometimes I'll talk to people like I'm on
I
stream.
could try looting. Wait.
What did you get?
What
What did you get?
Just like a ton of shit.
Oh, hell yeah. So, like,
Hey,
I'll...
Venator Blueprint! Oh, he's pissed. Oh, he's pissed, dude. Oh, he's so pissed. It's not even funny, brother.
I'll explain things like I'm explaining on stream.
Oh, shit.
And people are like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I got it. I'm like, not in a mean way, but I'll, like, I over-explain a lot. And I'm like, oh, shit. Like, it's my yapper. That's, like, my yapper streamer brain. Just, like, always talking. Which is not a bad thing, but, like, sometimes I'm like, girl, just say 5 words. This could have been an email, you know? Hi, Ghoul. How are you? No, freedom. Freedom for sure. If I do, like, a big marathon week for my birthday or something, like, say if I do, like, back-to-back 10 hours, like, maybe 6 days in a row or whatever, if I do, like, chunky streams, by the end of the week, it's like it's a bad come down.
This is so awkward.
I get really sad and like I cry a lot because I'm like, I've just been on a high the whole week that when it goes quiet, I'm like, oh, I'm fine. Oh, someone's coming up. What did we learn? Say that. Oh. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
What did we learn, boys? What did we learn? What did we learn? You can't call me a pussy when you got 2v1, you fucking loser, coward bitch. You're fucking trash at the game, bro. Go back to your job.
You can't say that when you've been 1v2, you stupid fucking loser bitch. Oh, that's so funny.
Did I say that?
You said a lot, but honestly, like, it's fair. Like, when someone, like, when a duo rushes a solo and they say, fuck you, pussy, it's like, what?
Oh, yeah, I blacked out.
Like, shut up.
I'm actually shitting on these guys, though. No offense.
If I just got shut on like you did with me, I would shut the hell up.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, if I got killed and some guy goes, what did we learn? Like, I'd be so annoyed.
Yeah, I
bro.
know,
I'd be
but what
so
did you
annoyed.
learn?
I told that guy to go back to his job. What the fuck, man? Where are we?
I want to do this this mega edit of all our best shit talk games, or just our best games in general. We'll probably go for
Dude,
hours.
I literally 2v1 two different dudes.
I know.
How do I need to leave. I'm tired of this shit.
I'm tired of this shit.
Head home at the south elevator.
What did we learn, boys? Imagine if
Now,
I
boys,
said
what
that.
did we learn? Oh, no,
Imagine
you would
if-
have gotten, like, the...
Imagine if a femme voice said that. I wish I could have hacked in and, like, you killed them, but I said it on the mic. They would have literally combusted.
No, you would have heard the worst things possible.
Go back to the kitchen, you whore.
Did you? Where's your dead bod? No offense, because
You
did
have
they
to
loot
breach.
you?
No, they So you have to go back through the where we were, the that door.
What is? Oh, it's pathetic. Oh shit.
I would have gotten torn. So
He's
where?
sleeping.
So that breached door.
Right here. I think you're over here.
I'm behind. You have to go to that door. You're nuts with that gun. Maybe. All right, you have to breach that.
Yeah, those guys definitely had the vibes of saying something trash.
There I am.
This is you right here.
Yeah,
Oh. Oh.
Chris, don't be distracted. Come save me. Oh, you died?
No.
Yes, I said I was dying.
Oh wait, they looted all your shit. You
My
have nothing
brother,
on
my
you.
brother left me.
Great. Chris, help me, I'm dead.
Chris, kind of said something like that the other day. I said, well, maybe next time you'll listen. What did we learn, boys?
What did we learn here today, boys?
The cadence is so crazy. Da, 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 da.
Meanest thing you've said in Ark was that their mom should have swallowed them, bro. That's a funny one.
Crazy comms. That was so. I love when it happened a couple times, but we both black out and shit talk back, and we don't know what we say.
You know what? I have one right now that let me know. This is good.
Okay.
This is just this is new. This is a new one, I think.
Yes.
You were the most interesting when you were swimming around your dad's nutsack. Is that fucking crazy, or is that a little weird?
It's good. It really makes you think, and I don't want to think.
Oh, okay, fair.
But it's
because you don't
good.
want these guys. So the thing is, you don't want these guys. You don't want them to have like their brain to hurt.
I know, but
It can
I
be
think
workshop. We can workshop it. We can workshop
Goo
it.
goo
That was
gaga.
just fresh from the dome, guys.
Goo goo gaga.
You peeked in your dad's sack, loser.
You peeked in your dad's sack is crazy. Pegasus.
That is pretty good because it's like quick and to the point.
Oh, people are dying at the extraction.
Yeah, let's see this.
I like to crouch on people and tell them to get a whiff of my shorts. That's actually
The
crazy.
team right there. These guys are going.
The XP you're gonna get from this is crazy. Hi, Mickey.
Well, let's not. get too
Welcome.
excited.
Oh yeah, yeah. Virgil.
Running in.
Remember once I was like, when they were yelling at us, I was like, "You started it. We just finished it." That was a good one.
Great birds. Shh. What?
I just thought I heard something coming. So. Oh. Oh, you're so cheesy.
They're leaving.
Yeah. You're naughty.
Oh, there's guys up there.
Oh shit. feel like I've been dead for 2 rounds.
You really have. You've been dead for a long time.
Been popping off though. It's been fun. I can see why people watch. You know, be a good quality of life when you press like escape to do your settings. There's a little screen of your like the game still. That would be fun.
Why are these guys still here?
Find out. What? Are they fighting to the right?
It's like a new team, I think. Where are these guys at? I'm like afraid to go in there. I'm gonna run in when the elevator moves up.
Okay. What the hell?
It leaves an 11. I'm not gonna touch it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Later, guys. Have a wonderful day, and keep tabs on everything as always.
Keep tabs on everything?
I don't know. I didn't really know what to say.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't know what the fuck that all was.
All right, tell me your
Wow.
score.
Oh, I took damage from Big Fappy.
Oh, sorry.
That sucks. Hold on. Oh my god! Damaged Raider, 3,500 experience.
Oh god.
Knocked out Raider, 2,500 experience.
Yeah, you said you're coming home with me.
That's crazy. The Shack sends their regards. Okay.
Okay.
That was fun, man. That whole game,
Big
I want to
Flappy.
keep the, I want to keep those fights. Dude, this tour that you give, honestly, like, I've been cooking with this tour you gave me, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, you have.
Okay, well, I have a Venator. I'm going to send it to my stash. That's sick. I'm going to send this to my stash.
Big Flappy. Did I keep my... Yes, I have kept my Altoro. Nice.
Oh, this is your Renegade, bro.
Renegade.
Dude,
Renegade.
the one that I made you, I looted off that guy because it has all the attachments on it still.
Yeah.
Wait, that's sick.
Yeah.
Should I, I can repair it if you want.
Up to you.
It's pretty fucked right now. Let's see. I'm just gonna sell this. I don't need this. Wow, bro, that was hype.
Well, if it
Oh wait,
isn't
do we want to do? Were we thinking about maybe doing Blue Gate? It's open in 20 minutes. Okay, we have one more round before that.
Okay. What's our plan? Because
Do
we
you
need to
want-
get the... We can definitely do... Oh, where is it? We can definitely get a higher ticks, fireballs, and pops for sure. And we can get a higher wasps.
Make sure to buy stuff from Shawnee, by the way,
And we can get plants too.
because your credits are probably tapped out at 800. So make sure to buy stuff every once in a while.
Oh, how do you use that?
Make sure you sleep well.
You talk to Shawnee, you spend credits because otherwise, when you earn credits during your runs and you already have 800, you're not earning anything.
Just don't loiter.
Oh, okay.
So chat, also that's good for you as well to know.
Wait, isn't the guitar
Yeah.
worth a lot?
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna sell this guitar. I have 4 of them. I'm just gonna I buy them and I just sell them for money.
Oh, I
it's like
didn't
a great
know
way to
that.
make money.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Decent choice.
Yeah, someone in chat told me that because I was like, why am I? God,
freedom
this-
in general?
Toro is so good. I just put another fucking crazy thing on it.
I'll say a
Oh
comfortable...
my god, this Toro's
5 or
crazy,
6.
bro. Oh, that was Leo who
It
said
could be more.
Yeah.
I'll just say that purely because I'm like,
We get a better extended mag for this fucking.
I don't remember, but a lot over the years for sure. For sure.
Yup.
If that malfunctions, let me know.
Yeah, so if you have 4,000 creds, you're literally not making any more until you go under 800. Then you start the threshold back up again. which is frustrating because you would think that you'd be making stuff, but you're not that whole time. But I don't want to toot my own horn, but I feel like that last run, I played that really well with my positioning.
It was goated.
And you were also helping a lot with like what your comms were and everything, which was fucking sick.
I didn't do jack shit, but
no, you did.
No, but the vibe was fun. I don't mind. Should we go for wasps or is anything on? Oh, I guess we can do the. Wait, I just realized we can do the harvesting.
So you put shit in your ass, but you can't carry more than 800 creds. That's right.
Crazy. We can do the harvesting on Lockgate too. Because
I think we should save a lot of our trials for Locked Gate.
Yeah.
With Saint.
Yeah.
Because honestly, the more the merrier for points. Like we should just focus on looting and getting into fun fights right now. Or is that cringe?
Yeah, no, I'm down.
That Shotty was doing a lot of work, man. Zia Xander, let's go. Okay, hold on. Do you want me to bring that Renegade back in, or are you good for now and I could give it to you later?
Yeah, maybe later.
Okay, yeah, it's 0 out of 110 durability. Oh my god. They said fuck you.
Hi, Evans. We are.
Let's do a quick trade.
We're being
what are you in the mood
rats.
for
I'm
before
excited.
we do Locked Gate? Like,
I'm having
is there
fun.
a
How
specific
are
map
you?
you're in the mood for?
I don't know actually. I'm down for either. Freedom 1.
So Spaceport's the only night raid, and then Buried City
I don't think I'm gonna get the Switch too.
Lush Blooms.
It's just a lot in AUD. Like I'd rather put it towards like my PC.
That's it. Or Matriarch fight on damn Battlegrounds.
But you didn't have one.
Let's do.
No,
let's
I
just
got
do
one.
night raid.
Oh.
Spaceport again.
20. It was like prior to streaming full time. Actually, wait, no, I think it was a present. I don't think I actually bought it. I think it was a birthday present. It was with it was a Animal Crossing bundle thing. I think I got it as a present. So I bought myself 0 Switches. Yeah, I'm real chill Freedom. I know I'm gonna get like a 5th wind where I'm gonna be like, pussy! Soon. The matching mushroom cut fits. We're the bowl cut boys. Anyway. How are you, Evans? How was your sleep? Good sleep? Yummy food? Ooh, okay. Hell yeah. I gotta be... Well, I don't really, but if I do it today, then I can chill tomorrow. I gotta be domestic today.
Let's go to the launch towers.
You know when it's that time of the week where you're like, alright, I really have to lock in and get some shit done around the house. Today's that week. I actually gotta go to the shops too. It's only 3:44. If I finish by 7, which is 4 hours from now, maximum, they'll still give me
I'm
time
running
to
towards
go to
this
the shops.
tower. Bro, the way I wanted to get to the tower before and we just ended up getting into crazy fights like immediately for no reason.
I know. Yeah, because I saw a guy through the window and then I got shot from behind.
That one guy's so pissed because he didn't put the Venator blueprint in his pocket.
Oh, yep.
I'd be
There's a
so
pop.
sad.
Is this a night mode? We might be able to do the pops.
It is a night raid, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, a gig, yeah. It was good. No specific theme, no. But it was good. It was real good. I had fun. 8 inches of snow. There you go. Dodging domestic stuff? No, real.
There's a big boy near us. Just be careful.
If I do it today, I'll thank myself tomorrow.
Oh, Rage, hell yeah.
Where are the ticks? I need this.
I need your help. I don't know where. I'm fighting some arc outside.
Are you good or?
Oh my god, I'm low. I'm as low as you could go.
Are you safe now? Oh, I was muted this whole time. Sorry. Are you good now, or do I have to stab you?
No, I'm fine. Oh.
Oh, someone
Got me.
We got ambushed at the same time. Brother, come on. Shooting a wasp. I was just shooting up. Spam me.
Fuck me, man.
Damn.
Sucks.
I was just shooting an arc and he shot me from behind.
It's because we were split up and not talking to each other.
Honestly, we would have died anyway because he came up behind me. Behind you.
Well, the other guy shot first because he was in front of me.
Oh, okay.
He had a volcano. No
I was
worries.
getting to you and then shooting the arc for you, and then this guy just comes up right behind me. Really quiet, really ratty.
I'm sad.
It's
Lost
okay.
that shotgun that was doing a lot of work for me.
I can bring you another one.
Free loadout, Stella.
He didn't even make noise. He was scoping us, man. He was behind our hole. Fuck. We simply go to Stella. Bro hit it from the back. Sheep, what? That's my goat. Hell yeah. How lovely. That's very, very sweet.
All right, 19 minutes. Sick. Let's. Yeah, what's the vibe of Banff?
Of what?
Canada.
Oh. I was like, what? Canada.
Man, that sucks, dude.
That's alright. I have a good gun to give you when we...
Oh, no, you don't have to worry. I'm fine.
I hate the most when people... I mean, we do it, but still. When they make no noise and sneak up behind you. Like, he would have been following me for so long. The
I mean,
bastard.
that's how you have to do it sometimes.
I know, and we do it too, but...
Yeah.
And I was
I
like...
I shot his friend when I saw him immediately because he was like creeping behind me.
Oh, okay.
Being a
I was like,
strange
man, I was
dude.
shooting an arc. And he's like, what? I'm like, what?
Yeah, he didn't care. You could have said anything and he would have still probably attacked you.
Sure.
We could try doing the thing where I hide up top and we shoot him. If anyone comes in. Right here.
I'm on my way.
I think there's people near us.
Great.
Oh, a Trailblazer blueprint, bro. My blueprint game has been wild today.
Yeah, you've been on some Carla shit today.
Oh, there's guys near me. Guys near me.
Coming.
Right here. Open up, I'm friendly. Okay, I lied, but open up anyway.
I'm gonna touch you.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Chris, I'm going to touch you.
All right, open the
You
door
can
then.
try.
Do it. Come on.
Open the door.
Come on.
Open the door.
Open wide.
Oh. He's pushing Carla. Oh, Carla, please get him. Please get him. Nice.
Whoopsie doopsie.
This is awkward, isn't it, huh? You can't crawl over that. You just whoopsie doopsie him?
Yeah.
Oh, he's pissed.
I gotta...
Did he fall down?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
I'm gonna drop down.
Okay.
Watch this. Whee!
Where's his friend at? Oh, he's in front of us.
Oh, where?
Right here.
I have a shredder on my cheeks.
Oh, shredder on my fucking 1-2 as well.
Oh no. Shit on my
He's
cheeks.
over here.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I have a
no.
shredder on me.
No, I don't care. It's free loadout. Doesn't matter.
Damn it. I wanted to see what he had.
You're talking in game.
Oh no, my Wolfpack blueprint!
Crispy chip.
Anytime I say Wolfpack blueprint, I always stuff it up and say Wolfpack blueprint. Oh, that's funny. Anyone have a
Tough
defib?
one.
I'll reward you handsomely.
There's no shot.
I'm gonna bet that someone will save me. Because that's what it's all about.
Blueprint.
Blueprint.
7 minutes until locked gate. We can do another Stella free loadout.
Whoever revives me, I'll give you a Wolfpack blueprint.
Bro, there's no way you're still in there.
Yep.
Get back to the lobby. Come on.
Wolfpack blueprint.
Full flash.
Also, that guy didn't respond when I said whoopsie doopsie.
Because he was like talking shit. He's like, I'm gonna touch you, Chris.
Yeah, and I ended up touching
And then you
him.
killed him.
Touching you, defib my ass, bob bob bob. Good times never defib so good.
Bro, come back to the lobby. I'm waiting.
Okay, I'm coming in a second. Please help me,
Oh.
please! Please defib me! I hear you up there, sir. Come down and touch mummy. Hello, sir. I need your help.
This is what it's like to play with someone unmedicated. You would be crazy on Adderall. That's all I'm gonna say. You would be crazy on that. And I say that with love because dude, you and I are the same person, 100%. Everything you're saying right now and doing is what I would be doing, and then some.
Unmedicated you?
Yeah, like me when I'm not on Adderall and I'm just like, just goofy and like not paying attention and just running off a lot and never like and just like goofing.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right.
No, you're right for sure.
That was such a funny reaction when you said that to me.
It's just I'm like very aware of it right now because I'm so locked in.
Yes.
On so much caffeine and other things, so I'm like extra aware of it all.
Yeah, a wedge.
But we're locking in here. We're getting a kill or two, and then we're gonna do whatever the fuck it's called. Locks gained. Ah, another old lobby. Ooh.
How are your games, Timmy? You getting the Lord?
What's up, Lolly Lou? How you doing? Tickled me. Excuse me.
Oh, renegade, renegade, renegade.
For locked game, I'm gonna take 18 shots before we start.
18 shots?
Yeah.
What gun do you have?
Kettle.
Nice.
Wait, I have 3 kettles.
Ooh, I have 3 kettles.
Is that what I sound like?
No, sorry. I don't know why I did that.
Nah, it's fine, man. I'll just fucking go to bed.
No, don't worry. You call me unmedicated.
No.
Nah, joking. That was funny.
No, you definitely don't have ADHD for sure.
Oh, okay, good. Whew, thank God.
Dodge that one.
That was a close one.
Do you think are you anxious ever?
Every day, bro. It's hell.
And the big D as well, a little depression, you think? Or no?
I
Or
don't
better
know.
later?
I don't know. I like PMDD for sure.
Because all 3 of those together are like a match made in heaven. That's why it's like.
No, PMDD definitely gives me that for a solid
of
like
course.
week out of my
Yeah.
month. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if I had a concoction of whatever the fuck is going on upstairs.
Concoction. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, I'm rocking like all three, but like different levels of it.
yeah. I definitely think I have levels of a few things up there.
Of course. Yeah, my
Yeah.
when I took like my test, the person was like, "Oh yeah, so you have like crazy levels of ADHD, like you know, like very very obvious, a lot, like really bad. Anxiety's up there, very very anxious, and a little squirt of depression." I was like, "Oh, that didn't that like slipped through the cracks. Like I had no idea."
I'm surprised you're anxious. Really?
Bro.
Really? We got to talk off stream about this more.
Oh, dude.
What?
Oh my God. Ask, dude. Talk to Shan, bro. I was anxious before I took my meds every day of my life.
Like, whoa. Because I know about the big D,
Like-
but I didn't know about the anx.
No, dude. Like I would trick myself into panic attacks. I would I was afraid of doing like IRL streams. 'Cause I thought people would like want to like kill me, like just like dumb shit.
Did you have anxious attachment when it
always
came
anxious.
to Shan when you first started dating?
What'd you say?
Did you have anxious attachment when it came to Shan when you first started dating?
In what way? Like worried about her all the time?
Like, how do I explain anxious attachment? Because I think you're secure attachment now, but like, I don't know, worried like if she likes you or if you're doing things wrong or like.
Yeah, but I would be more like concerned if she was out drinking with her friends when I wasn't there, like when in an earlier relationship, because I was like, I knew like people sucked, and I'd be like, I didn't want her to like be in a weird position where I couldn't be there for it, so I'd like be like worried the whole time, like,
Right,
oh God,
okay.
what's gonna happen? Or is she okay? She's not answering her phone. Oh great, she's dead somewhere in a ditch. Like,
Okay, so it wasn't
but
like.
now I'm like,
Yeah.
now
okay.
if she's out and about, I'm like, yeah, whatever, do your fucking thing, I don't care.
So it wasn't like
dude, who gives a shit?
it wasn't like you were worried about what she would do. It's more so who would do, like if someone would do something to her.
Yeah, like things that I can't have a say in, I guess. It's like, oh,
Right,
if
okay.
I'm not there to like maybe like mitigate or see what the vibe is. But also, yeah, I used to like be worried about what she thought of me, I guess, in a degree. Like I didn't want to like be annoying or too much or like, you know,
God, that's
text her
different
too
now.
often or
Ain't that right,
call
Shan?
her. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm kidding. But okay, yeah, interesting. So then, like, what?
But
It
yeah.
just got to a point where you're like, I can't fucking do this anymore. Let's see what.
Well, no,
going
it
on,
was
or
my the person was like, dude, take this and you might
what?
honestly,
And your
it might
anxiety
honestly
just
help you.
went.
Dude, it's like, I don't want to say it's non-existent, but I used to literally, if let's say like we had dinner plans with my sister and like Wags, and it was like us four, and it's like, all right, we're gonna go to dinner. Like, all right, cool. And then we get to dinner, and they're like, oh, we actually want to change spots, or we want to do this afterwards. If that wasn't part of the plan initially,
Right.
I would like melt down and be like, oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, no,
Like,
I feel that.
Like, like I was set on this place, bro. What do you fucking mean we're going somewhere else? Or like, oh, another fucking group is joining us. Like, why, bro?
Yeah.
Now I don't give a
got
fuck.
you.
If that happens, I'm like, I don't care. That's
God,
fine.
that's so
whatever.
interesting
But
to me.
I would let that literally ruin my night and ruin everyone else's night. And it was like
Yeah.
so shitty. I was like, bro, I don't want to be like this.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that. Like, you know what's the worst is if you have self-awareness with all this stuff, because
Oh,
you
no,
know-
that's the best. That's it. Yep.
Like, I know, like, when I'm feeling anxious or whatever, I know it's silly and it's not logical, and I know that, like, fuck, you shouldn't be feeling this way. But it sucks when you
Yeah.
can't do anything about it, but, like, you know you should, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, yeah, oh.
Yeah,
That's what I
it's a
struggle with
really
the most.
silly. Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
silly. And like, there are certain things that you'll do, not to like call you out in front of people. Like, there are certain things that you do that reminds me of like myself,
No,
like
you
in
can
certain,
tell
in
me,
certain
I don't mind.
situations. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like I used to be the same way. Like,
What's, like,
you're very,
one
you're
thing
very
you reckon?
structured.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, you're very structured with a lot of stuff, and I feel like if like no one gives you an answer immediately, you kind of are like, so what's next 8 o'clock next week? Like, and
You know
like sometimes
what?
people would just beat around the bush or don't talk, and you're like,
I
okay,
will say-
so next week.
I will say
You've
most
been better,
of the,
though.
No, yeah, most of the time that I actually don't get anxiety from streaming anymore in terms of those plans. I'm actually so much better than I was. It's more IRL
Oh, yeah.
now.
Well, I feel like IRL, you've been doing so much different. I think getting out of the house and doing shit like almost all like so much more frequently has been like such a blessing, dude, because you're like
True.
not just cooped up.
Yeah,
Like being
true.
cooped up, like I'll be cooped up sometimes, and for like a few weeks, and I'm like, I should probably leave my house for a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. Like IRL, I really love knowing what I'm doing because
Yeah,
then I
yeah.
know what I'm doing for stream. So it all kind of flows
Mhm.
together. But I like honestly, streaming doesn't give me that much anxiety anymore.
Yeah, like I used to, if someone typed in my chat something like really fucked up,
hi,
I would like
Steamer.
let it
How are
ruminate
you,
and think
doll?
about it for like days. Now I'm like, or I would try to like reason with trolls and be like, dude, what are you doing, man? But now I just ban them. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like I
Yeah.
know that for my mental, it's way better for them to just be gone. I don't care. I'm not gonna worry about some random dude who wanted to say some weird shit or like whatever. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that actually doesn't affect me anymore. The only thing
But it used to. You
but
remember,
no,
like
no,
you used to be.
110%.
Yeah.
Hey, like
Yeah.
I've honestly, I feel like in the span of say the solid 4 years we've been close, like I reckon you've seen so much growth in me, in terms of that
Of course,
stuff.
yeah.
Like, and I'm still going, I'm still cooking. But I used to get Chris. You know what? I used to be so gutted if I wasn't invited to a lobby. I would take it so personally, and now I couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I couldn't give a fuck now. I want you guys to have fun. But 2021, I
Yeah.
would be gutted, or 2022, I'd be like, oh well, like they hate me, and now
No,
I'm
you
like,
literally be like, no, I want to play that game with you. I'm
yeah,
like,
now
dude,
I'm like,
and I'm
cool.
down.
Yeah, now I don't, because it was not fair on me or my friend to just like
Yeah.
assume the worst, and now I couldn't care less. Now I'll just make the plan, and if I see my friends having fun, it's like hell yeah, have fun. I don't care.
And a lot of
anymore.
times it's not even intentional. It's just
No.
like, hey, that's just how it worked out.
Well,
you know?
I thought the way what helped me is I put myself in other people's shoes when we had a lobby. No one's looking at
Yeah.
that going, dong. They're going, okay.
Like, oh, I wanted that. I wanted that invite. What
Yeah,
the heck?
like, okay, cool. Like, it's fine.
Okay, bud.
So,
Yeah.
yes.
No, it's healthy to kind of have these conversations and talk it out a little bit.
Evan's real. It is not silly,
Um,
you're right. Sorry if I said that. I'm talking about myself,
There's
but you're
someone
right,
over
it
here.
isn't.
Yo, what up, Emma?
Oh, people are here. Oh, they're coming. Are they going to breach? I think
Oh,
I'm
man,
right.
if you had a fucking door
I
handle right now,
I know.
that would go crazy.
There's people up here. Be
But yeah.
careful. I saw someone
Okay.
run up.
OCD is also something that a lot of people think they have or like might have. There are like various levels of that, but I know people who have it like really fucking bad, like, you know, where you're getting shot.
Yeah. Where I pinged. I didn't think they were actually going to shoot though.
Up there. Up there. Over here. An arc orbiter is
An
en
arc
route.
orbiter.
The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Nice.
Oh, they're pissed. They're pissed.
Oh,
Oh, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. One's
no.
lit. One's lit. I'm crawling to you. Grab me, grab me, grab me, grab me. Oh, here,
Oh, they're coming.
He's found it up.
I tried. I was
Oh.
out of health. Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. No worries.
Noise. Preload up.
Yeah, free load, it doesn't matter.
Preload out.
Oh
Actually,
yeah, he did a Stitcher 4. That
I
doesn't
was
matter. That
speaking to
doesn't count.
someone.
But yeah, it's you know,
Remind me to tell you
there's a
about someone I spoke to
mental
last
health
weekend.
is a very important thing, and a lot of people kind of breeze by it or act like it's, you know, like whatever, I'll figure it out. But like
Yeah.
there's ways to make your life a little bit more manageable or you know, doable. And that's it.
Real.
And that's just the truth.
Yeah.
Always. We should maybe change our skins to be chill, guys.
Oh yeah, true.
Especially like now that you're hitting 30, like you're gonna lock in and be like, wow, 30s are fucking awesome.
Real. I'm very excited for that feeling. I need
The
it,
way
bro.
you said that was so. The
I
way you
mean
said
it.
it, I'm very excited for that feeling.
But I am, bro.
No, I know. Just like the way you said it was so good. I am very excited for that feeling.
I am very
You sound
excited.
Like you sound like Shawnee.
Don't tell him, Shani, bro. I hate Shani.
No.
Have your eyes adjusted
all right,
to the dark, Raider?
Have your eyes adjusted to the fucking dark, Raider.
Might as well adjust to something else in a second, Shani, if you don't shut the fuck up. All right,
Let's
so
all do this outfit. And chat, if you're trying to get in as well, we're doing locked gate. I'm gonna bring some Wolfpack blueprints. I'm gonna bring Wolfpacks and some Hulk crackers and shit.
All right, we should do.
Arc motion.
We should do
core?
harvesting. We should do it all this one round.
Yeah, we're gonna
basically.
do it all.
Okay.
I don't
Let
have
me-
any arc motion cores.
let me
though,
cook,
which
let me
is
cook.
Unfortunate. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna bring.
Um,
I'm gonna bring a. Yeah, Shawnee. Carla making fun of Shawnee's so funny. Shawnee.
Johnny.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Baby girl, what's
that, I
your
guess.
name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a twang. I'm excited, Con. I spoke
Bring
to
an
someone
anvil and a
last
Hulk cracker.
weekend, and she was just opening up about. Okay, I don't want to diagnose her.
Emma,
she has
you've been playing it
diagnosed
all?
and been dealing with it. I could be wrong, but I'm just gonna. The way she was talking about it, she has
Yeah, Saints in the lobby right now.
quite
We're gonna be
different.
cooking
Like her autism's quite.
on some real shit right now, dude.
Parts of her
see
autism
her
really make her
heels.
struggle with, you know,
Grenades.
going through forms, signing forms. Like she was talking about how
defibs.
parts of her brain just can't do it, and she needs
Well, they're
help to
kinda
sign
fucking vibe
forms,
we
and
got
it's
here.
hard to get the help she needs, and she can't.
I'm just gonna buy
You
some, I
know,
got
she
some money,
can't
bro. I'm
find
gonna buy some
work
shit.
that suits the type of
Hey, man, Emma, play.
autism she has.
Wait, Emma,
and
fuck you, by the way, low
It was really heartbreaking to hear like
You're
her
just gonna
struggles.
strut in here without even mentioning that you pulled the goddamn Rockets
And-
Mewtwo in English?
Let me just mute quickly. And I was like, oh, I'm really sorry. Like, that sounds awful. I really am sorry that you're going through that. And like, I could see that she was kind of welling up just from me saying that, which made me start to well up. And we had like a big group of people and we were having a private conversation. And I was like, but like, it meant a lot to her to talk about it because she's like, it's really tricky. It's tricky. It's really tricky when your brain's not. And she was like, yeah, because like I'm not normal. I'm like, no, like you are. You just think differently. Your brain works differently. Like, don't. You know what I mean? Like, I get what she was saying in some aspects, and she was even saying the way she was wording something. She was like, sorry, I'm really wordy. Like, and I'm like, no, I'm wordy too. Like, I understand exactly what you mean, but. Yeah, I just really felt for her because you could tell she really just needed to talk about it with someone else. And I really felt for her because as much as I haven't been diagnosed with anything, I definitely know my brain's cooking up something up there. And I really felt for her because it's hard. Like, especially not knowing where to go or if people take you seriously or
be here and then
whatever the case
cook
may
a little
be.
bit.
Like, yeah.
I need to get
Also,
more
hi,
loot though. I
Nether.
gotta fucking cook here.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I need to
Doggo.
make defibs or buy some defibs.
Yeah, no,
Let me get
I definitely understand. That's why, like,
Let me get Saint here as well, real quick.
I don't think this has anything to do with it, but I'm going to use it as an example.
Saint.
That's why sometimes when I'm planning like a holiday or I'm meeting friends overseas, it's great. When I'm there, I have a great time, but actually leaving my routine is kind of like I get really really nervous, and then once I'm on my way, I'm fine. But I can get really like, ugh, I don't like this, you know? Yeah, no, it was.
What can I do for you, pal? Need
Yeah.
a patch job?
Ugh. Yeah.
Your old buddy Lance thanks
Sushi, don't be nice to me. Oh, Sushi. I make Sushi emotional, and that makes me emotional.
Everything's clean.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing. No, I'm laughing about it, Sush. I'm laughing about it. It's funny. It's funny. But, like, it fucking shits me. Nothing you did, Sushi, by the way. It shits me, like, I like being empathetic, but fuck, it's annoying sometimes. Because it's like, I just want to listen to someone without feeling it. You know? Penis! Penis! Felt. Gold grills? Oh, so funny. Ooh, patrol car. Can I put this here? No, okay. What do I need? Anyway. Proud of you, Evans? Whoa, Crash. That's something I can't even comprehend. Computer, take the grills back. Give me the grills.
want to get in games with other pals, we're doing.
Yeah.
We're all trying to get into the same. Ew.
What the?
Who the fuck was that?
What was what?
Whose cat is that? Ow!
I'm so sorry.
So
I didn't know
loud.
that. I'm really sorry. I didn't think it would be that loud. I'm really sorry. I didn't think it would be that loud. Oh no. Oh no, Chris, I'm so sorry. I didn't think it'd be that loud.
What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry, I didn't think it'd be that loud. Sorry.
Bro, that was loud as shit.
I'm really sorry.
I thought Saint got hacked.
No, Saint did get
Eardrums
hacked.
burst.
It wasn't me, it was Saint.
No, I didn't.
Saint, take the floor. It was Saint,
Come
not
on.
me.
All right, yeah, sorry, it was me.
Bro, that's chat is soaring right now, bro. They're
I'm
pissed.
so Shaq. I'm honestly really sorry. I didn't think it'd be that loud. That's my bad. Chris.
What? What happened?
Nothing.
Okay. Your cat didn't love that. I didn't love that personally.
I'm really
so
sorry,
guys, if anyone is trying to get in a group of 3, Carl, you have to match this outfit. You have to do this. It's high tech.
Okay.
This is the outfit we're gonna wear. If you don't have it, try to match it as best as you can. But this is called high tech. John Cheetos, do you want to join Leah and Mare? Let me know. As well.
Chris.
What? Bro, don't pin it.
Oh, sorry, my bad, guys. Didn't mean that.
I just slash shout out.
Yeah.
In
I pinned
your
something
chat.
in his chat, and then he just goes to mine and shouts. That's the second shout out today.
Today? No, that's the first one.
No, you shout out it earlier, but it was hilarious. Like, I don't care. It's funny.
No, I did that. Yesterday
No, you did that earlier.
when I was saying goodbye. I can hear you typing.
I can hear you typing. I'll unpin it, sorry.
Okay, hey, lock in and match this outfit.
Sorry. Thank you for the follows,
okay.
guys.
Oh, what the fuck?
Guys, I needed that. Thank you so much.
Wait, I'm making a mixed drink. You have to join.
Okay.
And then, Saint, you have to do one too if you want.
Okay.
Bro, stop! I'm actually have to unmod you before I leave.
No, I'm not unmodding you.
Well, yeah, because you have 200 VIPs, so I'm forced to be a mod.
Babe, don't do it. I will be good, all right? Please. Look at that smile. He's loving it.
No, I'm just looking at all your VIPs in chat right now.
All right, look, I'm working on it.
All right.
You didn't
All right,
acknowledge
guys,
my
be right
resub. What the fuck?
I said it, but I was muted. I don't know.
Oh.
I muted acting like you would hear me.
Great. All right, go get your
Saint,
drink.
What the fuck? Look at his character.
All right.
That's how I feel when someone does a 6-7 joke. All right, be right back.
All right.
I'm making a vodka Sprite.
All right. Okay, let me put my thing in.
Yeah, Carla, get it all
What should
out.
I do?
get it
What
all
should I
out.
do? What should I do? What should I do?
No, chat. What do we do? What do we do?
Chat. What do I do? What do I do? I don't want him to unmod me though. I rely on this sword. That's so funny. Okay, wait. Let me get my stuff. That's what I said, Con. Yeah, no. Sashima, you're right. Sorry. I know I went giggly there for a second, but I'm back. What's this? Okay, what is his outfit? Hold. Is this the one? Okay, cool, but I gotta get a fuck ass head. Where's my guy? Oh, wow.
Arlo, where are you in trials?
Not good. Not good. I am 31st with 25k points.
Okay, you're close to promo then, right? Isn't it top 30?
I have one promo. I would like 2.
Oh, okay, so you're already in promo spot.
Yeah, I'm greedy.
What rank are you currently?
Daredevil 1.
Nice.
Yeah. I didn't move last week. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm in Daredevil 2. I feel like I'm at the point now where I might not promote anymore.
Really?
People are too good.
Yeah.
People are too good.
I agree. No, I don't know. I think we're on... Would it be East? Because of Chris's server? Carla Shani wanted me to see if she could have your number. What should I tell her? Just say I'll call her back soon. Emma, how are you, by the way? Sorry. Had some weird... Oh, that's funny. Bye, Will. Carla, not about to be good. I gotta think of something good, though. Alright. Oh, PY Chris is gone.
Mayor, both. We're doing Locked Gate and trying to get trials done on Locked Gate. Emma, all I have to say is you're the GOAT. That's all I gotta say.
So yeah, we're trying to do trials. We're doing trials on Locked Gate. So bring Hull Crackers, bring Wolf Packs, bring anything that you think would do damage and vibes. I was just updating Shan on the conversation we had before about stuff, which was cool. Let me see if I can make anything else before we get in there. I might bring some seeker grenades in actually. I'll just bring one in actually. Yeah, I think NA is probably the best bet. Like, we might have better odds on other ones, but I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? I feel like as long as we lock in... Oh, and there's no active Raider hatches? Never mind, putting that back in the old stash. But yeah, when you guys see the red dancing emote right there, that's when we're going to queue in, okay? You can choose server. Yeah, you go to COG, North America, crossplay on. Try to be this skin. Phil, if you aren't in a full squad of 3. You could also, I guess, turn solo squads on if you want to get into our game as well. Okay, Locked Gate. Is Carla back, do we know?
I don't know. I was just talking to her like a minute or two ago.
Okay. Ooh, Saint, you got Mara and Miranda mixed up. I've never done that on stream.
No, I didn't mix them up. I told them both that they could have the blueprint.
I know. I'm just kidding. Just because I've done that before. Multiple times. Carla bathroom. Mare, I could give you a Venator blueprint if that makes you feel any better, which is also pretty rare and a sick one. I'd feel better. Okay. Not right now, though, because I don't want to... If we don't get into the same game, I'll just probably die and lose it. But if we get into a game or if we do a lobby soon, I'll get it to you. Doxter full name, Emma Wild. Mark's only comment of the night, and it's funny. Bring it in, Mark. Yeah, I hope this works. But guys, we're going locked gate.
What kind of drink is
NA.
that?
What'd you say?
What kind of drink is that? A little vodka soda?
Sprite, vodka, and a little bit of some pomegranate seltzer.
Oh, shit.
Nothing crazy. Whole cracker and anvil. Let's go. Lolly Lou, welcome back. I thought you were leaving. Is that dude? Val's very good. All right. She's got me checking Ban's fucking egg stream again. Let's see here. Whoa. Bro's got good vibes though. That's all you can really ask for is the good vibes. Am I gonna play this egg game? No. I like where my mental's at.
Oh, why not?
Carl, you gonna play it?
No.
You're such a like 2-hour Andy on these games, and you go, all right, I'll never touch him ever again. Only up, only once.
You have to play Get to Work. I want to see you playing Get to Work.
No, fuck that.
All right.
Oh shit, hold on, wait, let me cancel. Okay. All right, chat, we're gonna queue in here. Is everyone ready in
good
chat?
Night, Em. I see you tomorrow.
Wear this outfit if you can. NA East, crossplay, or
Have a
North
good
America
rest.
rather. Locked gate, whole crackers, all the good shit. Xander, he definitely is. Like baby steps, all those games, I am so good.
Real.
Here we go, gamers. When you see the dancing in the chat, that's when you start and lock in. Good luck. If you're not in our lobby, maybe you'll get into another one. Insane. Where should we go? Where's that place called where we fight the Rocketeers?
Reinforced reception.
Reinforced reception. Good luck, gamers. Here we go.
Yippee.
Carla.
It's negative 1 degrees right now.
What
It's
the hell?
negative 1 degrees?
What?
Oh, hell nah.
Wait, that's... Ew, that's minus 18 Celsius? Get a grip.
Yeah, it's 1 or 2 degrees right now. Ew, bro.
Great.
Oh, the next
see what
3
mine do.
days are all negative. Nah, if another pipe bursts, I'm gonna be pissed.
Ooh. Mine's at 8, but feels like -5.
What? God, what is it for me right now? Although it is going to be... I mean, I think you'd prefer this, to be honest, but... It's going to be 100 on Saturday.
Now that's gross and sucks also. All right,
Saying
here we
get a
go.
grip to weather is so real.
32 minutes in. Anyone else?
Tsushima, Bird City Night Raid Research Center. Shit. Okay.
39, 38. You're not even loaded in yet. 30. Ah, shit.
Oh, shoot.
39.
Get your plants if you see them as well, boys.
Yeah, this area is perfect for plants.
Yeah.
Still loading.
Do any raiders have eyes on the gate? Some
I feel like I'm more into the idea of like taking out Rocketeers and shit.
No, we'll
We
do
can
that
grab
too, but if you...
plants on the way.
Yeah, if you see them, just get it. So we can...
Yeah.
And like wasps and
Yeah.
pops and whatever.
My only worry is that since it is 8 minutes already in, I feel like
know,
some of them
Tabby.
might already have been
I just called you Tabby.
Yeah.
Tabby loves to tabby back in. That's a new one.
Does anyone feel like they're in a game with someone else from the chat, or is it a L plus Raish? Still here.
Ooh.
So with these snitches, don't kill them entirely until they let the let their guys come in.
Cool. So what I just did was not correct. But also, I could grab a snitch thing and just get more.
Yeah.
If we mess. Oh, well, that didn't let me loot it. Oh, there it is over here now.
Because it'll spawn in like 2 to 3 wasps and hornets, which count for the or wasps
count.
at least is its own trial.
Nice.
Someone's here.
Okay.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Oh, I just
Oh,
got
man.
fucking sniped, bro.
Yeah, I'm missing big time.
Well,
I should have shot when I saw him. I was trying to be nice.
yeah, people are just pricks. Nice, wait, nice active ping.
It's Lockgate. No. Oh. Great.
Oh, I popped one. Man, that sucks. I had so much shit.
Dude, same.
Yeah.
Well, that blows fucking cock, if I can say it.
It does blow cock.
Sure does. I can buy it all back though, because I'm.
Oh, he's got that good.
I got some money.
Oh.
I just lost so much money, man.
I should have shot him when I had the chance. Fuck, he was creeping up on you and he didn't see me yet. And I was like, oh, maybe he's not. Maybe he's nice because Lockgate, come on. Fuck.
Yeah, Lockgate is normally like chill.
Damn.
Well, back to the bro, I don't even feel like bringing anything in. Like, I just lost so much.
I feel that. You can just bring in whatever you want because you'll still share the progress with the rest of the team. So
I mean, I'll bring in a whole cracker, I guess. Oh, that sucks.
All right, so are we trying that again? Like, what are we doing?
I mean,
gonna
I don't
try it
know.
again.
That kind of blows like balls. That was like a really rough time there.
Do we just
Like, I feel like it's not actually worth it because we just lost so much just to do trials and then not even get out and then just lose everything again. That's my doomer. That's my doomer take.
No, I get it.
It's also a realist take too.
Yeah, I'm just
Free
being realistic
loadout
here.
or
We could do a free for, but where though? Like that's like the amount of shit I did. We planned to bring that in just to get nothing is just ass. How about this? Naked run. Hear me out. Naked run with nothing, just a
plants?
safe pocket.
Oh,
And no, Harvester Blue Game. We just run in.
but what do we do?
We just run in and try to find bodies of people who are dead and then take their stuff.
Hey, I'm
Carl,
done.
I'm out 100K on that one. 100K credits. Out, done. Gone. Like that.
Yeah, we like weren't even prepared either for the PvP.
No, I wasn't even thinking PvP was an option there. So I can't right now. I have to. We're gonna go in with nothing, and we're gonna loot and scoop.
So a free loadout.
No, not even no. Naked run. Not even a free loadout.
Oh, naked.
I'm talking just.
What about arcs though? We'll just get shot by arcs.
We're going Schwann's out.
We dodge them. Hold on. Let me get myself a looting. Here we go. Yeah, that's it. There it is. So I'm bringing a looting MK1 and a light shield, and that's it. If you want to bring a gun to maybe one shitty gun to like cover your ass on arcs, I'm gonna bring a Pharaoh with 40 shots, and that's it. I'm going bare bones,
Bare bone, bare
back,
balls.
and butt. Bare back, balls, and butt, and that's all. Because I simply lost too much on that one, man. It feels painful. Rags to riches. Your husband will text you back about house project ideas. You think he hates me? No. Wait, we should honestly see who makes the most money. Right now, I'm going in with $2,200 worth of shit.
What do I have? I'm at 10K.
What do you mean? How you had 10K?
Wait, didn't you just say 22?
No, 2,000.
I'm at 17.
Oh,
What? Guys, I'm bringing in literally a shitty Pharaoh 1, 40 shots, and a light shield and a looting MK1.
I'm merely.
Well, so I don't have a shitty gun, so I'm doing a Venator, and
You can just buy a shitty gun.
That's
from the
basically
gun,
it.
from the shop.
Rags more like.
Or you can make it.
We're gonna
Alright,
this is a get rich quick scheme.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to get in here. I want to either rat and loot bodies of people who fought the matriarch and take all their hull crackers and loot, or just loot and scoot. Because the fact that we spent more time preparing for that fight than even in the match.
Totally.
And that feels like the opposite of cool. It feels kind of like a bint, like a fucking crunt.
I don't even want to say what I had in my whole loadout.
Oh no.
No, I know you had a goddamn ton, dude.
Ooh.
Let's just say four wolf packs, and I'll put it at that.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks balls.
Oh.
I mean, it doesn't help that we're PvP Andes the whole night and like popping off.
True.
Wait, what did I choose? Oh, okay, hold on.
What?
It's Blue Gate
It's over here.
Harvester.
Yeah. Go to the harvester.
Harvester.
Well, I hope everyone who got into a game is having fun.
Red alert, Raiders. We've spotted a harvester in your area. A queen is guarding it with her life. Only engage.
I find it interesting when people fight on Lockgate.
Very good plan.
I don't. It's a great place to fight.
Why? We're trying to get the keys.
Because
even more so though when it's on like the event type things.
That's what I mean. Like what?
okay, well, I'm getting shot at, I think.
Really?
Yeah, dude shot at me and missed. Over here.
Where?
Hit him.
Oh yeah, you nailed him.
Fuck it.
Oh, someone right here. Someone right here.
Where?
Coming up beside me here.
Are they friendly or no?
Fire on him, Carla. Do your worst.
Oh, wait, loot him.
Cover my 6.
He's gonna say some shit, so just kill him immediately.
Cover my 6.
Bro is a loot goblin.
Are you covering me? Are you covering me?
I'm
Yeah,
trying.
Okay.
Bro's got 8 things on her. It's like, hey, cover me.
No.
Let me loot all the good stuff while you
There's
fight.
nothing, but you said loot him. So I'm like, okay, cover me. Go for me to
No,
go
I said
ass.
kill him.
Why do you have energy clips? What the fuck?
Why was Bro by himself too?
He had energy clip. Means he had a Defelion.
There's nothing
Where's his
there. It's
team?
just a kettle.
Uh,
Why does he have energy clips? Did you loot that or someone?
I thought you were asking if I had energy. I
No,
was like,
he
I don't
has
know why I have
an
it.
energy clip.
Well, did you take him? Can I have it?
Whoa. Yeah.
Sorry. The guy over here. Because I have an Defelion. Oh wait, you gave it to me really? No.
Team's running like over here to the left.
Yep. That's gonna see me Carl in Japan everywhere we walk. Hold up now. Just checking the bin. Just checking the bin.
What the hell?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
You know there's no garbage cans anywhere?
Yeah. Take a little plastic bag in your bag, brother.
Alright. Oh, they're up here.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going for the fucking. Actually, I don't even care. Let's go towards the matriarch. Or let's go do the harvester thing. Look, oh, there's people shooting up there too.
Oh god.
What?
Nothing.
Why'd you say it? Why'd you say, oh god?
Because I was like, wait, we all have no like ammo and shit. This is just gonna go really bad. I know it's we're gonna have a bad game, and then Chris is gonna go, all right, that'll do me. Bye guys. Bye Shaq.
No, but here's the thing. This run cost me $2,000.
Oh, gotcha.
Versus
okay.
the 85K from the before, and I'm already having way more fun on this one, so I wouldn't give a shit.
Valid.
And I think Saint feels the same way, right, Saint? Not to put words in
Saint.
your mouth.
Ah,
No, I'm on board.
Fuck.
Hell yeah. Saint lost 4 wolf packs last
Yeah, no, that's pretty
He's down easily 150K, I'm assuming.
At minimum.
Ooh.
Minimum.
People being shot over there. We should go to the.
Also had like
I'm trying to kill this thing.
Wolf or 100 hull cracker.
Someone right here, guys.
Wait, that sucks ass, bro.
Someone here getting
Wait,
shot
Saint,
by Rocketeer.
be careful. There's this area. Just be careful.
Wait, why would I have to be careful then?
There's people over there getting shot by the Rocketeer. We should clean up.
Oh yeah. I know we can go
Nothing-
clean them up. I feel like shooting them
nothing
while
bad
they're down
happened.
sucks, but I'm down to like loot their dead bods.
Yeah.
Feeling?
Saint has the Wolfpack blueprint. He will rebuild.
Here,
Yes.
Dylan and I got killed. Yes, by people or robots. So I feel like Leah and Mare and Dylan all have like really friendly lobbies. Really, my people? I would have been. I'm shocked because I feel like you guys have like the chillest lobs. Wow. Trios is ass. Trios is ass. Well, you guys like friendship was cool. Back to solo dolos.
Back to solos.
Worst part
man.
too is all that good shit now is in the hands of terrible people.
You know what? Let them, because you bought enough stuff for them to miss a bunch, which they will.
They'll lose it all.
So there's dudes definitely in here hiding, lit and hurt.
We
Oh,
should
yeah, the
go
Wolfpack's
down.
up
Oh,
there,
wait, someone right
nice.
here, someone right here.
Where?
Is it weird to fight these guys?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were doing that. My bad.
Nah, now it's too late. We have to just go for it.
There's two at least. It's probably the whole team.
Oh, they're trying to leave.
Yeah, they're trying to get out.
Oh, we can't let them leave.
Oh no.
Oh, the
Remember
Rocketeer's getting them.
Oh
They're so
no, I feel
mad.
bad.
Bro's saying, come on, push.
Oh, okay. I don't feel bad.
I'm above him.
That Rocketeer is gonna ruin.
Bro,
their day
this
now.
guy doesn't even know I'm above him. He's right below me. He's right below me.
Where?
Right here.
Oh my god.
He's in the building below me. I'm gonna fucking shoot him twice in the head. Talk some shit real quick, Carla, because he was saying, come on, push.
Goo goo gaga! Goo goo gaga!
Headshot him. He has no idea where I came from. Headshot
Should I
him.
go in? Should I be the bait?
Yeah, go on. He's lit. He's right here. Go in as a bait. And then run away. And run.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, you killed him?
Yeah, sorry. Was that not the
Oops,
plan?
sorry. When you killed him.
My bad.
Wait, you went in there and just threw 4 fucking things at him and killed him that easily?
My bad.
No, that's funny as fuck.
Cover my 6.
Careful, this is Rocketeer still right over our heads.
The way he went, and he died. Anything good?
Hole cracker.
He had a hole cracker?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Ow, why am I the only
Dude.
one who gets hit?
Do we want to get out? Because it's right there and it's open.
Yeah, well, let me loot this fucking guy first.
And there's a Rocketeer.
Actually, I'm leaving. Oh.
Right on our fucking
Yeah.
tunt.
Fucking tint. Wait, Carla, let me get something. I shot him in the head. Come on.
All right, here, have this.
Calling it.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll take a Pharaoh 4. Dude, we do that again. We go in with just bullshit, and we leave with stuff, and then we just keep doing this. This is the way to do it.
I can't believe
That's how you. That's how you rebuild.
What did you want me to do in regards to the man? Like not shoot him and get him to come out to chase me or something?
I didn't know if there was more than one, so I wanted you to like bait them to like chase you, and then I was right above them so I could pop them on the head. But I didn't know. The fact that there was only one, you just ran in there and just went boop, and then he died, is so funny.
That is funny.
I thought there was at least 2 in there because the way he was talking like he had some fucking people on him, like with him.
No, I saw the other 2. They were
Go
running
enjoy your
away.
luck. I'm just.
All right,
I
let's do
feel
this again.
so free killing people without Twitch in my name.
No, oh my god, it's glorious. I'm bringing in the same exact shit. Like I'm not bringing anything. No heals, nothing.
It's honestly a play to try and get loot back because we're too nice and
Yeah.
then we don't get loot and then it's like, no.
No, we're doing what other people fucking do. We're doing what other people fucking do, man.
It's the circle of life. When you lose all that shit, you gotta get it back somehow.
It's called Survival of the Fittest. Read a book, guys.
Aw,
It's called Pale Blue Dot.
crazy.
Sorry.
That's good.
It's called Hans Zimmer's score from Interstellar. All right, I'm going. Guys, you want to try joining as well? We're just going to do barely anything kind of vibes for our loot. And we're doing Matriarch. Harvester on Blue Gate. NA East or North Custom. If you want to try solo squads, go if you want to try.
Oh my god.
No worries if you
No
don't.
Twitch
I get it.
name in the name and PvP. Oh, it's so good. Because when I had it and my name, it was good when like we met nice people, but then I felt really awkward thirsting someone, but now I'm free.
No, it's kind of
Talia
reassuring.
Cinema.
Lovely.
Yeah, and then if also, like, I'm down, they won't think to like look at your angle, like me spectating you and cheat as well.
Yep.
PvP in a PvP game, I know. Cinema.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Not me.
I mean, wait. So Dylan, question for you. So since you usually have whimsical lobbies and you play like and you usually have fun times, but you just lost all your stuff to some shitheads, that doesn't make you want to like turn evil for like a sec. You're like, you know what? We lock back in. We're good guys. You don't want to like turn to the dark side for a little bit. Maybe get a 1-2 in.
Yeah, because you can always just refresh your lobbies and go back to your Teletubbies.
Yeah. Because I love being funny with people, but also like, dude, honestly, there's nothing like when someone talks shit and they shoot you first, and then you take them out. Oh. It makes you hate PvP even more. Like dude, you're not Leah. First off, you're not ass at PvP.
Mm-hmm.
I legitimately have played with you, and you've popped off against people when we've played together. Like,
Leah's
I'm
the
not even
goat.
trying to like gas you up. No, you're not bad, bro.
I know. What the hell?
Chat, you've watched Leah and me and Carla and Crispy and Pals, and she pops off. No, you hit.
Leah
you hit
literally
your shots.
has $5 million in the Speranza bank, 5 million blueprints, and goes, "I'm bad."
Well, she's saying she's bad at PvP, which is
Yeah,
not.
but you
not
can't be
correct.
bad at PvP if you're goaded. That's the thing.
You also can't be bad at PvP if you're good at PvE, because it's the same shit. Honestly, being good at PvE sometimes is more challenging.
No, it is.
Because
I'm
their
bad
movement
at PvE.
is more unpredictable and harder to hit sometimes. No, Emma, it's better than a fucking Vic Roy.
Leah, you're our goat, okay? We got you.
No, I'm not nice, man. I would tell you straight up if you sucked. You don't.
Ark of Jesus. Real.
I don't think I would actually tell you if you sucked straight up, but like, you know, you get it.
You told me I suck all the time, but it keeps me humble.
I've never said you sucked once. Dude, you literally popped off today, and I was like, dude, you're so good.
I did pop off today. You're right. I'm actually different.
I will
today, but
I will roast you when you're like 400 yards away from me during most fights, but that's a different story.
You're right.
But you know what? After years of me doing that to people in Fortnite, I deserve it.
Hey, you know what? We're just on that grind.
True.
I'm actually feeling so. Oh, players.
Where? I also see players, Zach. Yeah. We all see
Are
the
they good or
same
bad?
ones.
I don't know.
So I have a silencer.
Oh, that guy's getting lit up. Should we just?
Yeah.
He's one shot, bro. He's pissed.
Oh, I think he's dead.
No, he's not dead yet, but he's one shot down there in that little hole. But his friends are probably like, Dave, where'd you go, Dave?
I think his friends are running into reinforce over there.
Oh, I see him.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna push the guy in the hole.
Okay.
Don't push him in the hole. He might get hurt.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Sorry.
What are you eating? Did you
Okay.
take a shot or did you lie?
I'm not eating anything.
Did you take a shot or did you lie?
I didn't say I took a
guy
shot
in the
yet,
hole's
but
dead.
we can take shots.
Oh. No, I already did.
Oh. My bad.
Do a quick Sambuc.
Sambuc. Getting my karma. Getting my karma with these arcs.
Chaperone coming to Fortnite.
Finally.
I know.
I'm gonna die to these
You guys
arcs.
are both dying to arcs. See,
Where are
this-
you, Chris?
That's what I'm saying.
I wanted to
shooting
kill
him.
that guy before he
I'm
like,
right behind you.
Okay,
dove
thank
off
you.
the edge.
Oh, someone's coming. Someone's coming.
Emma,
On the right.
IRL
Someone's
or in
coming.
game?
Someone's coming.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Mark
see
him again.
I
Are
see
they in there?
He's right behind that where the mark is. Right there.
Okay.
Right there.
Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
I shot him a couple times.
I can see it in your eyes.
I can see it in your smile.
Hello.
Are we gonna
It's
push him
me.
over the hill?
No, because we'll get hurt.
No.
Where are they?
Well, they went over here.
I think they kept running up towards the reinforce.
They might be in here, bro. Straight up. No offense.
Should we look?
Anyone in here? Anyone in here? Just the pop, no worries. Once you pop, the fun don't stop.
Uh-oh.
Emma, I was waiting for someone to fucking say it. Jeez. How many times does a bro have to sing? Does a mofo have to sing real quick?
No scamming.
I think they definitely went down there. We could try and go down there and see what's up.
Pantis texted me. He didn't even know I was live. He goes, "This game is fucking buns, bro. It's so bad." I just yelled so loud. Yeah, tell your chat it's fucking hog water. This game sucks. It's so bad, dude.
That's so funny.
Hog water.
He's having
Oh, someone
no
coming?
fun.
Is that you?
Wait, hog water is crazier than dog water, I think. Oh,
That might
dead
be
body
me.
right here.
I'm out here.
Okay.
Oh, did you go down?
Yeah, there's nothing. I hear footsteps. I hear little.
Oh,
Oh,
here they
oh, right here, right in front of me, right in front of me.
Behind that far wall.
He's right here. Oh my god, they're both right here. One's behind the pillar, Carl, and one's right in front of us.
Yep.
Carl, watch out.
Oh, where are you?
Guys, what are we doing?
There's still one behind that pillar.
This is crazy. What do we? Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. That was a headshot. That's crazy.
Carly on fire. Watch out.
Yep. Oh.
Guys, what are we doing? There's one guy's getting healed right now. Go shoot him. I'm up to the right of us.
It's gonna heal up.
Oh, they're throwing bombs.
Oh, I hit one with my nade.
You're deaf. You're deaf. You're deaf. They're gonna be over here. Sorry.
Nice.
I'm the hammer boy.
Down one.
I'm the hammer boy. I'm the hammer boy.
Goo goo gaga.
Oh yeah.
Goo goo gaga.
It's me, hammer boy.
Goo goo
Yeah.
gaga.
Yeah.
Goo goo gaga.
Wow. 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 Oh my god, it's taking too long. Just die already.
Guys,
Jesus Christ.
pick a body and loot.
All right, I'll pick my body.
Bro. Bro, I pushed like a fucking hammer and I killed him, dude.
Oh, hell yeah. I got a renegade.
Oh man, I call myself the hammer boy. They're pissed.
Listen.
This game keeps me young. All right, wait. Someone's clipping it. There's no. Thank God.
Does anyone
I
have
don't want to go to the
shield?
clip page and see nothing.
Chris.
I can hear you in game twice.
Fuck.
Oh, wait, like a
Can
light
someone
shield?
blow up my
Yeah,
shield? My shield just. No, like
Yeah, here.
actually, like recharge me, like a shield recharger.
No.
Thank you, Saint.
Gotcha.
Guys, we did that. We're feral.
Bro, did you guys see me? I pushed him with my hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hammer boy, goo goo
Hammer
gaga,
boy.
goo goo gaga. That's actually depressing. I would. That's fucked.
No, it's not different. No, say it. No, it's depressing.
Getting
Might
one
be
person,
the new character.
one person going, I'm hammer boy, and then a fucking femme voice going, goo goo gaga, is hell.
Oh yeah, that's it for me. That's my 14th.
That's my 10th. It's my first.
Wait, I'm drunk already, I think. Nah, I'm joking.
Oh wait, do we want to loot Red Room? All the batteries are right here. We can each carry one.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Guys, we needed that.
Around through that door and like on the ground.
Excuse me. Wait, what's up? How many more things do we need to get?
2, so we can all carry.
Hang
each
it
carry
up
one.
for good is so funny.
Carla, grab one of those things, and then let me get the last one.
I've got it.
Wait, I don't know where the last one is, Saint.
It should be like right there. If it's not on the ground, it's in the.
There's one.
Oh, maybe you might have the bug where you can't pick it up. Because I saw 3.
Can you pick that one up?
I think I could pick it
Yeah,
up.
I got it. I got it.
No, I got it. We're good. Me and Carla on our way.
Oh, I'm so free without Twitch in my name. That was great. I needed that.
I still can't believe you did that ever.
All right.
Wait, Barbara, you and Leah, W, let's go. Let's simply go, man.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Go?
Wait, did I knock 2 with a hammer? Bro.
Ooh.
Wait, that's actually funny. I'm pissed if I'm them. Nah, because the way I'm pissed for them.
I don't even know what that was. I do apologize, guys, but I'm not sorry, but also, like, yeah, that was a lot. But look at us.
I just got a shotgun. See, dude, and guess what? The best part about all this? Free loadout. Okay, guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Free loadout. Kill 2 guys with a hammer. Whatever.
Yeah, I've never seen this room either.
This is the red room. Welcome on in. Let's develop some film. Haha, that's a quick joke for the people who get it. And if you don't, who cares?
Who get it?
Bro, I need a bagel right now so bad. Wait, what's going on?
I don't know about you guys, but my bag is full. We
could just go and come back.
Yeah, dude, am I weird for thinking this is the way to do it?
Yeah,
We
true,
going with
because
nothing?
we're just getting profit at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's all prof.
No loss, only gains.
Before we saw those guys, I was like, oh, I really just am clamoring for some PvP. Oops, people are here.
Yeah, we did it.
I heard a shot behind us. I'm not gonna
To
investigate
the theme
it,
of
but
Transformers, Arc Raiders, loot
I don't
in
think
all
someone's
your shit.
deep in, but I heard a shot back there. I don't know how
Ha.
close. Sorry. Sorry.
That's
Goo
such a
goo
crazy
gaga.
calm, though. More than me.
Oh, people.
Oh.
I'm shooting them.
Wait.
Don't care. Right here. Around the
Wait,
corner.
come back.
Carla, literally like right in there.
Oh my god,
Carla,
sorry.
right in front of you. Carla, what the fuck are you doing?
Sorry.
Shooting him, don't care. Bro's different now. Heal yourself, Carla.
I don't have heals.
What?
Do I have anything? I don't think I have anything. No.
Follow me. You keep shooting them? What is that?
What is that?
Is that a leaper?
Touche.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck was that?
Lure.
Not me being babysat. I love it. Chris, are you coming back? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, home. Let's pretend to leave.
They're still here. Throwing gas. They're coming in.
That's a trailblazer. That hurts. There's a guy really close, by the way. I think a guy like ran up. Anyone have any other throwables?
I have a secret
No, I just
grenade
threw
and
the
a
only two I
showstopper.
had.
Should we just wait for them to push?
I feel like they're still. Oh, did somebody just
fake.
die?
That's fake. It might be real though, but just double check. I did hear someone go, oh. How would they have died?
I don't know. Let's see.
How'd you die, dude?
They might have went up the wire because that's a wire up there.
There's no way you died. Oh, tick, you think?
Should I be bait
I
with
think
this
they might have
locker?
went up the wire and got hit by like a
I don't think there's a wire over there,
rocketeer
is
or
there?
something. Yeah, it's right in there. That's a wire up to the top. They must have went up and then got down by something.
Oh, he's right here. Dude, that sucks. Your team didn't even come back for you. That's crazy.
We shouldn't try and go up though. They're probably trying to trap us.
Yeah.
Should I look?
You look.
Should I be bait?
Oh, they're right here.
Where?
They're hiding up top. I shot one.
Oh, yeah, he just
Oh,
stuck
that's
somebody
crazy.
with the.
Yeah, I'm healing him. They're gonna push because they know they just fucking cranked us. They're gonna push, so just make sure you're ready.
Where were they hiding? Like on a.
They're on the fucking ledges up top. You can see them. They're just right up there.
Are they leaving or nah?
You guys still hiding on those ledges, or what's the story? We all have no health. We're hurt really badly. Don't come down and hurt us, please.
Oh no!
I
Don't
see
come
him
down
up
and
there.
finish me.
I see him. He's still up there. Ow, dude. He's right on the ledge. He's right.
Oh yeah.
Goo goo
He's right
gaga.
here. On the third ledge up.
Yeah, I see.
You're
I
right.
see his-
You
Oh,
see him?
that's a despot. But yeah, he is still on that ledge that you were talking about.
Any throwables, please?
I only have one. Do you want to take
Shields?
mine? You take mine.
I have a smoke. That's all I have.
Smoke would go crazy too.
Take my grenade.
Okay. Light impact grenade. That's fine.
And showstopper.
I'm watching our back because I feel like one of them could be like trying to flank or something.
Showstopper would actually go crazy.
Yeah, I picked it up.
I don't think showstoppers affect people though.
Oh, did they not? I thought
It said
doesn't make
enemies.
them
It didn't say arc. It said enemies.
Oh, does it?
You're
I mean,
probably
you can try
right,
it.
but I was just going off the bio.
That means he's hit. He missed. You fell, dude.
Oh, they threw a smoke. Oh, he's down on the.
You fell.
There you go.
You
nice.
fell.
Someone's
Watch
coming.
out, Carl. You're
Someone's
still
coming.
getting hit. You're still getting hit.
Your friend fell and died.
Where is this last guy? Like what ledge?
Close, I think.
Left or right?
I'm gonna push
I
up
saw
and see.
right, but I don't know where he's gone now.
I'm coming up. He's right there. Right there. This one. We see you, buddy.
Oh yeah.
You're dead. You just
his
die
head?
up there. You just die up there.
I hit his head.
Here, I'm coming up. I'm gonna shoot you with a shotgun, okay? And that's what happens.
What a flex!
And that's how it happens. That's going on TikTok.
Oh, not the TikTok. That's going on TikTok is crazy.
GG's, brother. GG's, brother. Oh my
That's
god.
crazy. Oh, what is this? Bro, he had an equalizer blueprint and a Jupiter blueprint. Oh my god!
Wait, give me one of them. Ooh, give me one of them. Ooh.
Okay, all right, hold on. Let me just let me settle myself here.
He had
Yeah,
energy
yeah.
clips. But he had energy clips, but no thing. How does that make sense?
Renegade. Oh shit.
All right, here. Which one did you want, Jupiter or equalizer?
Where? Let me see. I don't have one of them. Let me see.
The hell?
Oh, I don't have that one. And let me get this arc circuitry real quick too. No worries. Holy fuck, bro.
All right,
Dude,
we
that's
simply get
huge.
out. We get out. We simply get out.
Bro, that was so sick. What a fight. What a fight, brother. Carl, you get stuff?
That was crazy.
Yes.
Carla, you get anything good?
I got some energy clips, but that's it. I'm not gonna say
Here, you
no
need
to
this?
it. Ooh, wait. Ooh, let me.
Oh, that guy threw a Leaper pulse unit at us.
What?
so
That's why I was
what this is?
confused. He wasted the Leaper item.
Here, Carla, check this out. You want this?
What is it? Do you already have it though?
Yeah, I have it.
Promise you have it.
I do.
You promise?
Promise.
Oh, okay. Thank
Alright,
you.
you gotta shove it in there.
All
Let's go up and get out of here.
Okay.
Hold on, just double
Guys,
check all
what
these
the
bots again
hell?
one last time. Dude,
That was a crazy
this is
fight.
and once again, we went in with guess what? Nothing.
I just still can't believe what you said, and it worked. I'm gonna shoot you with a shotgun now, okay?
You need to watch the clip.
Yeah.
It's actually insane.
Okay.
Like, did they know that you can shoot while you're on the wire?
No, it was just perfect. Like he knew he was fucked. He knew he was screwed.
Is there one
Careful,
closer?
there's a Rocketeer.
Oh, we went that far. Wow.
No, the one that's normally right here is closed.
Oh,
so we gotta
gotcha.
go up further to the
Yeah,
first.
thank you.
Even for just that
I'll watch
blueprint,
that.
that was worth that whole battle.
Why do they have energy clips? Can you find those?
They have them
you
for
can-
their Inphalions.
You can craft them too. You need so it's kind of weird. You don't unlock the ability to craft electro rounds until you get a equalizer blueprint, I think.
Oh.
Oh.
Did they did anyone get those guns, or did they just recycle it so we didn't get them?
I don't know if they
Good question,
recycled it or if
actually.
they just
I don't know.
looted off someone else's bod.
Oh shit, I'm missing that.
That was a fun fight. Holy shit.
That was
dude.
fun.
Dude, the way out. Yo, Mayor, have a good night. Thank you, bro.
That was the second fight too. The first fight was fun too.
Real.
I told him I was posting on TikTok, but I'm not even gonna post on TikTok anymore. That's cringe. I'm gonna
just
overdub it and go.
speechless.
I'm posting it on Instagram Reels.
Instagram Reels. Yeah, naked
And
ones are
YouTube
kind of
Shorts.
fun.
Bro, I've been saying this.
You
Because
got nothing to lose.
There's no risk. Like,
We're
if I die
just
right now, it
gaming.
sucks, but like we had fun.
Whoa.
I'm getting pinged for this bombardier. This is not good.
Nah, imagine diving off this and dying.
Nah, it could be me.
Ooh, could be me.
That bombardier is right there.
I'm running. I'm running. Oh shit. I'm running.
Oh.
Whew. Wow. I feel like I could run a mile right now.
Oh. Ugh.
Carly, you have any shields or anything?
No, it's okay. Yeah, Chris never says anything. Chris never says anything bad. Like, the other day we had this really awful. Because listen, with the PvP,
Wait,
there's
that's
always
crazy.
gonna
So
be
those
people
guys
saying
looted
shit.
up the harvester.
All Chris
That's how they got
said
those blueprints.
Was I'm gonna come up and kill you now, which
so
is
they're
really
probably
funny
extra pissed that we fought them.
because he was, you know.
To be fair, did they shoot
Yeah,
us
he didn't
first?
say
Or
anything
I
mean.
think, was that
I
when you were like,
wouldn't-
I'm shooting, I don't give a fuck?
Yeah, I wouldn't
yeah.
associate with anyone that is intentionally mean and gross because I hate that. Yeah, he did describe what he's gonna do. Like, yeah, we never like intentionally be assholes, but if we stand up for ourselves and we have to fight, we will. It was a fair fight, but like we would never say anything that makes me go, ugh. You know what I mean? Because someone said some nasty stuff to me the other day. We're never nasty. We are just like friendly shit talk. That's where I draw the line. Because I don't like nasty. Like, we're silly and we'll have some shit talk, but like, we would never be dicks because I don't like that shit. We didn't win that fight though. Yeah, I think all I said today was goo goo gaga. Chris is more intense with it because he's good at shit talk. I'm really bad at shit talk. But I would never be creepy or like offensive because I don't have time for that shit. I think that's stupid. That's stupid as hell. Yeah. No, for sure, for sure. I just like, Chris is really confident, you know? I would personally never go, I'm coming up to kill you now because I know I'll miss my shot. But that team was pretty intense. They were throwing a lot of shit. I'm surprised we actually made it out alive, to be honest.
Say it again?
If you hit a Rocketeer with a snitch scanner, does it kill it?
Okay, we go.
Okay. I don't need any of that. Why am I doing it?
Oh wait, come in. Nice.
Carla, you in?
Yes. Yeah, I caught someone a floppy disk once.
Bro, someone
I got
called.
it, I got it.
Gonna
I
get
got it.
killed by a fucking thing. Nice. Let's go.
Was that someone?
I can't tell.
Oh, okay.
I think it was just a Hornet.
Okay. Okay. A casual 73k.
Dang.
Damage raider.
Here we go.
Oh, cool. I knocked out I knocked as well. Damage, knocked assist. Yippee! Good fight.
A lot of there's a whole Terminator squad over here.
Carla
Bro.
jumping down there like. Yeah,
I got so much stuff. Let's go,
here's the thing. I usually turn my mic off in games. This is the first game where I haven't.
Let's go.
And things have been pretty good, but like,
learn, sell some stuff and deal with
I
my
guess it
inventory.
just takes the power back when we have.
Yeah,
a
my
bit of
lobbies
fun with
after
it.
this are gonna be a nightmare.
But things we say, you know, can be taken certain ways from everyone. You know, like for me, because I've been
Equalizer
called
blueprint. Learn and
terrible
consume.
things, us playing around to me is
I
like
wonder if I can make one right
normal level shit talk.
Yeah, so I
right?
think now you'll have the opportunity.
But then some people don't like shit talk at all. And will be like, I don't like that. And that's valid. You're valid in what you're feeling and thinking, like whoever you watch. But I would never associate with people who are intentionally toxic or rude. You know what I mean? Maybe toxic tendencies. I'm joking. But like, Chris can get pretty intense with it. But I find it funny because I know him really well. But it's so fair if people don't find it funny. I totally get that. But yeah, I usually have my voice chat off.
Oh, mix. That's good.
This is Hammer Boy. I'm gonna watch Hammer Boy first.
I usually don't. I'm actually liking that my lowdown. Let me watch this clip because it looked cool from my side.
See you, buddy. Oh yeah. You're dead. You just die up there. You just die up there. Here, I'm coming up. I'm gonna shoot you with a shotgun, okay? And that's what happens.
That was so clean. I would like to see Hammer Boy, yes. That was so clean. Are you kidding me? No, true, Sarah, yeah. Because I've said, like, I've been kind of crazy, but it's still nice. Like, I guess because I've been totally destroyed as a femme voice on games, for me, I know that I'm not going too far because people have done things to me, so I'm like, oh, I'm fine.
I'm the Hammer Boy.
Someone?
I'm the Hammer Boy. I'm the Hammer Boy. Oh yeah, it's me, Hammer Boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy clips.
Wow!
Good
Wow! Wow! Oh my God, it's taking too long. Let me sell some stuff here.
Pick a body and loot.
Sell that.
See, I
Thank you
totally
guys
respect
for the clips. I appreciate
that.
that.
Goo Goo Gaga is absolutely insane. That's fucked.
Okay.
Oh my God, that shotgun hit was nuts. It was just so easy. Like, it wasn't like
Yeah.
it was
Well, he
perfectly
was honestly-
executed.
I felt bad because I knew he was screwed. Like, he either falls down like his other friend did, or stays up there and hopes we don't just shoot him. Like,
Yeah.
So he was in a bit of a pickle.
He was in a pickle.
Dude, that was funny.
Oh my God. Oh.
And what's crazy, none of these guys that we're fighting are like, they're all people who like have been trying to fight us. Like, it's not like it's random, like picking people off.
Yeah, that
Like,
was
all these people would have fought us regardless. So it's like, what are you gonna do?
True. May as well like have a go.
Have a go.
Can I get? Oh, I can't. I don't have any seeds. I don't have seeds. Scrappy. Oh, I need space. Yeah, no, exactly. COD on Xbox. Oh my God. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Like, I never want to stoop to their level. I'll stand up for a friend, like, on a more serious note. If someone is being called certain things, I will always stand up for them because, like, fuck you. Like, I'm not letting you get away with that. But if it's like, yeah, I got me fucking, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like, girl. It is fun to, like, people are always gonna talk shit in Ark when you get downed. Like, I've talked many a shit but it's never for me anyway. In my level, it's never past the line. What was I doing? What was the point here? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe Outlast Trials. I can't imagine that. Weirdos. Ooh, I should get grenades. Yeah, no, definitely hit the moment for sure. I will admit, like, there's been times where I'm playing, like, off stream as well. In saying that, it doesn't get that crazy, but there's been on stream I did get crazy once on, I think it was Texas Chainsaw, and I was playing with a friend, and they were being very homophobic, and I don't play about my friends. Like, that's when I'll be close to the line if someone is slurring, like is using slurs to a close friend. That's when it's like I might get a bit big sister and a bit nasty. But I would rather stand up for my friend than not. And I know sometimes it's best just to not give them anything because they want that from you. But on this day, it was just putrid and I went in. But I know people would have done the same for me, you know. It was good, Lukey. It was good. I want to do something this afternoon too. Oh my god, it's 5 already. Oh my god, I'm going into 8 hours. God, time flies with this game, huh? Which means what? Birds are coming soon. Very scary. No, really? You're brave going in. Yeah, like, I will take the shit, right? You can call me anything, whatever. But yeah, when my friend's being harassed, that's when I get very like... But even then, sometimes, like, I won't say anything again because I don't want to give them anything. And then other times I'll, yeah. Doesn't happen often, though. I usually turn off voice comms in every game but this game. I don't know. Because I think with this game, there's so many chances of having a wholesome interaction, that I rather, like, just take the risk, I guess. Does that make sense? Hide and seek, that'd be fun. But yeah, that's my long-winded story, sorry. That's my vibe. Oh, it's windy outside. What is this, guys? This is crazy. Topside Techno still hasn't responded to me, guys. Is he online? Where is he? Where is he bloody been? I haven't seen him in so long. There we go. What's our vibe? Same thing?
You tell me, brother. Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Just go back in with whatever we got.
Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely. How's everything over there in Clintville?
Great. How's Shackville?
Couldn't be better.
Great.
Awesome.
Okay.
Quick belly slap.
Oh wow, that's a good slap.
That hurt.
Oh. What the hell?
What the hell?
What the hell?
Well, now I'm gonna have red on it. All right, same vibe. Go in, go out.
Yeah.
Carl, take a shot.
All right.
Thanks.
I'll take one too.
I'm feeling mine. I went on a rant. I went on a rant and my camera was off and I didn't know.
Oh no. What was your rant about?
Ice.
Oh. Yep. Fuck ice.
Yeah. It's always fuck ice.
I'm so embarrassed that it's so international now.
Yeah.
Like we're like the laughing stock of the world. Like, but I think people get that a majority of us, like people probably see those protests and go, wait, America's chill. There's just like dumbass white supremacists in charge.
Honestly, it's to the point, and totally, like, we were at the pub yesterday, and there was a beer coaster, and it was like, win a trip to the US, and literally all of us were like, nope, couldn't care less. Thanks.
We're good.
Well,
Rather go
you
anywhere
take that
else.
prize. You take that prize. But like, yeah. But like, I think what's the positive in it, which is obviously not a lot, but like the positive is like we're all banding together, like all like countries, and seeing people speak out and seeing everyone be like agree that it's just fucked. Like, I see it everywhere here. Everyone agrees. Like, it's just so fucking stupid.
No, it's lying constantly, and also like, hey,
Yeah.
when a U.S. civilian is killed,
Yeah.
by the government, and then Trump makes it about himself every
Yeah.
single time. Like, I like straight up, I genuinely cannot understand how someone could look at that who voted for him and go, "That's chill, that's normal." Like,
Also, fucking Nicki
it
Minaj.
blows my mind,
Yeah.
bro. It blows my mind.
Real.
Like, he'll be like, "Well, I heard her parents were fans of me, so that's awesome." Like, hey, dude, a woman is dead.
Yeah.
She was a mother. Like, you are a fucking pile of pustules. You are a fucking
Real.
blumpkin. You fucking suck. You are a festering scab. It's
Yeah.
frustrating, dude. It's frustrating. And
Yeah.
I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Fair.
It's psychosis at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah. Real.
And like people, dude, and one other thing that's frustrating is people are like, "Oh, you're such a pussy. You leftist fucking weirdos with your he, hims, and your pronouns." Like, dude, you have a man's face on your truck. You're a loser.
Yeah.
You're literally a loser. Like, you realize this, right? You have a flag in front of your house. That is, and you think two guys kissing is gay? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
You have a flag in front of your house with a man's name on it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, just let people exist and live their goddamn life, bro.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? Well, the trans thing, everything is trans. Hey, it's the smallest population, and they're just trying to exist and live their fucking life and just exist.
Yeah. Speak
That's
on
it.
Repost.
Literally, they're
Yeah.
just trying to exist.
Yeah.
Like, I know so many trans people. Hey, they're not a threat. They're just trying to, hey, read a book or play Animal Crossing or vibe.
Just
or
exist.
game a little bit.
Just
and,
breathe some
and
air.
maybe look a little cute for a selfie. Like, who gives a shit?
It doesn't. Yeah.
Who cares? Like, what's the fucking vibe, dude?
Mm.
So dumb.
Mm. Yeah.
But whatever.
No.
Yeah, also, like, anytime, dude, I'm going like scorched earth. Anytime someone like tries to, like, hey, you're supporting a pedophile.
Yeah.
You're supporting a sex pest.
Yeah.
You're supporting a racist. Like, I don't care anymore. Don't care. It's just the facts. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, hey, that's what you're supporting.
Mm.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's
No,
just
it's true.
crazy. Like the blatant fascism is insanity. It's just like they're not even hiding it anymore. It's just
No, they're
Dude,
not.
the fact that the one guy in charge, like, what was his name? Like, Gimpy, like, Gorpenbergen or whatever? Like, Chad Bovino. I don't remember his name. But he's wearing, like, a literal, like, fucking Nazi coat, it looks like. With a shaved head. Like,
Gregory Bovino.
yeah, whatever his name is. Doesn't matter.
Fuck that guy.
Bro's 5'5". No offense if you're short. Like, that's our best of the best. That's what we're looking for. That's the superior human race. Yeah, fucking right. Bro looks like a melted candle.
He's got a month left.
Hope so. All right, I'm gonna go piss.
Okay.
Be back.
Sorry, guys. I was reading everything you were saying. I didn't want to interrupt Chris. Yeah. Yeah, it's really like... I honestly am grateful that I still get to see my friends in a few weeks, like going to Japan. And I say this, and I know you guys agree with me. But there are parts, obviously, of each country that are better than the overall. Like, I don't want to shit on America completely because my best friends are from there, you're from there. Like, every time I've gone, I've had a great time. I know that's not all of you at all. But I'm not interested in going there this year. And I know you guys aren't judging me for that. I know you guys are, like, fair, but, like, it's just... When I went in July last year, it was already pretty bad. And Mum was like, please don't go. but now it's like, nah.
All right.
Yeah. But I love you
Harvester
guys.
again.
I know.
Oh, it's on spaceport this time.
I know the way you feel is a lot of how other Americans feel. And I'm with you. And it's fucked. But I definitely understand. Yeah. I know everyone from different countries in this chat are like we all feel the same. But yeah, I'm thinking of you every day. Every day. Constantly. Oh, Ori, that sounds nice though. I know Vix, yeah. Wow. Glam. Oh, Eb. I'd come with you if I could. Please keep us updated with that. Let us know you're there safe and everything. Sarah, real. Real. Yeah. The Discord is always open for you guys. Remember, we do have an event channel. It deletes every 24 hours. And then also, you know, updating us where you can in current events, or if you just want to have, you know, a discussion. Obviously respectful. I know you guys are. Respectful as in to each other, not about orange fuck. I do want to call him a pathetic slag.
Ooh, this guy died right here. From Ark, I think.
Uh-oh.
Alright. I don't want to shoot the person who's down. I kind of want to work together. But like, if he dies, I'll loot him immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we?
You know
What's
what I
our vibe? Are we still bloodthirsty vibe or?
I think we're just chilling, but like maybe if someone feels like they want to fight, we get involved.
Especially if they're gonna like hit us.
Yeah.
You know?
I wouldn't mind shooting that guy once who's knocked over there.
I think there's people up in this tower up there.
Oh, we're getting chased by this fucking huge thing.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
1 year and 7 months, Burrito.
Still, but also, yeah, but what hurts more is what's actually happening. Like, I think it's fair to be upset and feel weird, but like, I don't care, you know? It is what it is. Like, I'm never gonna be like, yeah, dude, I'm so stoked to be here.
Oh, Ellie.
I am
sorry,
stoked to see
doll.
people showing up and fucking protest shit. That's awesome.
Ari, how are you? I promise I didn't cheat. Was I right?
That excites me. That makes me
I was
happy.
going to cheat, and then you said don't, and I was like, oh, fuck. I swear. May, get in here.
But what's
Was I
also like
wrong?
frustrating too is while all this is happening, like Palestine still is still completely getting fucked, and
Up next,
their shit hasn't stopped.
gets pulled.
So like we have to keep the energy for everyone.
Will he become
Burrito?
Daddy's favorite?
Oh my god. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
what
and
the
don't
hell?
just know the names
0986
Alex
was gifted
Preddy and
20
Renee
subs.
Good because there were like 6
Naughty
other people
boy.
that were killed by ICE as well that we
Yep.
shouldn't forget about.
I think Keith Porter was one of them.
Oh my god, sorry. Thank you so much.
I think those two, in particular, it was because they were caught on camera
Ari, if you want to
Yeah,
put that
that's fair.
in
as
current
well. Like
events
I
in the
do
Discord,
feel like people are like trying to make it like
That'd be
a
amazing.
race thing, but at the same time, like those were literally filmed from
Um,
multiple angles, so like that's why it really took off too. And it was extra
What
fucking
did I do?
like
Oh
sad.
wait,
like, dude,
it's
like,
19.
People saw it. Like
Thank you,
straight up.
Ari.
But like
Burrito, thank you
Keith's
so
was
much.
also
I
terrible
can't
and
tell
a
you how
tragedy.
much that means to me.
There's a person running up right here. I don't know if they're
Thank
chill.
you so
I might
much.
shoot him just as a joke.
That genuinely, yes.
You guys friends?
That's too nice, though.
Or not really?
Thank you so much.
Okay, they're saying don't shoot. All right, we won't.
I don't know if I trust him though. Keep your guard up.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you. That's very naughty. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Don't shoot.
Shoot him, he's a liar. Hell yeah.
I've been suffered. No, Eb, real.
Hell yeah, well, good luck, dude.
10 times easier with the queen.
Oh, this guy's mic sucks ass. I'm gonna kill him just for his mic sucking ass. Oh my god.
They don't have mics, they just have their fucking controller mics, and it sounds pretty rough right now on here, but...
He sounds like he's in a walkie-talkie.
Who's this guy talking about?
What's up, boys? Quit plotting on us. Come on, turn on your mics.
What?
I'm about to kill this guy because his mic sucks.
These dudes are
Oh, yeah,
suspicious.
they're turning on us, yeah.
They're shooting you, Carla?
They were lying.
Did they just attack you out of nowhere?
Yeah, they were lying. We thought so. This is why we shouldn't be nice.
It's frustrating. I knew you guys were lying based on your shitty mics.
He's pushing.
You shooting first?
There's at least one other guy over here too.
Can't see. I'm trying to come in.
Get fucking shit on, brother! Get fucking shit on, brother!
Chris, over here in this room too.
In this room in here.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Where are you?
I'm here.
In here.
He's here.
Got it down, Raider. In here.
Another guy over there too. Oh, I'm getting hit from
Oh,
over
he
here.
fucking got me, dude. Fuck this. I'm leaving immediately. Guys, you can afford better mics. Your mics sound like fucking dog shit. You can afford better mics. Your job's fine. You sound like fucking asshole, dude. Okay, have a good night. Bye.
Oh my god. Oh. This is why we shoot today. We can't. We have to just.
We're shooters?
We have to be. I'm sorry because
The
we were
vibe
like,
is
oh, okay,
bloodthirsty.
we'll be nice. Like we can't. We have to shoot them. Sorry, guys. Today we have to shoot.
Bro, I knew when those guys were just like following me and just like looking at me the whole time. I knew they were gonna start.
Should have listened to Greg, man.
Oh,
Trios,
Brenda,
yeah,
thank
you just can't trust trios.
I appreciate that. Thank
All
you
right,
for being a part
let's go,
of it.
Spaceport again. Free loadout.
Genuinely, like,
Fuck it.
Burrito, seriously. Thank you. I'm having so
I'm
much time
I'm not gonna go
off
free, but I'm gonna go
next
cheap,
month
pretty-
that I'm
pretty cheap.
terrified, and that is just.
You know what? Same, actually.
That's a huge help. I wish you knew how much I appreciate that. That's literally going to be going towards bills in
Can't
Japan.
believe that, dude.
It means a ton.
I mean, I can.
Thank you.
It's not even that.
Thank
shocking.
you, Ari. You're my goat. I appreciate it. Yes, Evans, exactly.
A little cringe though, if I could say that.
Why they like that? Yeah.
Come on in, friend.
Yeah, because they were like, "Why aren't you talking?" And I was like, "Huh?" And then they just shot. So.
Oh, they're like, oh, it's a girl. Time to be weird.
Yeah.
Time to be freaky.
I'm gonna bring something in just so I have something. Oh, I lost that gun. I like that gun. Sorry.
Imagine playing Arc Raiders with Tim Robinson.
Oh my god.
And he gets killed and he goes, Now what? Hey! Now why'd you go ahead and do that?
Why'd you do that?
What? So what's the joke? So what's the joke? You kill me and I miss my family photo. So what's the joke?
What's the joke?
Come on through. You know what you're doing.
There is a voice modifier, yes.
Man, I should have just trusted my
But
gut.
I'm not
because their
changing.
mic sucked, dude.
I know.
Their mics were trash, man.
That's why today
Yeah.
we're not trusting
They
anyone.
sound like
shit on
guttural
side.
dog shit garbage, bro.
Not that it
I'm
matters or
bringing in
anything, but
defense.
they had heavy Canadian accents, if I can say that.
They were Canadians?
Oh yeah, heavy,
Oh, that makes
heavy
it
Canadian.
worse. They're supposed to be nice.
Oh man.
Great.
We're so Jova.
It's Jove, man. It's
Jove.
Bon Jove. Someone kills you, you go, this is a cash grab!
Never trust the
Or
living.
someone kills me and I go, I gotta make money on this. I just gotta.
Alright. Never trust the living.
Crossplay off, we can't. Saint plays on a thing.
Rito, I don't
No, I'm
expect
on PC
you to
right
do
now. We can turn
anything,
it off.
which is why I'm very grateful.
Nah.
Like,
Nah.
I didn't expect that.
Leave it on.
Truly.
Time to lock the fuck in, boys. Carl, I'm calling you
Yeah.
boy right now, okay?
Oh,
I'm weird and I
perfect.
bought it twice. I bought it on console
I
and
appreciate
PC.
it so much. I don't expect it. Seriously.
Time to lock the fuck in.
True Max. But you know what?
Hold that door! Hold that door!
Hold that door.
That's funny
We
as well.
lock in. Ooh. Oh. Oh, yeah. God, I want to cut it off sometimes. But I'm not going to do that.
All right.
I gotta stay locked in.
Only 1,000
First-
meters away. 18
first
minutes
person I see,
in already.
Blasting.
Just started blasting. Alright, what are we doing? What's the plan?
I marked where we're gonna go.
Where is it? I'm loading in.
We're gonna kill people, Carla.
Kill. I can't see you. Where's the mark?
Like southeast-ish.
Can you mark it again? I loaded in late. It's
It's
bugged.
900 meters away.
Thank you. God, I loaded in 100 meters late. That's crazy.
No shot, buddy.
Real.
I'm pausing the song for now until we need it. Now y'all acting like I couldn't. No, you could do for sure. Who could play? Who would be the best hockey player in chat? Do you think, besides Bobber?
Me. Oh, okay.
In chat.
Oh, help! Oh.
Oh, where?
There's a
where
guy
the
there. There's a guy there. Run!
Oh,
Hide.
okay, great.
Open
I
this
was
door.
on
Open this door. Open this door.
I was on the.
Fuck us.
I knocked one.
On the ladder.
I knocked one.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I did.
Wait, get in here. Get in
They're
here.
shooting me, but I knocked one. There's nowhere for me to go. I'm washed. Oh, thank you. Did you
Just
do it on
hide.
purpose?
Just hide. Just hide.
Clutch fucking defib. Hey guys, stop shooting. That's not nice. Well, you know what? May the best squad win.
Knocked one again. Well, not knocked. Sorry, hit one. But I did knock one, that's sexy.
Should we just try and like find a way
I'm
up
killing
there?
these fucking guys.
No, I know, but like, should we try and get a different angle?
Oh fuck! How do they shoot me?
great. This is bad. This is bad news, Bears. Getting shot at by Ark.
Where do they shoot from?
They're right above me, man.
Thank you for the
What the hell?
Shield's already broken.
Put your ass away, child!
Philosophy
They're on the roof of this
01
fucking
just
stupid ass.
subscribed. Oh
I
wow,
see them.
66 months.
How did you get up
Who's
there?
this guy?
66. Who's this guy? Josh,
I don't know how
think
they got up there.
66. What the
Ladder.
fuck?
No, how did you get up to where you are?
That's real cool.
Zipline.
Thank you.
Come and find me, boys.
My absolute goat. How are you?
I gotta make it weird. You guys gotta get off the roof, though. It's not fair.
Oh my god. Thank you.
No, I don't know how to get up there. I'm stupid. Come on, help me. I'm not on the ladder, dude. You shot me off of it. I was just trying my best. I'm not a fibber, dude.
He
It's
called you
still-
a fibber.
They're still shooting me.
I've never fubbed in my whole goddamn life. Nah, bro, you fib for a living. Nah, dude, you literally eat fibs for breakfast and you know it.
Someone's shooting me here.
Nah, cause the way your middle name's Fibber is crazy. Sorry, Carla, you dying?
Yeah, I can't move. They're just attacking me from over there.
Okay, hold
Wait,
on.
Chris,
I'm-
follow me. Can we
I'm
go
having
around
fun
this
with this
way?
guy. We're being friends. Okay, they have no idea.
Oh my god, wait, I did it. Oh no, that was a leaper.
Okay, keep going.
There's a leaper up there.
Carla, don't die.
I don't
Carla's
have
one of you.
any
She's literally a
heals.
fart in the wind.
I don't have any heals. They just keep
Oh,
shooting me.
wait,
I
we
can't move.
Oh
Okay,
wait, Chris,
just stay where you are.
there's another ladder right here. Do you think we
Okay,
can?
that ladder's crazy. They're gonna hear us. Do you want to go up first? Or you want me to go up first? I could take more of a shot.
But I could be like sacrificial lamb.
No, you're not a lamb.
Oh no.
Ugh.
All right, I can tell you if they're kind of starting to peek.
Wait, start talking a little bit.
Yo, you guys still up there? Where'd you go?
Josh, real. It's good to see you though. Hopefully you're surviving the heat. Thank you. My gut.
Keep talking.
I know he's a flirt.
I don't know what window you're talking about, man.
Carly, yell something. I see a guy right in front of me.
That's kind of weirdo behavior, man.
I don't know. Can you ask if this is his team and to stop? I'm
So that's kind of
confused.
weirdo behavior.
Wait, tell him to stop shooting.
Stop shooting for 1 second.
That's funny. That's so funny.
Fuck!
Oh, I didn't hit any shots.
All right, Carl, it's up to you.
Great.
Okay, to be fair. Wait, bring me back and let's run that back. Bring, fit me real quick and we'll run that back real fast. Oh, great! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! It hurts! Ow! Oh!
Oh my god, I have
All those grenades missed. Just letting you know. No worries, though. Hope you guys had a fun Arc Raiders experience today. Thank you for playing my game.
Huge.
Bro, my voice isn't generic. It's regular. Well, thank you guys for playing my game, Arc Raiders. I am. I've been raiding Arcs my whole life.
This is crazy without context.
I'm gonna die. Good night. Cut back to Carla, who's 1 HP and
Me
insane.
struggling, you guys having a hee hee ha ha time. Someone's over
be
here
fair-
just shooting me.
Oh, get the thing right behind you. That thing.
Where?
Right there.
Oh,
that thing
nice.
can have heals and ammo.
Nice.
It wasn't really hee hee ha ha because they were fighting us the whole
No, but
time.
it
But it was
sounded
goofy.
fun.
It was very fun. You would have loved it.
Patina blueprint. Okay.
You're fucking lying.
I'm not lying. Do you have it?
Yeah, but why would you get that in that random
I
fucking
don't know.
box?
I don't know.
Well, put it in there and get out of here.
Yeah, they might have just said screw it, and you might just be able to get out.
I kind of want to have a go.
With those guys or in general?
Oh, in general. Great.
Oh, that's.
Hear me? Hey, well now everyone knows you're
Honk
there.
if I'm horny, I guess. Come and get me.
Okay, so when someone has a bumper sticker that says honk if you're horny.
Yeah. Are you honking
Go
or
on.
what?
Or like honk if you're hungry for pizza or whatever.
Yeah.
That's like you honk because it's like a joke. You're like, haha, yeah, honk.
Yeah, but then what if someone's like, all right, you down? Let's go eat.
Yeah, what if they like signal for you to pull over?
No, I saw a tweet somewhere where people like don't
Greg.
understand like the joke of it, and it was like a whole thing. I forget like the conversation around it.
Head home at the central elevator.
Great.
You have one that says "Don't honk or I'll cry," and they honk.
A queen reactor call.
To be
What the
fair,
hell?
like I'm not trying to be weird, but if I saw that, I'd be like, "Oh fuck, it's so funny though." Like, oh, I'm not going to.
I'm such a
Don't
not
honk at me. My dad's
guy.
dead.
Aw.
Don't honk at me. I'm anxious. Carla.
Oh, look at that one. Don't honk at me. I'm just trying to extract. Let's just get one more juicy thing.
Shan has one that's like I collect bugs or something.
I collect bugs.
She said one that was like roadkill collector,
That's so Shan.
which is just true. Not as much anymore though.
My tummy really hurts.
I'm not gonna make it to bird time, by the way.
It's so close.
No, it's another hour.
Yeah, that's good.
Hour and 20.
Oh, that's not bad.
Can't.
Hour and 20 though.
Can't.
3 a.m. is so cringe. Like, what are they doing? Oh
Those are the guys. Those are the guys shooting you.
It's so lame, bro.
Wow, good job, fuckhead. Ooh.
Okay, so Stream Beast, that's the take that I've read before that I don't agree with. That's what people assume that's the thing. Like, people assume that, like, okay, so if someone honks at me because they're being a dick, that means that whatever's on the sticker applies to them. But I've never agreed with that take. I think that's incorrect. I think it's just like a stupid thing. It's like, hey, honk if you're horny. It's like, oh, okay. Did you just surrender? But thank you for saying that in chat. But it could be either, maybe. I've just never agreed with that. And I think some people see it that way. And I'm like, I don't understand that. I don't think that's the case.
My autistic ass, in fact, does not get most jokes. Honk, honk, real.
But also not trying to argue. That's just my
Real.
personal take and opinion.
All right, well.
Because that is funny. Like, you're driving and someone's honking and being an asshole. And it can be like, it can say honk
Yeah.
if anything.
Yeah, like that would make more sense if it was like honk if you're a piece of shit or something.
Real.
Yeah.
Real.
That is actually why the stickers exist? Yeah, but who says so? According to who and to when? Because I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
Let's go, am I on upscrolled? No, I don't care enough to do another thing. There's too many, like Blue Sky was like a thing, and then it's like just no one cares. Liev, true. Because I don't think the first person who made it had any intention with what it was.
What are we doing? Free?
Yeah.
Are you bringing or is it actually free?
Free.
I'm doing free, yeah.
Do you need
Actually,
a patina?
let's go free. Let's go free Stella. Night Raid.
Okay.
I don't know what upscrolled is. Dude, yeah, it just sounds like another fake name.
What do you mean I'm not supposed to honk?
I'm Unk now, aren't I?
My second
It's not
rebel.
Twitter. I thought it was like TikTok. It's
I'm
supposed to be
naughty.
TikTok.
I'm naughty. God, quarter to 6.
I think the problem is anytime a new platform shows up and it's not immediately like super.
What should I have for dinner? Oh, I gotta do Mimi's
No,
litter.
Lulu, I'm not saying Blue Sky's good or bad. Like I think it's just really tiny.
I gotta put some music in my ears.
So it sucks to
When I
go
get
from
off,
like a really
and just
populated
go to
like,
town on
dope
my house.
platform and then
Tomorrow,
feel like it's just kind of like you have to start
we're hanging
from
with
scratch
Grant
again.
to start, and then
There's a lot of people. There's nothing really keeping people on there.
maybe art.
Like the majority. Like I'm sure people
Another
are on
long
there,
stream
but the
tomorrow, if
majority
that's
aren't
okay
staying
with
on
you.
it.
And I'll probably start early
We're
too.
10 minutes in already on this one.
Yeah.
This door looks like it has a shredder behind it, so I wouldn't open it.
Oh, my, give me the shredder.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark?
Oh, Shani, cut it.
Loot is ripe for the picking, while most of Toledo's
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider?
Most of
Have your eyes adjusted?
loot is right for the picking while most of Toledo's asleep. I'm gonna let it out, guys, okay? And then I'm going to go into the room. Alright? Actually, wait, that's not a smart idea.
Give it up, Eb. There's people near me, I think.
So all of next week is normal. So I'll do a normal 5-stream week.
There's people right near me.
And then the week after that will be 2 to 3
Yeah,
stream
the one
week.
thing that sucks about Twitter is that's where the best
Because
shit
I'm
is still
being
for
taken
sports.
away on the weekend for
Oh,
my
I
birthday.
love Letterboxd Screen Bees. Guys, follow me on Letterboxd.
So next week's normal. The week after, slightly not normal. I think my last stream is potentially US 12th. Or I'll do maybe US 14th. I'm not too sure. But definitely these 2 streams will be my last. 100% my last 2. But next week is normal. We'll have a normal 5-stream week.
Is that you or them?
Me.
So I'm glad
The
at least I could
flashlight?
have this week and next
Hear him
week.
hitting shit. Is that you, Carla, hitting shit?
No.
That might be, yeah.
Carla, is that you hitting shit?
No. It's coming from southeast. Or they're close. Come to me, come to me,
It's
come
like
to me.
right in here.
Come to me.
Door. I can't.
We can't
Come
go
on,
through that
come
way.
on.
We'd have to go.
I see him. Whole team in front of me. Whole team in front of me.
Coming.
Whole fucking squad in
We're
front of me.
gonna start blasting?
Yeah.
Last one a sec.
With our rattlers.
One has a Torrente.
Oh, they started lighting me up. I gotta get out of here. Or at least hide.
You have any grenades? Oh shit.
Oh, sorry.
Ah!
Sorry.
I'm throwing a smoke grenade over there so they think we're over there. Any grenades? Any other grenades? Oh, there they go. Fucking idiot. Ha! Bro, fuck!
One's down, the other two are to the left.
Yep.
Move! Oh shit, they don't know about me. Or you.
Got that one. Oh, move.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Whole team? Is that all?
Let's go!
Yippee!
I'm a free kid too, baby. Let's go!
Spare me, sir.
2 free kids. No, one of you guys. No, I don't want that. Come on, I'm married. I'm a married man.
Oh. Over there.
I'll save you. I have a Tempest. I'll kill him. Or you can take it.
Okay.
Oh, somebody get me before they finish me. They threw a grenade.
Oh my god, you saved me, sir. You want something?
Oh!
Bro, who
Nice.
is
This is
this
what
guy?
it's all about.
Hey guys, we're having fun tonight.
Woohoo!
Neatdude.com. Neatdude.com for really good merch.
Neatdude.com. New
I
drop.
like you said it wrong kind of like the second time.
Neatdude.com. What's wrong about that?
Wait, that guy's name is I Beat Scrappy. That's fucked up. I just realized.
What's wrong
Good thing we
with
killed him.
neatdude.com?
They said like neatday.com. I don't know. They said it weird.
It's my accent.
There's no way I'm lasting another hour and a half. I'll be keeping a stack.
Babe, let's do it. Come on, lock in.
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
Babe.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Oh. Yeah, that's fair. It's been 8 hours for me.
Like, wait. Yeah, like, what do you mean?
I want to get ducks.
But
I can
duck
always do it later.
bingo.
Oh.
I don't want to start duck bingo at 3 a.m.
Yes,
People
you do.
are done. Oh.
No, I know. I gotta go eat too and do things. You're right.
I'm hungry, man.
One more free load out for the road. How?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
I'm not mad at you.
Thanks.
I'm disappointed.
Okay, it's worse. Do you want to do more Ark tomorrow, like 9 p.m. Eastern? No!
No, I need to hang out with my chat for a little bit.
Sorry. Okay, what about 10 p.m. Eastern?
I'll let you know.
Fuck, that's a no.
It's not a no. It's just not a yes. I can't make decisions right now. It's 2 a.m. I'm hungry. No, don't. Saying, when you say overall tonight has been a W or an L?
Oh, like a lowercase W.
You know what?
Not
I'll take a
not like an
lowercase W.
uppercase W. But a lowercase W.
All right. Fuck.
Yoo-hoo!
Oh, there she goes.
Oh, there's a shredder.
Ow.
With cakes.
Come here, Shredder. I have a plump boy in here for you.
Ninja Turtles be like?
+2.
Thanks, man. I needed that. Ooh, got a pink item. That's mine. That's mine. They're not unmediated, unmedicated. Close. And yes, I'd say it again. I'm drinking with you. Oh, okay, of course. Sorry.
A plump boy.
Who are you talking to? You said plump boy too.
There's
Who,
fighting going on.
who are
like,
you
over
calling a plump boy?
I called you a plump boy earlier and you didn't hear me.
You called me a plump boy?
But not in the way you think.
There's no other way. That sucks. What do you mean?
No, like when something's plump and juicy.
That sucks still. What plump boy? You're not winning this conversation. Whoa! Anvil Blueprint, I gotta go.
See?
I'm outta here.
See, Plumpy? It all works out.
Don't call me plumpy. I don't think you understand what words are.
Oh, what's plump mean? Isn't it succulent?
No, no, plump is like chubby, but like plump. Like I would say Trump is plump.
Oh, right.
And
I was
plumpy's
talking
like
about your
really
bum.
bad.
Okay.
No, plump. No, that's
Okay,
really
so
bad.
sorry. I just listen.
You
Trump
call
is
me
plump.
plumpy? That's crazy.
Trump is plump. Trump
There's
is
a guy in front of me.
plump. My bad. Talking about your ass.
Oh, I'm so dead.
Well, that's not gonna help.
Oh, there's a shredder right at you, Carla.
Oh! I was talking about your bum? Oh, because when I fell?
What do you mean? Axel retweet.
Isn't Plumpy one of those 7 dwarves in Snow White? Yeah.
I think your friend calling your bum plump is a nice compliment.
Well, yeah, maybe. But like calling someone plumpy is like.
You're right.
That's
I'm
the
sorry.
same as like
Oh, they died.
I'm trying to think of like a word that sucks. Like plump and frump, like frumpy is like the same vibe.
Oh, got you. Someone
Like, oh,
died.
you're
Should we
kinda
investigate it?
Frumpy. Yeah, sure.
Let's go up here. Fuck
You
it.
go do it.
All right, fine.
I have an
running
anvil
around
blueprint.
the long way. Oh, there's a dead body right here.
Be careful, Carl. There's a fucking thing behind you. I guess plump is better in the scheme of things, but plumpy.
Oh, there's a dude right here.
When talking about a friend, but before knowing the context is crazy. I think.
True, fair.
He slid around the corner like an
Slid.
pro player.
Where is he?
The way
Over
Saint
by
said
me,
fuck
down by
and
me.
just left.
No, they knocked me out. They killed me. There were 2 of them.
Chris, do you have eyes on him?
I'm dead. I'm just dead. I just lost my anvil blueprint. Ow! Guys, I'm just gonna leave with my anvil blueprint. No worries. Just gonna get out of here with my anvil blueprint. Don't mind me.
Sorry, I just had to.
Gonna be getting on out of here with this
comments.
anvil blueprint. Ow, come on, man. Please, I had a rough day. He'll be thinking about that for a little bit.
Yeah, we'll keep him up at night.
That was LG.
All right, one
Remember,
more, boys. Lock in.
lowercase W.
No, that was
Lowercase
LG.
W.
What?
Cooter McRib killed me. Yeah, right, bro. I'm out. I can't look at that. That's done. That's it.
Okay.
That is it. We're done.
All right.
Round feedback. Hated it.
Round feedback. No. Round feedback. Plumpy.
Hey.
This plumpy piece of shit's gonna go lay in bed and read a book.
You're my favorite Plumpy.
I really wish you knew.
Sorry. It's just the ass, but I understand. I'll just say you have a. You know what? I won't even.
It's just the ass. Don't even say it. You know, you have to say anything.
I know you're right. Sorry, that's my bad.
All right, guys, have a wonderful night.
Stunning.
I am gonna get
Thank
out of
you,
here.
guys.
Yeah.
Farley
Thanks for the games.
I'll see you next week for
See you
more
tomorrow.
games.
Can't wait.
All right, more games next week.
All
Saint,
right.
appreciate you, brother.
See you tomorrow.
All right, bye,
Shaq.
guys.
Bye, guys.
All right, I'll see you later.
See you
I'm playing
tomorrow.
Cult of Lamb, and I'm just vibing tomorrow.
10 p.m.
All right, have a
tomorrow.
night, guys.
All right, bye, guys. I know you're right. Sorry, it's my bad.
All right, guys, have a wonderful night. I am gonna get out of here.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Farley, thanks for the
thanks for the
games. I'll see you
games.
next week for more.
All right. Cool. Perfect. Plump burger. What do we have to offer here? So Buried City birds. I don't think I'll be on by the birds, to be honest. I don't think I'm seeing birds. But maybe we make a quick Stella loadout. And we try to juice up. Help, what's wrong? Plump juicy burger. I don't think we make it to the birds, but I think we try and do a bit of Stella before we skedat. Thoughts? I'm so... Guys, you know what? We need to do a free loadout, actually. I'm so... Oh. Gotta leave Stella plump with loot. I know. What the hell? How are you though? 8.5 hours? Oh god. Tomorrow is grand and then vibes. So maybe I'll skedaddle soon. We'll see how the solos are. Lots of PvP today. I'm craving chicken. No one asked, but I'm craving chicken. I want to spruce up Mia's bathroom. And I want to clean my laundry walls. Because of lint. Yeah, true, Tammy. I honestly should just do... I should do that too. You're right. Why is it so dark in here? Oh, it's night. I swear they have more lights on at night. This whole time? Okay. So here's the thing. I'm not proud of it. Especially for the loot I got, it's not worth it. However, I wanted to join in on the drama. But that's crazy. I don't think I've ever killed purposely in solos before. My lobbies are going to be tainted. What a rush. I feel bad. I feel really bad. But look. There's 4 bodies here. Something must have happened. I don't think that guy was as innocent as he was making out to be. I'll die. Don't worry. I'll get what's coming to me. I have nothing of value. Wiping your ass with a bed sheet. That's crazy. You always keep me on my toes. It was too, like, he was looting. He was looting. I was like, you know what? Not that it makes it right or anything. But this has happened to me so many times. Where I get killed while I'm looting. I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it. I don't have Twitch in my name anymore. I can get a bit zesty. I will die to the next person. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoopsies! Look, sometimes you need a little bit of a 1-2, you know? Sometimes you just have to, you know? Is that Shredder coming to get me? I know, Hytel, I know. Look, to be fair, I still love looting and being cute. That was like wild of me. The thrill. I was like, oh my god, I feel like... I felt so naughty. To be honest, it's been a big PvP day, I think, for me. So sometimes you just gotta do it. No, I like all sides of this game, to be honest. I like getting into some fights because it's kind of a it's kind of a thrill. But I also like being a goblin. We're evolving. Yeah, the silence was crazy. That's how like nervous I was. I was so nervous. I was nervous as hell. I'm going the wrong way. But that's what happens when you're 8.5 hours in. Ooh. Let me just... Okay. Thank you for being here today, though, guys. You're my goats. I hope you had fun. It was very intense. Tomorrow will be fun. We'll start off playing games with Gran, which will always, that's always ridiculous. And then, I'm out of ammo. And then, oh. And then we'll do something else. Hi, Dinky. How are you, doll? Oh, God. I'm losing everything. I'm out of everything. god. Jesus. Hello. I'm very excited for tomorrow. Hee hee hee. The silent karma. Yep.
Head home at the loading bay metro.
Can I go around? Hope this goes around. I don't know if it does. You always get silent karma with this game. Can I go around, or is this just dirt? Oh no. Is there anything this way, maybe?
Head home at the lobby metro.
Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, Dinky, I'm obsessed. The time I've been having is too good. I love it. 8.5 hours? We've only, I think the shortest stream I've done this week is 7 hours, 7.5. Did I just go down here? Eastern Tunnel. Yeah. I might just die to Ark real quick. To spice things up. Damn. How do I get there? Oh no. Oh, you know what? I might perish. I might say YOLO and just perish. Oh no, I can go through here. I can't believe I killed that guy silently. That's crazy. Shh. Stop moaning. Come on, speed things up. I know 8.5, and I'll probably do another 8 tomorrow. At least 6 tomorrow. If I do more, I do more. Hello, dear. I don't trust. Not me being a scaredy cat after PvPing all day. Yep. My bad. Can this ball stop for 5 seconds? Is that someone as well? Am I getting lit up from all angles? Honestly? Perish. Is someone around? I don't know. Oop.
I don't even have a gun.
That's alright.
You don't have any spare blueprints, do you?
Oh, I can give you this. That's all I have. I honestly didn't find much in there.
Do you need this one?
Which one? Let me have a little look. Seeker. Oh, I got this today, but thank you.
Cool, but Let's leave.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, Kiwi. Bro plays DBD. I know. That's nice. Oh, guys, it's time for me to get some chicken, I think. 8.5 hours. I low-key wanted to get to 10 today, but I'm thinking maybe I should get some dinner. Quickly go get some dinner. Eat the dinner. Eat said dinner. And do lots of cleaning. You know what, Cammy, here's the thing. If I'm lucky enough to stroll down to Woolies and there's a discount roast chicken sitting on the Bay Marie, I'm snagging that. I'm snagging that. And I am making some rolls and one for tomorrow even to eat on stream. Yeah, whoopsies, Evans. 8.5. Oh my god. Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate you. You and your bloody blueprints. My hero. I know that's right. Thank you, Punk. Happy birthday again. Thank you, guys. I appreciate today. You know I always do. I know I kind of locked in and went non-verbal there for a little bit, but all in good fun. I had the best time. Thank you for... I know, like, you're like, of course, but thank you so much for really supporting the Ark Raiders arc. Streaming exactly what I want is a privilege. I'm very grateful. So it's great just playing all this, you know? So it's super fun. But thank you guys. You were the best. I will see you tomorrow. I'm really excited. DBD with Grand to start off with, so lots of shenanigans, I bet. And then I'm guessing probably Ark afterwards. Who's to say? Maybe some bonk. Maybe all of it. I had so much fun. Thank you for your lurks, my mods helping me out, my chatters, clippers, biddies, subbies, everything. I appreciate you. 1,000 bye as well. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. I'm very excited. Thank you for everything. Bye, guys. It's chicken time.